Well, we've arrived at the Boulevard, Lewis McGlade, and the weather could not be better.
No, it is lovely out here. Maybe a little bit warm.
It is a little bit warm. It's a little bit warm. But look at this, the Players' Lounge. What do you make of it? Should we go?
We should go in.
Let's go.
Oh, not a chance. Oh, we've been found.
Oh,
we
no.
have been found.
We've been...
We got a little distract there. Just ignore the score. Nothing happened. It's fine.
I think you'll find it was 4-0.
I don't know what that means.
I do.
It is very cool in here, though. Obviously, here in the Players' Lounge.
It is extraordinary. Just look at all the bells and whistles we have here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got games, we've got table ice hockey, we have got table football, seating, a juice bar, Lewis McGlade.
I know. We'll be popping up here a bit later on, I think. I mean, it's so cool in here. And yeah, there's even air hockey, which George Morgan might win at.
Yeah, you know, I'm pretty good at the old air hockey, but I think what we would like to look at, first and foremost, is what's behind these doors, Lewis. I think that's the next mission.
I think so. Good day.
So, I've been taking a walk. Of course, we came through the doors. Pretty sure Lewis was still with me, but now he's not. I can't find him anywhere. Lewis?
George,
where are you?
I'm up here, George. I'm here.
What are you doing up there?
I don't know how I got here. I'm not going to lie. I don't know.
Goodness me, commentary is not an IQ sport, is it? Anyway, just take a look at this, folks. The theatre here. I'm not going to call it the Theatre of Dreams, but it could be for a certain team at the end of this event. But here we are in the luxurious lounge area where I'll very shortly be taking a nice long nap. Well deserved, I think.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
The penultimate week of the Esports World Cup has come to an end with champions in 3 more titles crowned. And with that, we have another update to the Club Championship rankings. A champion has been found before the final week kicks off, and there are some shifts in the top 3. All that and more as we check out which teams are on track to pick up the lion's share of the $20 million prize pool here in Riyadh. In an exciting and emotional moment when MS Darsery found out that Team Falcons had won the club championship. Falcons have officially gained enough points and crossed the line into EWC history as the first club championship winners. Having led the table right from week 1, they will be taking the trophy, a $7 million prize, and the bragging rights of being the best organization at the Esports World Cup. Even if first place is now decided, the battle for the rest of the positions is still raging. Second and third position heated up yet again, with Team Liquid coming back to reclaim that second spot. This was on the back of Clem's stellar run to victory in StarCraft 2, where the Frenchman dropped just 2 maps across the entire tournament. The win netted Team Liquid 1,000 points, along with an additional 60 from a top 8 finish in EAFC, allowing the organization to establish a 945-point lead over third place. T1 were not in contention for any of the titles in Week 7, however they will have the final week to put up a last stand as they are fielding rosters in both Tekken as well as PUBG. And fortunately for them, Team Liquid are not playing in any of the 4 titles, meaning T1's fate is in their own hands. Gaming Gladiators maintained their 4th spot on the table, but were unable to pick up points in Week 7, with StarCraft 2 being their only hope. While they will be in action in both PUBG and Rocket League in the final week, the team will need a win in one and a top 3 finish in the other to climb the ranks to the 2nd spot. And rounding up the top 5 is Natus Vincia, who also find themselves in a similar situation as Gaming Gladiators. The team was not able to pick up any points in StarCraft 2, but will be in contention in Tekken and PUBG in the final week. And just like the team above them, only podium finishes across both titles is the only thing that will help the team advance in the rankings. FaZe Clan in 6th place seem to have woken up in the final stages, notching up a winning Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. This puts them in the contenders category, as well as fielding teams in PUBG and R1. The final week will see competitions across Tekken 8, PUBG, Ren Sport and Rocket League. While the top winner of our club championship is already decided, there is still a lot at stake for the teams who are vying for those remaining spots. Each placement guarantees over $1 million, and teams will have to put their best foot forward to maximize their chances of taking as much of the prize money as possible. Tune into the final week to catch all the action and see how the teams stack up.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a KitKat.
Well, we're back on the boulevard after beating you at table ice hockey. You any good at putting the ball in the box?
We'll find out. We'll find out. I've never been very good at carnival games, but do you know what? Any opportunity to show you up, George, I'm going to give it a good go. Now, I've not done this before. It's fun. Okay, right. I don't know. I think the trick is a bit of backspin. That's what I'm thinking. A bit high.
It's brave. Oh,
okay. All right.
Painful.
All right. It's a first go. It's a first go. Show me how it's done, then, George.
L in the chat, everybody.
If you think you're that good,
outrageous. Let me show you how it's done, folks. Let me show you how it's done. All right, just waiting it up here.
Okay. Okay. It's not so easy, is it? It's not so easy.
There was a breeze on that shot.
I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Not one bit. Not one bit. Not one bit do I believe you.
Oh, dearie me.
It's too much power. I'm just too
much.
strong.
You've been in the gym. That's
Yeah,
your problem.
Thanks, thanks.
Fibbing, I'm fibbing. Right, okay. My turn. Oh!
Whoa, you just tried throwing it straight in there.
I know, well, I tried. I thought it might be a little bit of a less trajectory. I think we would have been okay. Turns out it's not the case.
You were trying something sneaky there. I know what you're like, Morgan. I know what you're like. It's fine, here we go.
Listen, I think you should just go and stand in the corner somewhere. Watch how it's done. This is how we do it. Right, you ready, folks? Oh, dear.
All the talk and nothing to back it up.
If I'm honest, I was closer.
I don't believe you.
Well, incredible, folks. We've had a lot of fun here at the Boulevard, but let's take it back to the studio. Lewis, we're back. It's ESL R1. We're returning here to Riyadh. It's the Esports World Cup. What's the issue? Lewis.
I'm trying to turn.
Unbelievable, folks. Well, I tell you what, ESL R1 has returned. The Esports World Cup is back. We're here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. Some of us are, at least.
Get out of my way.
Hello and welcome to the Esports World Cup ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. My name is Claire Cottingham. We're here to crown a champion today in the Drivers' Championship, and we're going to be looking at the Teams' Championship as well over the next few days. Alongside me, Cameron Roger and Arjuna Kankapati. Welcome. Lovely to see you both. Cameron, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. It's great to be here. Can't wait to see how the drivers are going to fare throughout this competition over the next 4 days. But as you say, Drivers' Champion will be crowned today.
Arjuna, really exciting to be here for the World Cup as well. What a stage for these drivers.
Yeah, over the last 2 years, Gamers 8 has made the Boulevard such a hive of activity, but the Esports World Cup has just transformed it even more, and it's been great. Not just Rennsport and ESL R1 action this week, but Tekken, Rocket League, PUBG as well. It's felt so amazing seeing all the athletes, all the players, and now we get to see the action.
You guys have both been like a kid in a candy store. You've been going around looking at all the different venues. Which has been your favourite so far, Cam?
To be honest, probably the main stage over there in the,
cool.
in the Battle Royale arena, just because there's so many players in there at one go. But of course, the arena that we got for the sim race as well is absolutely amazing to see all the rigs there and all the drivers getting involved.
And of course, we're going to get into ESL R1 a little bit more, but I just want to concentrate a bit more on the World Cup. For you walked up and down, of course, the Boulevard. Very fun out there. Have you really enjoyed the atmosphere?
I've been keeping an eye on the World Cup over the last couple of weeks as well, seeing all the various esports in action, seeing totems being crushed and winners being crowned, and it's just so cool to be here finally and see it all play out.
And we've also, this is ESL R1 is really going to make a difference as well to the second place in the standings as well.
Yeah, when we look at that Club World Championship, which we'll talk a bit more across the entirety of our 4 days here, Team Falcons already having locked up that championship. They've got some brand new jerseys already with a star signifying their win. But yeah, second place, FaZe, maybe Team Vitality. There's a lot for them to look forward to.
Oh, it's exciting. Well, let's have a look exactly how the club championship works, shall we?
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture, with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Well, Cameron, $7 million is a lot of money, isn't it? What could you think teams could do with that money?
So much investment for the future, really, and just sort of stabilizing their team as well. They spend so much time and money getting the players up to speed with all of the different games, and many of these clubs, of course, are in all of these different esports that we have here. So there's a lot of personnel that they need there, and it'll just improve their team overall.
And let's not forget, sorry, I just want to jump in. Look at someone like Mouse, who will be racing here in ESL R1. They've got a huge facility. Think about the investment you can make to try and bring your players in person on a regular basis. $7 million goes a long way to improving your squad.
It does indeed. And Arjuna, there has been one team that has really dominated here, isn't there?
Absolutely. When we look at the Club World Championship points, of course, we mentioned Team Falcons already, your Esports World Cup Club Champions winners. But that fight for second is so intriguing. 2 wins already across of the esports for Team Falcons. We'll see FaZe Clan down in 6th competing here today. We're also going to see Team Vitality and G2 Esports. Now, they have not had a win in an esport just yet. There are many of points for them, but I think they also want to make sure they are recognized with a win. They'll put their totem to be recognized for the rest of the Esports World Cup history. There's a lot to focus on.
There really is, and in ESL R1 as well, like you were saying, Arjuna, things could change in that. I mean, we were seeing just a moment ago, obviously Team Falcons, they're going to run away and they are the winners, but that second place, they're going to be fighting hard out there in that arena, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. They've got a lot to play for there because, of course, $7 million for the winner, but that doesn't mean that the prize is insignificant for being a bit lower down as well. So there's loads of money on the line, and to be honest, the amount of effort that they've been here. Remember, this competition's been going on for the best part of 2 months, so it's just a big commitment for all of these teams.
It is indeed. Well, let's head over to George Morgan and Lewis McGlade, because they've been out in the boulevard looking at the atmosphere and feeling it and soaking it all in.
Well, back under the lights and back in the boulevard here, Lewis.
Yeah, it's all happening out here. It's super busy out here. Obviously, yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see how busy it all is, and there's so much to see around here.
Action-packed. The people here are flooding the streets, all looking to take part in the Esports World Cup festivities. It is absolutely tremendous, but look at that. The Aramco Arena, Lewis McGlade.
Now, that is what we want to see. That is exactly what we want to see. It's so cool. Obviously, that's where all the magic happens. That's where all these drivers are going to be competing, all the teams are going to be competing, and it's such a cool arena to be in.
It is a fabulous arena, so much technology. Obviously, the rigs there, the drivers are all practicing and also competing here at this very arena. It is all on the go in bidding to become a spring season winner and also a winner at a fantastic event like the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, obviously, throughout the event, we're going to have a little bit of cheeky behind-the-scenes stuff. Everyone loves the behind-the-scenes stuff. You know, we like to see what's happening backstage, what these drivers, what these teams are going through. Of course, so many of sim racing and esports' biggest names. Obviously, we've got Team Redline, Porsche Commander, Vitality, etc. There's also people like Falcons and stuff. I mean, it's so cool.
Yeah, sim racing's one of sim racing's grandest events here in Riyadh at the Boulevard. Tremendous to be here as well, and still plenty of action still to come.
I don't know who let those two out into the Boulevard, but they seem like they were having a lovely time out there. Let's have a look at what we've got to look forward to today then. We've got the Drivers' Championship to decide. The drivers have already been out there today in Monza taking part. I mean, it was a cracker of a race too. We're going to look at the highlights very shortly, but just talk us through how the format sort of works.
It's been something we've talked about over the course of this entire season. 48 drivers competed in the spring season. Only 12 of them fight for championship points and prizes here today. The points get converted from the regular season, so the driver with the most points comes in with a bit of an advantage. And all you're trying to do, rack up 170 points, make your way to finalist mode, where one win gets you the Esports World Cup Championship.
It does indeed. Cam, you watched the race earlier. Again, we will look at the highlights very shortly, but it was a good race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very feisty. So there was 9 drivers who got through. 3 of them had to compete to get in there. And what they're competing for today is obviously a pretty decent amount of money. So a lot of money is for the teams, but this gives the opportunity for the drivers to be able to earn the money themselves. And especially for those in the last chance, they were able to put themselves through and obviously basically guarantee them some money, with all of the 12 drivers today getting some prize.
You were just mentioning the money here. Here is the prize pool. Arjuna, there's a lot of money out there.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? There are plenty of sim racing championships which pay out $25,000 for the entire championship, let alone just for the winner. And you think back to last year where Max Benneker won in Gamers 8 for our ESL R1 Drivers' Championship tournament. There was so much momentum that was then carried forward as well, right? Because the prize money at Boise, a lot of these drivers are full-time in the world of esports and sim racing, and it just gives them a little bit more time to continue their practice.
It definitely gives them a bit more incentive, as we were seeing in the race that we just had. They were fighting for money out there. They knew how important it was. Pride and money is so important. We also had a look, and we will be having a look rather, at the Drivers' Championship, which is happening over the next few days. Today, like I said, is the Drivers. In the next 3 days, rather, is the Teams Championship. Let's have a little look about how the Teams Championship works. It's a little bit longer, over 3 days, so do make sure you stay with us. Driver being today. This is the team tournament, though. How does this one work, Cameron?
Absolutely. So we have, of course, 12 teams, 4 drivers each. So 48 drivers are here. Only 12 are competing for the Drivers' Championship, but the rest of them will be there tomorrow. Top 4 from the first set of races will be going through automatically, and then there is that second chance. 2 teams will be eliminated. Then for that middle 6 teams is their second chance to try and get themselves through to the final, and then we end up with the situation where they need to get the minimum of 230 points, and then they have to win a race. So you actually need a race winner in your team ultimately to win the whole competition.
And of course, Arjuna, there is money up for grabs for the Teams Championship as well. And again, a significant amount of money is up for grabs, rather, £140,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, no, this is, again, you go back to the $7 million for the Esports World Club Championship. That is unbelievable, right? But even this is something that these teams will all be having a big focus on. You think about the fact that ESL R1, one of the story points over the last 18 months has been the drivers want to have the same equipment that they'll use here at the Esports World Cup so they can get comfortable with it at home. Now, how do you do that? You need money to buy all that equipment, and so stuff like that. It's just such a great thing for these teams to be able to focus on the future.
Yeah, exactly. We'll get into this more, I'm sure, but let's head over. We let them out, but now we put them back into the commentary box, of course. Let's head over to George Morgan and Lewis McGlade. They are standing by. Guys, how are you doing?
I think we're doing quite well, and we're ready for some exciting action throughout the day. But of course, it did already begin with the last chance qualifier, which was pretty wild.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it, Lewis? I mean, when we think about it, obviously, where it comes down to races, even on every other day when you're challenging for points, there is obviously those challenges for every single driver. But when you take this circumstance to a circuit like Monza, of all things, it just heightens that tension.
You're going to show us a little bit of the highlights now, aren't you? I'm really excited to see how this race is going. So, guys, over to you. Let's see what happened in the highlights.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, qualifying was already done. It was a short session, of course, which did lead to quite an exciting pole from Thomas Tattler. I thought it was done by 0.000. It was actually about half a tenth of a second that Thomas Tattler grabbed that pole position by George. And yeah, obviously, we're going to see in a second. He looked really strong in the race, but looked really strong in that qualifying session.
He did. I must say it was a very tremendous performance, obviously, given everything that's on the line. You know, Thomas Tattler obviously started his career at Heroic here in ESL R1 and then moved into Team Falcons, a team that debuted here in the ESL R1 Championship this year in itself. So the fact that they've risen the way they have, we've spoken about their trajectory over the last number of months that we've had already in 2024, and they have really brought their best to the forefront.
Well, let's jump into watching the highlights, of course, in that race down into the first corner where Thomas Tattler would lead the field with Kaiki Oliveira behind, Jeff Rietveld, Erhan Jajowski also in tow, the likes of Mitchell de Jong as well. It was a very enticing prospect indeed, but there was drama even down to the first corner.
It definitely was. A lot of drama. I mean, we witnessed, obviously, Dane Warren, one of the first to bail out towards the end, but we'll take you through to the coverage. And this is where things got a little bit spicy. Obviously, incredible moments. Turn one, obviously, seeing a Team Falcons car go off, Porsche Coanda. Here's another look at it, Lewis. It was a dramatic start.
Yeah, of course, the racing down into that first turn. Like I say, the field was Tattler, Oliveira, Rietveld. There was plenty of drama. Rietveld having a little bit of a squeeze and was pushed off into the gravel. Unfortunately, he would not effectively retire from the race, but be dropped down to the rear end. There was a bit of three wide as well, just before this bit of combat where we saw some big moves and some big moments coming down into the first Lesmo.
Yeah, more big moments as well through the initial stages of the lap as well, and then heading down in towards the Lesmo section. As you so rightly say, Ascari is always so daunting, but credit as well to the likes of Thomas Tattler to come out on top in that sensational race and in the manner that he did as well. But I believe we can now head it back to the analyst desk.
Great to hear from you guys, and thank you for giving us the highlights of exactly what happened. Are you surprised by the three drivers that went through? We've got Tattler, we've got Oliveira, and we've got Hearth. Like, are we surprised by that?
In terms of what you would expect, potentially. However, with all those crashes that we saw, it kind of mixed up the grid a little bit. The drivers like Jajowski, Rietveld, you would expect them probably to get through just on pace. But when you have just the top 3 out of 12 going through, that battle between P3, P4, you're going to get some sketchy battles. And unfortunately, we did see some crashes. And Johan Hearth, he was involved in that first crash, the first crash that we saw, and he managed to get himself back up into P3. Arjuna,
Johan Hearth he fought hard out there, didn't he? Especially after the crash.
Yeah, and to your point about surprises, I think we were all on the same page that qualifying was going to be crucial because only 3 drivers advanced. If the top 2 broke away, it would be helter-skelter for third, and guess what happened? Helter-skelter for third. So in terms of surprise, I think the one thing that really stood out to me, Thomas Tattler, what a qualifying lap. And that shows he's adapted to the situation very well. Of course, these drivers got in yesterday, bit of practice, adjusted to the rigs. Kaiki Oliveira, BS competition will be feeling strong as well. What can you take from everything else? Well, everyone was desperate, so not much.
I mean, they were fighting hard out there. But again, as we've been talking about, there's a lot of money on you know, that they could win. They could absolutely win a lot for the teams as well. We did see the drivers arriving earlier. They were heading into the arena. The arena is spectacular, so we can't wait to take you there. What about Kaiki Oliveira? Was he someone that you thought was strong out there?
I would actually expect him to be one of the drivers to get through, as we see them here coming out of the Players' Lounge, walking over across the boulevard in towards the arena. And yeah, for Oliver, I think he is one of those drivers. He's just consistent. He's always consistently good. Whether he would be able to win a race or not, there's a Chin Chicken Soman at the back there. Yeah, whether he's consistently good enough to win later today, we'll have to find out. But he is one of those drivers. He will just put in a solid performance.
Marcel Chincheek's another good one to talk about at the moment, isn't he? He's going to to be incredibly strong out there. And another one we should be talking about as well is Josh Rogers. How impressive has he been recently?
I can't speak highly enough of Josh. Everyone knows that my nickname for him is the King of Qualifying, because he somehow, much like Ayrton Senna back in the day, is able to find that magic 2 or 3 tenths. And me and Lewis were talking on the drive over, and we were reminded of a moment at the Gamers 8 tournament here in Riyadh last year, where Josh Rogers not only set what was a track record in qualifying, he broke his theoretical best lap from practice before that. So he went faster than he's ever gone before. The problem, in quotes, is that maybe the Porsche, we've been hearing from the drivers, it might be struggling a little bit at the top end of a straight, for example, for speed. And so when you think about some of the other cars, think about some of the tracks that we're going to go racing at, Josh is going to be really in a situation where he's going to have to pick his battles. It's a situation that suits him. They're one of the cleverest drivers in the grid.
He really is. And not only that, he's won the first of the 3 driver rounds. I mean, Cam, that's put him in a really good position, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And with how we have this index on the points as well, he's got that lead coming into this. Realistically, he is going to need to win a minimum of 3 races today. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. The other drivers can overcome that. Because in the end, if you win all of the races, you're going to end up winning just because of how the format is. So I think, yeah, looking at it, he's in a strong position. But as you say with the Porsche, he is slightly potentially on the back foot.
Arjuna, who do you think is going to be really strong today? Who's looking out there? You've spoken, you've gone down to the arena, you've had a chat to some of the drivers, you know what their woes and what they're happy about. Who's really standing out for you?
I think yesterday was very different to today. They've had a bit more practice, they're feeling a little bit more settled in. One thing just to note is that there was a rather big update to the game about a month or so ago. They've really only had about 2 weeks to dial in for their car. The previous 2 weeks was understanding the update, doing the BOP process. So who's adapted the quickest and who's going to get ready? I think there's going to be some surprises. I won't say too much.
Okay, we'll get ready for the surprises. Let's have a quick look at the schedule, though, because we've got lots of action to get underway over the next few days. Like I mentioned, it is the Drivers' Championship that we're looking at today. Here's today's schedule. We're starting out in Spa, and we're in Jeddah, Cameron. That's a cool one.
Absolutely. So, of course, a track that's been around for about the last 3 or so years in Formula 1. It's come over to Rennsport, which is a great addition. It's a very fast and flowing track. It's going to be pretty good for overtaking, I think. So great to have that as an addition. We also have it potentially around race 8 if we get there. So who knows, the champion might be crowned. So yeah, great to have that on board. And
Jeddah, is a track that, like you said, has really been more known for Formula 1. But later this year, we're going to bring GT3 cars for the SRO Europe finale. So we get a bit of a preview. GT3 cars at Jeddah for the very first time. It's going to be great. We're
going to have a look at our predictions in a moment. And if you want to get involved, of course, you can get involved with stcplay.gg. Quickly, predictions, what do we got?
Max Benneker. I think our driver's champion from ESL R1 Gamers 8 last year does it again. That BMW's looking good. Mal's feeling confident. I've got to go with him.
Okay, and predictions for you?
I'm going to have to go with Josh Rogers.
Okay.
I think he's on form and he's got that points lead already.
I'm going to go for Luke Bennett, but who knows? I just think he looked good and he was going strong. Just explain a little bit more. Come on, why do you think, Josh? Just quickly.
I think he's just so strong and he just comes out all the time towards the top. You say he's good in qualifying as well. That's very important in this series. And then with that points lead, I think it'd just take the other guys a couple of races to catch up. So he'll probably get into 170 first, and then it's looking good to get that win.
I think it's time to head to the arena. Atika's waiting by. Let's head over and see what the arena looks like.
In the world of racing, with a roar of engines meets the thrill of competition. Every turn is a challenge, and every second counts. The virtual track might be digital, but the passion and precision are as real as it gets. Welcome to the Esports World Cup, ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. We have the best sim racers from all over the globe, speeding up and pushing the limits for speed, skills, and precision. So let's get into it and let's introduce our drivers, starting with Joshua Rogers. One of the most decorated drivers out there. Joshua is here to show why he is a champion. Coming up next, Marcel Chinchik. Known for his precision and relentless drive, Marcel is always ready to push the boundaries. Coming up next, Kevin Siggy. A fierce competitor with a record of incredible finishes, Kevin's consistency and skill make him a threat. Coming up next, Yeri Toman. A tactical genius, known for his calculated approach, Yeri is ready to outsmart and outpace the competition. Coming up next, Sebastian Job. A master of speed and strategy, Sebastian is known for dominating the track with precision. Coming up next, Kevin Ellis Jr. A true competitor with a relentless spirit, Kevin is known for his daring maneuvers and calculated risks. And now, next, Luke Bennett. A rising star with a knack of clutch performance. Luke's demonstrating the drive makes him a top contender. Coming up next, Dare McCormack. A driver with a sharp focus and fearless approach. His racing style is all about precision and power. Coming up next, Johan Harf. A strategic thinker with competitive edge. Johan's precise control and calculated moves make him tough to beat. And now next, Kaiki Oliveira. With a flair of dramatic overthinks and fearless attitude, Kaiki is ready to challenge the competition. And now next, Thomas Tatla. A fearless competitor with aggressive racing style, Thomas is here to take the competition head on. And now, last but not least, Maximilian Beneke. With a reputation for being unstoppable, Maximilian's speed and agility are unmatched. And here we are with 12 drivers. So let's get into it. And drivers, please take your seats. And also, you viewers, take your seats and wear your seat belts because this race is going to be fast. So let's enjoy it and go to our casters.
So there we have it, all 12 drivers confirmed as we look to get set for racing. Big thank you to Atik down in the studio for getting us set ready for racing here at Spa-Francorchamps. A circuit that is settled out in the hills of Stavelot and in the heart of the Ardennes forest. It's a very long track, one of the longest circuits, the longest circuit you'll see on the calendar, and has plenty of overtaking opportunities, but also moments that could open up risk as well. Lewis, you're dancing with danger around this one.
It certainly is. I mean, 7 kilometres all the way around. It is a fantastic circuit to go racing at. And what an opener for us here at the Esports World Cup, of course. It's where we've seen so much drama. I'd argue the best race in ESL R1's history still happened around here. That was in LAN at Munich. Obviously, you weren't there, so it was much better. But that's fine. Of course, it was an excellent race between Marcel Cinchik and James Baldwin. Marcel Cinchik went on to win that day. Could he be going on to win today? Again, the Drivers' Championship, George. It's all sorted here today.
It is. And not only was Marcel Cinchik crowned champion at this very circuit, but also we got to remember when we head off to the fall season, it was Joshua Rogers who would take the title last year and who won here back at Riyadh. The last time we were here in Riyadh, it was Max Benneker. 3 different champions in the history of ESL R1, and they're all here competing for the big prize once more.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we've all had our predictions. Well, we've had their predictions. What was your predictions who was going to win, by the way?
I went with Josh Rogers myself.
I went far braver than anyone thought. I went with Dara McCormack because I have no fear at all. We'll have to wait and see, of course. They'll be heading into practice in just a moment, though, George. And, of course, then they'll have to qualify. That qualifying, of course, it's just 1 lap. That's all they get around these circuits. It is going to be tough for them to manage.
It will be. And the thing about Spa, and we all know about it, it's notorious. The plethora of different corners that you have to basically come up against, obviously kicking things off with a trip round La Source. Then you've got the move up through Eau Rouge and Radion before you then ascend up the hill through Kemmel before then venturing through Les Combes. Again, another area on track which I would say is predominant for issues or moments to occur. And then, of course, trip down through Brussels. I mean, the first sector is dangerous, but then, of course, you've got the technical point coming through the middle sector. You go through the Lafanier chicane out of Pouon, and then a trip down through towards Campus and Stavelot, and then you've got the furiously fast Blanchimont section, takes you through into Sector 3 before you're then hitting the heavy braking zone at the bus stop, and that will conclude a lap. But these guys have driven it time and time again, and plenty of them obviously looking to win here again this time. This is actually, incidentally, the only occasion we're going to be visiting Spa here in today's calendar.
Yeah, exactly. We obviously have a potential 9 races today. So effectively the way that today is going to work, let's say, for example, Josh Rogers is starting on 100 points because he was the points leader coming into it. Everyone else has been given the percentage gap between themselves and Josh, and that's how they've got their points. It's a little bit complicated, and I've not explained it very well there, but Josh has 100 points. They need to get to 170 points, and then they will enter finalist mode. Whoever gets into finalist mode and then wins the race, they are the champions. If Josh Rogers wins the first 3 races, he has 175 points. Wins the next one, he's champion. So it could be as short as 4 races, could be as long as 9. If we require that 9th race, things are slightly different because then it goes back to points or whoever wins in finalist mode. But that's a topic we'll cover much later on in the afternoon. Basically, we're focused on drivers to maximise their points, to get up to that 170 and get themselves after it. We already saw a race earlier on today. That was the last chance qualifier race. It was won by Thomas Tattler. Now, obviously, coming into this, he's quite far back on the points. That's fine. We'll talk about that in a moment. But he's got a race already under his belt and a race victory already. What do you think that does to his confidence?
Well, again, I think that's a big boon. And I have to say, right from the get-go, he found that clean air. I think that's what was imperative. Obviously, qualifying on pole is one thing, but you know, actually keeping hold of it and trying to register these fast laps time on time. I'll tell you who really impressed me was Kaiki Oliveira. I mean, stepping up right to that late stage, bringing in his absolute best for BS Plus competition, representing the BMW team. BMWs actually here on Rennsport are known to be quite strong, obviously given the fact we've got a team like Team Redline that pretty much dominated the entirety of the team's championship. But then obviously the Audis gave a good account when we think about Team Falcons, you know, stepping up for the first time in ESL R1, and with Tattler taking victory. I think even those teams that are sided with Audi, I think are going to take a lot of solace out of that performance.
Look, Team Falcons, of course, they are the club champions here at the Esports World Cup. That's already been crowned. That's already been
signed, sealed, and delivered.
They've got too much of a lead over any other team. They've already signed that one off. But here at the Esports World Cup, here, of course, in the ESL R1, they're still looking to look for some further crowns. And of course, for Thomas Tattler, it's a long shot, but there is still the potential, at least, for something special. And hey, even then, it's more about, you know, working your way up the order, maybe sneaking yourself a little extra prize money. They're about to be jumping though into their practice session, but we'll see them do a couple of laps at Spa. and then it's all about qualifying.
It absolutely is. And we could talk about some of the contenders that are taking part in this, because we have got a sensational lineup here right in front of us. Obviously, we're just taking a look at obviously some of the last chance pictures at the moment, but eventually we will get into the broadcast itself. But yeah, tremendous to see the cars now venturing out on track. I mean, just the sincere detail when we look at Regsport as a platform as well, Lewis, is sensational. What they have done to obviously push this through. We're now taking a little look at pan pictures coming out of the pit lane at Spa and up the hill. Don't necessarily pay too much attention to the early pictures. We now have the grid right in front of us right now, but we also have Matuszewski who is riding on board with. Not in this race, though.
No, exactly. So what you're seeing there on the tower on the left-hand side, that's actually the results from the previous race, from the last chance qualifiers. You can see Tatler, Oliveira, and Johan Aert, who actually snuck through. That was a very impressive move. Him. We are on board with one of the red line drivers who was sliding his way into Les Combes, now through Malmedy and dropping down the hill. You really get a sense of the oversteer, of the sliding that these cars go in, particularly with the BMW. I have noticed it does seem to be pretty rear happy, at least on the brakes. You're coming off that brake pedal, it does seem to slip and slide a little bit into the corner. The 12 finalists, we saw them come out, by the way, Dara McCormack, Yuri Toman, Josh Rogers, Kevin Ellis Jr., Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett, Marcel Chinchik, Max Benneker, Sebastian Job, Kaiki Oliveira, Thomas Tatler, and Johan Aert. Those are the 12 drivers that will be taking to the circuit. The final 3 that I read out there, though, those are the 3 that had to work their way through in the last chance. We're actually taking a look at Luke Bennett here. Nope.
Kevin Siggy?
It is Kevin Siggy.
Kevin Siggy in the familiar number 11, and he has been tracked and followed by the Apex Racing team, Mercedes further back. As we now also take a look at Thomas Tatler in the 77 Audi R8 LMS GT3 that just came off the back of winning the last chance race in order to grant himself a placing to be in the final 12 to compete for the Drivers' Championship here in the Esports World Cup. As we now ride on board what we did, we're now going to watch back again the Team Falcons driver heading down in towards Brussels. Very important to find your bearings in these practice scenarios here, Lewis.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, these drivers, if you've never watched ESL R1, they have done so many laps of Spa that, to be fair, they could probably do it blindfold. In fact, I think we tried that in Munich and it didn't go very well. So I'll hold my horses on that one. It was pretty funny to see them try. But alas, you know, they've done so many laps of circuit. They know it. They know it really, really well. This practice session is not going to gain them any extra speed. They're not going to learn anything new in this practice session. That's not what this practice session is for. All it is, you know, they've been out with the rig for a little bit. It's just go around the circuit, find your feet, make sure you're comfortable in the rig that you're in, and then, you know, settle yourself, and that's where you're getting ready for qualifying. That is more importantly what this is about. Can see a couple of drivers. There is the 98, of course. Kevin Ellis Jr., by the way. I don't know if you remember this. Do you remember at Gamers 8 last year where Kevin Ellis Jr. had to work his way through into the drivers' final, and it was done in a hot lap shootout between Marco Pech and himself? That was done around this circuit. So Kevin Ellis Jr. could be quite
fireworks.
strong here.
It was that particular one. But Kevin Ellis Jr., of course, joined in the Apex Racing team via their academy as a 19-year-old back in 2017, and has been with them ever since. Then eventually moving up to their main team roster, and has gone on to do truly amazing things. I mean, we look back at the fall season where, of course, he took victory there. We saw raw emotion back at Sweden on that occasion. We could see a little bit more here today. Team Mouse also with a stacking their chips in the palms of Max Benneker, and for good reason. I mean, if you want someone behind the wheel, you want someone as experienced as he. The 30-year-old who began sim racing.
Is he 30?
He's 30 years of age, would you believe? Started sim racing, well, what he believed to be sim racing, true sim racing in his words, 2015. He actually began racing in 2011, but he is the ESL R1 Gamers 8 champion, so has the form around Riyadh.
And I'm sure his biggest fan is watching on. I won't name names because she'll kill me, but that's fine. I like to say, all these drivers do have their fair fan base, of course. And let's be honest, Max Benneker definitely one of those. He is our Gamers 8 champion. He's also sat in a gravel trap, which is not a good sign. He's probably one of the larger favourites, though, for this competition. The 92. It is Joshua Rogers. Still don't fully know what the K means in Josh K. Rogers, but we'll find out one day.
Yeah, we certainly will. But this is a young man who is absolutely, well, he's a sensation when it comes to sim racing. Our most recent ESL R1 champion, all the way back in Sweden. did it in great style too. Porsche Coanda are no strangers to success here at Riyadh either. They took the team's championship at Gamers 8 last season, and be looking to perhaps even feather their own nests once more. They've got such a strong lineup. Of course, even in ESL R1, we've got a mixture of drivers that have prior racing experience and have also gone on to have racing experience. Josh Rogers actually is one of those people. He actually competed in karting back when he was 5 years of age and ran his karting career essentially alongside his sim racing. But when sim racing started taking off for him, that was when the time was right to make the move. Dara McCormack, also another driver to watch out for. He himself has had an almighty rise in the last few years.
My pick. Obviously, up until recently, was the only driver to have won back-to-back rounds of ESL R1. Josh Rogers put an end to that by winning 3 on the bounce, but that's fine. Of course, one of those victories was around here. We'll have to wait and see how the Mercedes performs. Obviously, there are 4 different cars here in ESL R1 on Rennsport. You've got the Mercedes, you've got the Audi, you've got the BMWs, you can see there, and the Porsche, all 4 of which are out in action in this race, in this competition. We have got all 4 qualified, which is always good to see. Obviously, there's a hard work behind the scenes for balance of performance. When you only get 12 drivers,
off the back of free practice. And we're now taking a little look at pictures inside the arena. Marcel Chinchik, who is very familiar with final scenarios, as is this man, Joshua Rogers, the man who came into this fantastic Esports World Cup occasion with the championship lead in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, we are now back on camera. Our camera did die for a second then. I thought your dashing good looks were too good for the camera, and it did bail on us. But don't worry,
too kind.
Don't worry, it is still us. Obviously, like you say, practice there coming to a close, so now it's time for qualifying. Let's talk a little bit about how qualifying is going to work. Effectively, they are going to start before the final chicane, 1 at a time with 20-second intervals. I think it's 20 seconds anyway. They will go around the circuit. They will get 1 lap. If that lap is invalidated, or if they exceed track limits, they'll get a slowdown penalty, and then effectively their lap time's going to be rubbish, and they'll be starting from the back of the field anyway. And you know, fastest driver gets pole position. And you would think that because they get 1 lap, they'd be driving maybe at 98%. That doesn't work in ESL R1. Every single lap needs to be on the limit.
Every single sector needs to be on the limit. Imperative if you want to succeed here in ESL R1. As we now ride on board, I believe this is an Apex Racing Team car that we're currently sat in the wings of on screen, but we are currently sat waiting for qualifying to get underway. But obviously a lot for our drivers to bear and deal with, certainly around a track such as Spa. Just a quick reminder of the length of this track as well, 7.004 kilometers, that's 4.352 miles. We said you'd be dancing with danger, you certainly will around this circuit. 19 turns, opened all the way back in August of 1921. It's already gone past its centenary year, and we're now back again here in ESL R1 here in 2024. It never gets old, Lewis.
No, certainly doesn't. I do believe we are in qualifying, by the way, because I do have, I've got an Apex Racing driver going around the circuit at the moment and trying to hook up all of the curbs. It is a tricky circuit. We'll get these pictures to you as soon as we can, of course, but trust me, they are absolutely on the limit of this circuit. Should be a lot of fun, though, in qualifying. Spa, not necessarily one where track position is king. I was having a little chat with Johan Hart before this, and he said that basically any circuit you can overtake at, the slipstream is more than enough around here as we get to in-game pictures.
Yep, we're now in the midst of a lap here at Spa, and as we now watch our driver, of course, driving the Apex Racing car, make its way down in towards the next right and left. This could be Kevin Ellis Jr. This could be Johan Hart. It is Johan Hart who we're currently watching out on track right now, who now makes his way down through towards turn 1 at the source. Remember, it's a one-shot quali element, and coming across the line and coming to a standstill is Johan Hart. Not quite sure whether that was a time that was enlisted or if it is indeed a cool-down run. But we're now panning across to a Team Vitality lineup. And this is
Marcel
number 15
Chinchik.
of Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, indeed. Chinchik then out through the final corner. We'll get these lap times updated to you as soon as we can. Chinchik coming out of Stavlo, out of Curve Paul Frere, going past the karting circuit up towards Blanchimont. Not sure how Johan Hart's lap time was. He crossed the line, but Marcel Chinchik, I mean, look, he's the master of Monza. We've got double Monza coming up a little bit later on, but we'll have to wait and see on that one how the Audi R8 is going to perform around there. Heavy onto the brakes, of course. He was beaten by James Baldwin here back in the ESL R1's spring season finale, and that was what made James Baldwin enter finalist mode and denied him the championship. He did take it a little bit later on, but that was at Monza. Across the line to finish his lap time goes Marcel Chinchik. Not sure what the time is just yet.
Yeah, just bear with us, folks. We will keep you updated as time goes on. We're now going to take a look at Josh Rogers, who's now heading through Brussels corner. And,
is he slow?
I'm not quite sure. I think he's on the limit at the moment, heading through the Hockenheim corner. And then down through, or should I say, Jackie Ixbend, I should say. Your ring corner is down in Austria. A Red Bull ring, as we now watch Rogers swerve down through Pouhon. And then taking a trip down in towards the Lafania chicane. We've got pan pictures of Kevin Siggy as well in the top right as we now make our way through the middle sector.
So I do have lap times coming in. They are coming in a little bit slower, but I will still get you. I've got Kaki Oliveira and I've got Johan Hart's lap time. Kaki Oliveira was a 13.7. Johan Hart's done a 13.878. We're not 100% sure as to what are good lap times because the physics have changed ever so slightly. And so when they do, the lap times in effect aren't 100% accurate. I'm about to get Marcel Chinchik's lap time, obviously that he crossed. He did a 14.0. So Marcel Chinchik, a few tenths off the top times at the moment is Kaki Oliveira, then Hart, then Chinchik. Your session at the moment.
Yeah, Josh Rogers now coming through Blanchimont and then a trip down towards the final chicane at bus stop. You'll hit the heavy braking zone. We'll need to make sure he primes his spot, but no better man behind the wheel of a Porsche than this one indeed. Of course, like I said, a winner in karts. He's now going to look to win once again, this time in GT. Across the line, Oliveira still at the top. Johan Hart in third. Kevin Ellis Jr., ART 2 and 3. But look at this, Rogers now across the line. We're just waiting for his time to update. Still currently 6th in our standings at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. This is Luke Bennett. We'll have Siggy, Job and McCormack all come through before we'll get Bennett, who's just starting his lap time. Not sure what Rogers has set, but you can see Kaki Oliveira there. Kevin Ellis Jr. in second. As much as it says it's the exact same lap time, we had that in the previous session of the last chance qualifier. I don't believe it will be exactly the same. I think there will be a gap. Great lap time from Kaki Oliveira then with that 13.711. Ellis Jr. behind, then Art, then Toman, Chinchik, and Rogers with a 14.043. You were bigging him up. He's rubbish.
He's let us down. I must say now he's the last, well, basically effectively last of the cars that have indeed set lap times. And as we now watch the Team Red Line once again make its way through bus stop. This time it's Sebastian Job who's now making his way out of the chicane and heading up towards the line. His teammate Kevin Siggy watching at this stage too. Let's see whether Job can improve. Still no registration yet. We will, of course, keep you updated as the times come in. Obviously, Redline will be looking to follow suit from how they performed in the opening start of the championship phase. What I must say is that the timing tower, for me at least, not sure about you, Lewis, is upside down. We've got Oliveira up at the top, and we've got ART 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Josh Rogers is further down the order is absolutely crazy. Still not got Siggy's lap time in. That one will just come in a second. Of course, Sebastian Jones will follow. Dara McCormack to cross the line. A 39.0 in the first sector. It was a little bit off where we'd want them to be, but still, it's pretty handy. Next one coming up, Max Benneker, the Gamers 8 champion. Look at Siggy. He did actually go and grab provisional pole position.
Yeah, credit to Siggy, a 2:13.707, matching the time, though, from Kaki Oliveira to the 1,000th as we now watch as Max Benneker comes through the bus stop chicane now. And once again, we see live pictures from his POV. Up towards the line he'll go. That's a 109.848, I believe, looking across, but 38.996 in the first sector. Can't quite see the rest of those sector times, but we'll soon see where Max Benneker placed. But Siggy still on top here so far, Lewis.
Sebastian Job actually ended up in 4th position, by the way, after his lap. I'm about to get Dara McCormack in a second, and obviously Benneker's over there. 2 more lap times in this session, being Luke Bennett, who we're having here, who did actually have some good form in the online season. As he'll come out towards the line. Timus Tatler will be the final one to end out the session, of course, for Falcons. Luke Bennett will cross the line and finish his lap time. Not sure what his response would have been to that one. Here's someone who will give you absolutely no emotion at any point, George.
No, not at all. and even coming off the back of winning the last chance saloon race as such, but has now got himself an opportunity to potentially steal the Drivers' Championship crown. And what an occasion to do it off the back of winning the last chance. And now heading down through towards the line. Let's keep our eyes peeled. 39.143 in Sector 1, 58.968 in Sector 2. Tatler goes 9th fastest, or 8th fastest even, goes ahead of Luke Bennett. So there you have it, Kevin Siggy, your fastest man here at Spa.
Yeah, by 0.003 of a second. A 7.07 for Kevin Siggy, a 7.10 for Kaiki Oliveira, a 7.42 for Kevin Ellis Jr., a 7.47 for Dara McCormack, a 7.65 for Sebastian Job, a 7.71 for Max Benneker, meaning that if you were more than 0.07 of a second off of pole position, you are down in 6th. That is incredibly close. What a lap time it was from Kevin Siggy. What a lap time it was from Kaiki Oliveira. We didn't even know who was going to be in this competition until this morning.
Absolutely stunning stuff. And they'll head out now for a quick practice before we get into racing action. But Kevin Siggy bringing his best to the forefront. Started sim racing at age 12, but he has really grown into it, hasn't he, over the years. Has actually won numerous championships in the single-seater realm, but since coming across and joining Team Redline in 2020, his favourite track, incidentally, happens to be Spa. So he has done it at his favourite circuit. Great opportunity to take this one home, and will obviously favour the clean air.
I remember Kevin Siggy back in the day when he was, still fresh-faced in sim racing, 2013.
Not quite the same moustache, though.
No, definitely not. I remember being in. I've told this story a lot. I did a Porsche championship in a series called Touring Pro Series, which some people might know. Stoffel Van Dorn is a champion in it. Don't worry about it. I took part in that. I was in Division 2. Do you know who else was in Division 2? Kevin Siggy was. That's how bad he used to be. So it means if I'd have kept up with sim racing, I'd have got pole position here today. That's what I'm going with anyway, right? No?
Lewis McGlade, a champion.
Champion of the ESL R1, sort of.
Well, you were faster than me in touring cars, so I'll give you that.
Yeah, around here by how many seconds was it?
I can't remember.
It was
all
12,
a blur.
It was 12 seconds, by the way.
Incredible. We won't let him get away with it, folks, I promise you. But yes, absolutely outstanding. Great start, obviously, for Redline, though. Would you say that there's it's a bit of a bittersweet one, Lewis, off the back of maybe expecting a little bit more from your Luke Bennett as such? And
well, maybe. The thing is, I'd say is that the first race, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter because it's still points. These are still the same 25 points that you're going to get. But it's still, if you have a bad race now, it's okay. It's not too bad.
Yeah, we will be bringing you the overview of the qualifying results as well, folks. Kevin Siggy, as you can see, your fastest man at 2:13.707. It looked like it was matching during our qualification phase, but Kaiki Oliveira actually setting a 2:13.711. But a great lap there for the BS Plus competition BMW team. Kevin Ellis Jr., Dara McCormack, Sebastian Job, Max Benneker, Johan Harth, Thomas Tatler, Luke Bennett, Yuri Tobin, Marcel Chinchik down in 10th and 11th, with Josh Rogers generally spoken of as the favourites in this competition, actually down in 12th place right at the very back. Not an ideal start, but credit to Kevin Siggy, credit to Kaiki Oliveira, and an incredible effort for ART as well. Some huge shockers once again, Lewis. Bennett, Toman, Chinchik, Rogers, the bottom four.
Certainly so. Well, we'll head back down into the stage area to see exactly what's going down. Obviously, you can see the view here in the race session. You can see they're just on the warm-up lap here, George. It's time for you to get very noisy and potentially deafen me.
Yeah, brace yourself, everybody. We're about to get set and ready to go, as now what looked to be a safety car now peeling into the pit lane, as now the cars get set to race here at Spa-Francorchamps, the ESL R1 Esports World Cup. They'll put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Great start there for Kevin Siggy. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, is going to have a look up the inside, round the outside. Kaiki Oliveira, Dara McCormack, also in the thick of all this too, but a great start for Siggy. He's leading clear, he's out in front, just needs to hold on to it. Kevin Ellis Jr. did well to keep Oliveira and McCormack at bay.
Look at this though, side by side in the background, that's between Thomas Tatler and Max Benneker. Tatler had to back out of it though, so Benneker's still in 6th position. Sebastian Job was taking a little bit of a look at the rear end of Dara McCormack, and you can see he's going for the move now as we head onto the Camel straight. They head through the Camel curve now up towards Lake Com. It's Siggy from Ellis Jr. from Oliveira, but it's that side by side for 4th.
Yeah, At the very back, Johan Hart suffering, Yuri Toman suffering because Josh Rogers has now gained 2 places. We've now got Siggy now at the, well, in the midst of an attack. Should I say Sebastian Job in the midst of an attack with Dara McCormack, who's currently sat in 5th. Max Benneker now also looking for a way through, but Siggy still out in front, just under 5/10 of a second between the front two. A little bit of contact between Benneker and McCormack.
Yeah, Benneker just a little bit too hard there down into Rivage, a little bit deep in the corner. You can find that second apex though, and it's not too bad. They head through No Name and drop it down the hill towards Puon, and Dara McCormack in 5th position needs to basically get some wins onto the board if you're going to go and start competing for this championship. Kevin Siggy in 1st place. I remember someone on the commentary team, not going to name names, but they said Kevin Siggy won't win this. He's not consistent enough. Well, he's winning at the moment, and he is taking top points if he can bring it home in 6 laps time.
Yeah, what I will say is that member of the broadcast team will eventually be on show at some point, folks. Kevin Siggy, a former winner, of course, around this track, but also more recently has taken part in various rounds. Still not yet a round winner this season, but finished 3rd back at Road Atlanta for round 2 in the Drivers' Championship, but has taken a victory here at Spa. It was semi-final 1 when we took part in that. Well, it wasn't semi-final 1 necessarily, but it was a semi-final place number 1 when we went to Spa in round 3 of the championship leading up through to the Esports World Cup. As we're now taking a look at Kevin Siggy, or not Kevin Siggy even, Kevin Ellis Jr., wrong Kevin, who's currently sat in 2nd, as we now take a look. Sorry, Lewis.
I think there might have been contact in the background between Bennett and Tattler going out of the exit of the bus stop. I did see the Team Falcons car running out quite wide there. There's a look over the shoulder of Kaiki Oliveira, though, for BS Competition, who, again, just to remind you, this morning, we weren't sure if he was going to be racing in this. He had to come through the last chance qualifier. He looks like a different man today.
I did say, watch out for Kaiki Oliveira prior to coming into the show, and I must say he's giving us a great show right now, creeping over the hill out of Eau Rouge and Radion, and he's tracking Kevin Ellis Jr. like a man possessed. Mercedes will meet BMW up the hill. The question is, will Kaiki Oliveira open the door through Les Combes and try and launch a challenge? He's decided against it, but we did see a battle for the back. Oh, Benneker! Benneker and McCormack! Benneker's spun it, McCormack is round, and Thomas Tattler, I'm sure, is going to hoover all of that up. Drama. McCormack back on, but Benneker's gone. Benneker's gone.
McCormack's got to slow down. He's got to give basically all of this back up. They were 3 wide behind all this. So Sebastian Job, I think, was in the middle. Dara McCormack was on one side, or maybe Dara McCormack was in the middle. Sebastian Job was on one side. And then, obviously, sneaking his way through was Max Benneker. The problem is, we need to see a replay of that one, but I don't know who pinched who. I'm pretty sure Benneker was the one that made it 3 wide, and whoever was the furthest left of shot, obviously furthest right of the circuit, was the one that moved over. Race control 100% take a look at that. Somehow, McCormack's come through all that and is still holding on to 5th. There's Sebastian Job, who we're riding on board with now in 4th position. What drama we're getting here in the opening race of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, the gap was spread out, wasn't it, as the incident took place, but Dara McCormack can take some respite knowing that he hasn't lost too many places. Luke Bennett still in behind and tracking him. Sebastian Job, however, is in front of him. So it's a red line sandwich as far as Dara McCormack is concerned. And he's got Kaiki Oliveira then further up. The top 3 have still remained virtually the same. Siggy, Ellis Jr., Oliveira, Job trying to get closer, but has got a lot of work to do because it's 1.4 as McCormack now once again gives chase. And look at this, Tattler in behind.
Did you say red line sandwich?
Yeah.
You like white bread sandwiches then? Fair enough, that's fine. Sandwiches are named after the ingredients. It's a McCormack sandwich with red line bread. Get it through your head, Morgan, my goodness me. Whatever, it's a fantastic battle. That's the important bit. There's a look over the shoulder of Derek McCormack, the feisty Irishman. My pick for the victory of this. It's a tall shot, it's fine. But he is right on the rear end of Sebastian Job. Best he can really do in this race is 4th position and has to fend off Sebastian Job's teammate on his hunt for that. Thomas Tattler closing his way back in as well as the slipstream takes them up through Eau Rouge and Radion. Here's the replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Benneker, unfortunately, a sitting duck in that one. Obviously, had to run onto the grass, and McCormack makes contact. Side by side coming through Les Combes.
Did he, though, drive onto the grass to make that 3 wide? If he drove onto the grass to make that 3 wide, I'm sorry, it's his fault.
Well, tricky business. McCormack, incidentally, has lost a place. 2 red line cars now sit in front. Job in 4th, Bennett in 5th. McCormack, who's one of his proudest moments actually representing Munster Rugby Club in sim racing in Ireland, no less. partnering it up with Williams Esports, and has since gone on to take part with Williams, and has done for such a long time, generally touted as one of the greats here in this series as they now make their way down through Puon. Siggy still in charge, Oliveira tracking Kevin Ellis Jr. These three have careered away, 2.5 seconds now between Job and Oliveira, but Redline, I think, will have some sort of respite knowing that 3 of their drivers currently sit in that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're scoring well. Kevin Siggy, of course, was the was second on the points coming into this. So him taking the victory, Josh Rogers being back in 9th is huge for the Drivers' Championship. It's huge for him, looking at the gloves there of Kevin Ellis Jr. As he sat on the rear end. He's closed his way back up to the rear end of Kevin Siggy. It's Kev versus Kev at the front of the field as we're passing the halfway point of the race. 4 laps left to go during this one. I will say Kevin Siggy, rather, looks pretty calm as he's about to get a little bit of a bump draft potentially. I have been told the slipstream's been slightly increased this season. We saw that a little bit in the online championship, and we're certainly seeing it here as Kevin Ellis Jr. is starting to knock at the door potentially for the opening race victory here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, still got some way to go. We will have breached and surpassed the halfway mark as we now cross the line once more. A trip down through towards turn 1 lies in wait. Siggy still in charge. Oliveira has snatched the fastest lap away from Kevin Ellis Jr. in that last lap as well. So it's still all up for question. One thing that's not in question, though, is the form that Kevin Ellis Jr. has witnessed since beginning his ESL R1 journey. We remember back to Katowice at the very start when it all first began as they creep over Arouge and Radion once again. Kevin Siggy still up at the top. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, might have given up the ghost. Maybe have, or maybe has turned around and said, listen, it's time for me to take a turn. Is he going to wait in tow? I think he will, you know. But Kevin Ellis Jr., no stranger to winning races. We look back, even this season alone, looking back at the team's championship, where of course he was a victor back at Daytona in the quarterfinals. He would then go on to win again at Road Atlanta in the semi-final phase at Road Atlanta during the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, victories in this camp. You've got Kaiki Oliveira, who obviously has the single victory. You've got Kevin Ellis Jr., who's got 6. You've got Kevin Siggy, who's got 15. He's won 16% of the races that he's done in ESL R1. So it makes sense that he's going to take a victory at some point today. What a way to do it, to open it up at a circuit which he likes, he's favoured for. It's the only time we're going to see the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps today. And at the moment, Siggy's in position, but the fastest lap has come through from Kaiki Oliveira, who sat at the rear. This is back to 6th position, though. Dara McCormack staring at the rear end of the red line duo that sees Sebastian Job, Luke Bennett, but he's also got Marcel Chinchik behind him. He's got Tumas Tatler behind him. He's got the points leader, Joshua Rogers, behind him as well.
Yeah. Definitely does that. Joshua Rogers obviously has had to work hard from the bottom to the top, but at this stage he's only 9th place and needs to find a little more as we take a look at Dara McCormack riding on board with the Williams Esports driver all the way from Ireland, now starting to close back up to the back of Luke Bennett, who took his place away not too long ago, and now back watching Kevin Ellis Jr. this time trying to close up to Kevin Siggy. But Dara McCormack, obviously someone who's familiar. We have got some action happening for the back in the bus stop as well. Looked like McCormack went very deep down the inside. Bennett is in fact going to take it back briefly. Looked like Dara had his number, but not this time.
No, certainly not. Like I say, a couple of switches, but still, you can see Dara McCormack's now having to fend off Marcel Chinchik, who might be to the inside of him, working down to the final corner. Still looking forwards from Kaiki Oliveira as the race for the battle, the race for victory, rather, the battle for the victory is separated by just 0.6 of a second. 3 laps left to go here in the opening race of the Esports World Cup. Couple of slides coming in there from Kevin Ellis Jr. I think we're going to see a little bit of patience here from Kevin Ellis Jr., but I wonder if Kaiki Oliveira might try and force the issue here. He's not the most cutthroat of drivers. Speaking of cutthroat drivers, though, back to Josh Rogers, getting past Dara McCormack for 7th.
Yeah, he must have heard me say that 9th wasn't enough, because he's ascended to 7th. If he can get past McCormack at least anyway, heading through Lake Con, wheel to wheel, there will go. Ooh. Rogers squeezing him, as does McCormack in return. They'll head through Malmedy. We look at the rear now of Marcel Chinchik as he sees a Porsche and a Mercedes clambering through out of Malmedy down the hill through Brussels now as we dip dive now. Still wheel to wheel, they'll stay. The Mercedes trying to fend him off. The Porsche has no answer. McCormack defends well and withstands the pressure. 7th place now for McCormack. It stays as it was.
So Marcel Chinchik obviously did get through going down into turn 1. That's how he's got up into 6th position. Dara McCormack then down to 7th. Josh Rogers in 8th position. Tumas Tatler, who's actually dropped back quite a lot in all this, down to 9th. But either way, Dara McCormack then holding on to 7th spot. A little bit of the squeeze from Josh Rogers coming down into reverse, so no major dramas there. That's why there was a little bit of contact and it pushed them out wide. Great defense coming in from McCormack. Does seem as though that Mercedes is struggling potentially with tyres towards the end of this race. We ride on board with McCormack. Is the front end struggling? That's the big question.
Yeah, that is the big question. Obviously, they need to try and manage the tyres. It is still a factor here in Rennsport, no less here in ESL R1, and it's a long lap around Spa as well. Very tricky, plenty of differing corners, many of them that can certainly fray the rubber. As now once again we rejoin the top end, and Kevin Ellis Jr. leading the way now ahead of Kevin Siggy, with Kaiki Oliveira down in 3rd place. Oliveira still holding on to that fastest lap, but this race is far from over. Penultimate lap now about to begin. No less Siggy, I'm sure, is going to look to try and regain the place that he lost to Kevin Ellis Jr. not too long ago. Ellis Jr. now snatching that fastest lap off Kaiki Oliveira.
Do you know who is closing in, though, a little bit? Just bit by bit, I am seeing the gap between Sebastian Job and Kaiki Oliveira come down slightly. It's within a second. I'm pretty sure the slipstream, I think it's pretty extreme, under 7/10, but around like 1 to 1.2 seconds. I'm pretty sure that's where you start getting the first little bit here on Rennsport. So Kevin Ellis Jr. then up to the lead of the race. Kevin Siggy behind, Kaiki Oliveira behind, as you've alluded to. Sebastian Job's not necessarily out of this fight. Remember, he is quite good when it comes to taking race victories. He has the 2nd highest percentage of race victories in ESL R1.
Yeah, definitely does that. And someone who is committed to the cause here in this championship for Apex Racing is Kevin Ellis Jr. Kevin Siggy, though, looking to come back at him, has got such a strong legacy, a huge fan base, hails from Slovenia, as well as got Kaiki Oliveira. He hails from Brazil, has been outstanding, Oliveira, since joining the championship. Was one of the stars at Furia last year and has now since moved across to BS Plus competition. And BS Plus competition will know all about Apex Racing Team, both having phenomenal histories in sim racing themselves, and now here to roost in ESL R1 once more. Into Sector 2 they will go. Kevin Ellis Jr. still leads the way, starting to break a little clearer now away from Kevin Siggy in behind. It's now 0.4 of a second between them, certainly not enough to should we say, evict Kevin Siggy out of the lead fight. I get the feeling it's all going to happen on this final lap as we now look to bring an end to lap 6. We're heading into Sector 3 proper. Sebastian Joe still working hard. And I think you're absolutely right, Lewis, as we just see Oliveira just scraping up some of that gravel. That gap is coming down slightly, ever so slightly, between Sebastian Job and the top 3.
It's not coming down enough, though. Still around 1.3 seconds. Obviously, it'll actually grow around here because Kaiki Oliveira is getting the slipstream from Kevin Siggy, but in the corners, it'll kind of it should shrink a little bit. And Sebastian Job will be able to close back in. I just don't think it's going to be enough for him to get a challenge, at least not at a decent point. I know you got that moving to the bus stop, but certainly not enough for him to challenge for victory. On to the final lap as Kevin Ellis Jr. runs a little bit wide here. Kevin Siggy is 110% going to go for a move into Les Combes. We head into La Source and prepare that 2-kilometre run. Right now, look at that line. Out wide, brings it in deep, builds himself up a nice half-second margin. He is going to be closing down that bit by bit, George. There is definitely going to be a move here.
I would think so. Final lap to come, and it's Kevin Ellis Jr. who holds all the cards. But for how much longer? Because Kevin Siggy is going to be looking for a royal flush. If you now take a look at a replay, that's the moment. Oh, Thomas Tatler, unfortunately, going off through Les Combes. Dara McCormack was involved in this. We now take a look at them going wheel to wheel, heading through the Les Combes fade, just getting Thomas Tatler onto the curb. Very forceful drive in between the two. Obviously, the stewards will be up to decide that one. But what we want to see is the lead fight. We want to take a look at the lead pictures because Kevin Siggy is taking the lead away. And now Kevin Ellis Jr. is trying to give chase. Oliveira looking for his chance. He's going to go around the outside, coming through Brussels corner. Contact between them as they fight over second. But all of this allowing Siggy to get away and hold on and consolidate that lead advantage, Lewis.
Yeah, the Ellis Jr. is going to be close enough to try something potentially down into the final corner. It's certainly not done yet. There is a big slipstream, and obviously it's a long run coming out of Stavilo down into the bus stop chicane. Just 0.3 between the top two. Sebastian Job now makes it 4 drivers separated by less than a second when it comes to the battle for the opening race victory in the Esports World Cup. 2 of those representing Redline, 1 representing BS Competition, and of course the Apex Racing Team driver there for Kevin Ellis Jr. directly behind. It is going to be a tough battle. I don't know who's going to take the victory in this one. Of course, Siggy's in the favoured spot right now. It's Kev versus Kev. I think Oliveira is a little bit out of it unless there's contact between the top 2.
Well, Kevin Siggy, it has to be said, did it where it counted on the run up through towards Les Combes. Naturally, It is something that he is oh so akin to. Started sim racing at the age of 12. His favourite track is Spa, but he's about to be challenged now by one Kevin Ellis Jr. The two Kevins go side by side through the final two corners here. Will the Mercedes batter back against the BMW? It's going to be a drag race to the line. Wheel to wheel they go, but Kevin Siggy will win at his favourite track at Spa. A sensational start for the Team Redline team, and now it puts them in the W column, at least as far as this man's concerned. Siggy, your first winner in ESL R1 here in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, there's the driver. He finished in second spot, of course. Kevin Ellis Jr. did it. Look, he gave it a good go. That's all you can ask for. And I will say, backed out at the right point. Kai Oliveira, probably one of the happier drivers that you'll come across in all of this, finishing in third. Absolutely fantastic, George.
Yeah, well, folks, after all that excitement, we can head to a quick break. We'll be right back.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Still got Cameron Roger alongside me. Zach Sweeney has come to join us, and we've just watched a thrilling race around Spa. Our first race, which was won by Kevin Siggy, but so much drama. I mean, let's start with you, Zach. Welcome. Lovely to see you. What was your standout moment of that race?
I mean, the standout moment for me happened before the race had even started. Qualifying was so incredibly close. I mean, just to show the level of competition that we've got for this championship, none of our previous ESL R1 champions qualified inside of the top 4, right? And the top 6 were separated by less than 1/10 of a second. So before the race had even started, we know that it was going to be a banger. Going into it, they left it all out on the track. What a way to start this this Thursday.
It was really exciting, and Kevin Siggy just at the end really holding on, but it was a great battle even across the line.
Oh, absolutely. Ellis Jr. was doing such an amazing job there. He even obviously got into lead for quite a while of that race, but Ziggy just managed to get him. Let's see some highlights as we go throughout the race. There's contact already in turn 1. Such a shame to see that for Johan Half having that contact after getting through in that last chance qualifier, going around. But of course, that was not the only contact this race. This is Benica going to the left-hand side up towards Lake Com, slightly on the grass, then contact was made. McCormack going through Yob, I think that was as well, having that just a little bit of contact. But look at the risk that he was taking around the outside there, but unfortunately ended up in the barrier.
I mean, there was action after action, Zach. What else could we see?
Yeah, so this was McCormack giving Tartler way too much of a squeeze going into Lake Com. I mean, understandably, you can see it from McCormack. He doesn't want to see track position, but Tartler going in is firmly alongside. As they get to the apex, is easily more than halfway along. So Tartler, in his mind, is saying, well, why haven't I been given space here? McCormack is probably going to say, well, it's my racing line.
And then we came to the front. This is Ziggy. Oliveira trying to follow him through. Kevin Ellis Jr. on the outside line there for Apex. He then had a really good braking zone. A little bit of door rubbing as they worked their way through Lecom in towards Malmedy. But this was Ziggy there retaking back the lead. And they were just pushing for it. But eventually, of course, Ziggy would come out on top as we got to the exit of the corner.
Yeah, and then, of course, in the end, it was going to be Siggy that held on to take his first victory of the day and, with it, take the championship lead, Cam.
Indeed. Well, let's see how the results went, shall we? It was Kevin Siggy who was leading. This is the Drivers' Championship at the moment, where Josh Rogers is still leading. Kevin Siggy obviously picking up a lot of points from that one. Are we surprised to see how impressive Kevin Siggy was? He's a very experienced driver.
Absolutely. I mean, I wasn't necessarily expecting him to just come out on top like that, but he got on top of that, as Zach said, that very tight qualifying session. He was able to put up towards the front and execute a very good race. So that shows you track position, especially in qualifying, is very key. And Rogers, he ended up starting down at the back. So that shows you if you don't focus on qualifying here, then you are going to be dropping down. Already with how we're looking at the points, remember you have to get up to 170 points to lock your way into that finalist mode. So we still have a good few races to go, 25 points for a race win. So yeah, a long time before we see the drivers get to finalist mode. So they are going to have to do a lot of battling, and those race wins are going to be very crucial.
Next up, we go to Jeddah. It's an exciting track. Obviously, it's the home track for where we're at the moment in Riyadh. I've been to Jeddah, and it is a fast and furious track out there. Zach, what's your thoughts on the track?
I think it's going to be one of the most balanced tracks that we've got. We've spoken pretty much all week. Going to the drivers, what do you think of your car relative to everyone else's? Obviously, we've got the balance of performance to sort of try and level things out ever so slightly. I think Jeddah, it's got a bit of everything. Slow speed, acceleration, change of direction, and obviously that high speed that you need. Any car here realistically has a chance to put it on pole, potentially going win as well. Jeddah is going to be one of those ones that stand out, but the biggest thing is it is such an unknown. They've driven it in practice, they've done loads of race simulations, but there's nothing quite like the real thing. So going into this, it's very fresh.
And we did see in that race, because usually, well, sometimes you see in the first race, everyone takes a little step back and kind of tiptoes their way around a little bit more. Not these drivers. Not these drivers at all. We saw a lot of drama out there. We're just watching the highlights. And, I mean, it was McCormack who had quite a few issues out there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he had a little incident up at Malmedy with Josh Rogers. Actually, that was a great battle. Of course, he was able to come out on top of that one. But then the issue with Tattel as well has got to be careful, because, race control are going to be looking at these things. And if you want to get yourself up to 170 points, you need to be keeping yourself clean on the track. So you've got to be aggressive to make the moves, but you have to be able to avoid the penalties, because ultimately, if you just end up losing positions, that's just wasted points. No, and it was, and I think a couple of us, well, as we were watching it, there was a bit of a, ooh, not sure about that. That might be looked at, Zach. Did you feel the same when you were watching? I think pretty standout was Benica, right, and how aggressive he was to take it 3 wide going into Lake Com, because coming into this, he's 3rd place in the championship.
he doesn't have to score that many points relative to those behind him in order to get into finalist mode. He has a very realistic chance to take a second championship. And yet in the first race, he's gone in guns a-blazing, taking it 3 wide, half the car on the grass. And just like that, race is thrown away, so many points lost. And obviously with the way that the point system works, you really are rewarded for finishing higher up. I know obviously when it comes to the higher you finish, the more points you get, but relative to the lower down positions, between P1 and P2, there's a 5 points difference. Between P6 and P8, there's only a 2 points difference. So the higher you finish, the more points relative to your competitors you're able to get. So for him to just throw away what could well have been, you know, upwards of 20 points in the first race like that, really puts him on the back foot going forward.
Kaiki Oliveira only got through in the second chance qualifier, and he had a really good race, didn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, just in qualifying as well, getting up into second place, just 0.003 of a second off pole position as well. And then he just unfortunately had to sit behind Ziggy and Ellis Jr. really, but a third place, solid one. He is very far behind in the points, unfortunately, so he's going to have to start winning some races. But definitely, he is one to look out for. He's on form today. Yeah,
racing for pride at the moment. Well, let's head back over because we've got some Jeddah action to go. Our commentary team at the moment are Lewis McLeod and Ewan O'Leary.
Certainly are, thank you. I mean, yeah, absolutely fantastic to see here and get ourselves ready for the race. The first race we've ever had on Rennsport at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. This will be fun. Obviously, the second street circuit to have joined us here on Rennsport. We had the Orchard Road circuit, which we've already seen in ESL R1, but now we're seeing the Jeddah Corniche. It's absolutely fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, visually, it looks amazing. Don't know how it is to drive yet. I haven't really spoken to the drivers about it, but it is about fast-flowing, twisting corners. Look through here, it sort of follows the curvature of the coastline, if you like. It's sort of embedded into the actual place itself, and it's very fast and flowing. What's going to be interesting, that Arjuna mentioned it in the pre-show actually, GT3s haven't been round here in the real life, as far as I'm aware. Not yet. They will do, but we're going to see it here first, which I think is amazing, by the way. Yeah. I think that's fantastic. So we're going to get a preview into the real world here on Rennsport. And
I have been told by Johan Hart, he said you can overtake around this circuit. It's 6.1 kilometres, but nearly 6.2, it's fine. I'll round it up. Around this circuit, there's a lot of overtaking opportunities. Now, normally when you see it in Formula 1, you don't really see too many. Here in the GT3s, though, what we're being told, the run down into turn 1, the run down to the final corner are obvious ones, but you've got a hairpin out the back end of the circuit. You can make a move into that, and around like the fast back end of the section, there is quite a lot of places where you can maybe sneak a move if you are brave or maybe a little bit crazy.
These drivers are brave enough. I don't
crazy enough?
Yeah, and I don't have any doubts at all about being brave enough or crazy enough, that's for sure. It's interesting, isn't it, that the fact that they are a bit more positive about this, because you're right, in Formula 1, don't generally see loads, although we have had a couple of good races there in the last few years we've been. However, it's been in other sims too. I've already seen it. I've very much enjoyed my races commentating on that circuit. So I'm looking forward. I'm hopeful and pleased that Johan does believe there is the overtaking opportunity, because I remember our conversation before Orchard Road. He said, "I haven't got a chance. Nobody's going to be able to overtake here."
Yeah, Orchard Road is a little bit difficult to overtake at, but this one does have some slightly longer straights and 27 of the trickiest corners that you can possibly really imagine. Again, including that run down into the sort of turn 22, 23 section, right? Yeah, right around the back end of the circuit. That's where track limits are going to be really talked about. It's kind of through there, through to the exit of turn 10 as well. There's a couple of points, even really at the exit of turn 4. Anywhere where, as you go through a fast corner, you've got quite a lot of tarmac runoff, which is, you know, obviously designed for safety and stuff. It can be fast if you go out there, if you know the right line to take. Those lines are against the rules, and you will receive a slowdown penalty in game for doing so. Of course, I don't suspect it will happen too much during the race, but through qualifying potentially.
Maybe, yeah. We saw actually, well, you won't have seen, but I'll tell you, in the qualifying session for the last chance qualifier for Monza, there were a couple of slowdowns in that qualifying session. We've already seen it today, although those drivers who did get slowdowns are obviously not here anymore because they got knocked out. However, it is very much possible, and I think you're right, that qualifying sort of session is going to be really important, even though it is possible to overtake. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Let's head down to the the stage, and we'll see exactly what's happening down there, because obviously there's a lot of emotion. There's Dara McCormack, who's asking someone, probably Javi, to come over and grab his phone, please. Ah, look, he's thumbs up as well. He knows. Nice. He knows. He's only because we're talking about him. It's fine.
Possibly.
It's fine. He just wants his phone taken off.
You know what I saw actually before? You will have seen it at home. We were getting pictures of Dara McCormack. He was asleep. Well, not asleep, but he had his eyes closed again, much like he did in Munich. You know, after he won those first 2 races on the second day of the major, he was in absolute flow state. He was just a machine, especially in those first 2 races. He was there again. Well, it's probably regrouping rather than enjoying himself at the moment.
There's Luke Bennett. You saw a little bit of a look there at the co-and driver of Josh Rogers. Again, I'll give you the favourite coming into this. He's got the in-ear monitors, basically what they're there. So he can hear the game in that, but more importantly, blocks out 2 really noisy commentators, so that it allows them to focus just that little bit more. Although I always thought in-ears is a little bit more uncomfortable. There's Kevin Siggy having some adjustments potentially to the settings, maybe not liking how it's feeling. I mean, let's be honest, he did only win the last race, so you know, why not? Obviously, we'll jump back to 2 ugly people in the comedy booth. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But you know, it's interesting. You know, you win a race and you start changing things already. Something wasn't quite to how he wanted it.
Yeah, that is interesting, although I do find that sim racers are never quite happy with what they've got, especially in a LAN event, so they'll always be fiddling, really, with what they've got. Sebastian Joe, they're having a look at a hot lap from Jeddah, by the looks of things there. That's the final corner. He's just watching there. I think he's just watched a hot lap as to tell him what to do. A circuit, I think he was telling us this morning that he wasn't really getting on with.
Yeah, he did say that well, I bumped into him in the gym, because obviously we're all hench, and he was basically saying that he struggles to get used to brand new circuits, and we were talking about this. This obviously is a brand new circuit. It is the one that I'd say they've practiced the least, but obviously we've got Fuji a little bit later on. But Fuji's a little bit more of a typical racetrack, so I think those ones are a little bit more easy to jump in and jump out. Jeddah is such an oddity in the fact that it's a street circuit, and the fact that the flow is very different around there. It is an oddity, and so that can be hard for some drivers to get into the rhythm.
I agree. However, he jumped into this series quite well. So the fact that he's not very good at learning new circuits, I don't really know where that's come from. I do believe him, because why would he lie? I mean, I suppose he might be trying to hide how good he is, but you know, we already know that. So I don't know. I do find it somewhat difficult to believe, because he's the only driver who wasn't there in Poland last February, who has been up to speed since.
But the thing is, I will say that the only thing I'll say on that is that, technically speaking, as much as it was a new sim and a new car, technically speaking, even though he has driven GT3 cars, so you've got that base understanding, he was driving the Nürburgring when he jumped into the series, and it's not a new circuit for him. And I wonder if when he means new circuit, he does mean one that he hasn't driven before. Because even those, when you're jumping from simulator to simulator, especially when the circuit's laser scanned, you know, up to the highest level that we all kind of have in sim racing, you know, the Nürburgring, you can jump into it on various different platforms, and you can kind of get the same vibe. And so I wonder if that's what he means by new circuit, that he's never really driven the Jeddah Corniche circuit, because you wouldn't unless you've driven the F1 games, because it's the only other place that it's at.
Exactly, yeah. I was going to mention that if you are an F1 game driver, then maybe you will have, but I can't think of very many. Wow. Ulas Yildirim, who we'll be seeing tomorrow, is an F1 driver. He probably knows Jeddah quite well. Michal Schmidl used to do F1 esports. Tumala. There's a few, but I mean, Schmidl was a long time ago, probably too long ago for Jeddah to have even been in the game yet. And Tumala, not sure he's done much driving recently either. So even though those guys do have some F1 experience, it might be tricky even for them.
Yeah, indeed. Well, obviously you got everyone getting their gloves on, everyone's getting themselves ready, getting themselves in position. Kaiki Oliveira.
He's so pleased to be here, isn't he?
I absolutely love the vibe of Oliveira. He's got such a positive mental attitude. Obviously worked his way through in the last chance qualifier, which was a great drive, and then has proven that it wasn't luck in that Spa race. I know the BMW is looking pretty good today, and yeah, sure, maybe he's proven it, but to get to that position in the race that he was in, he still had to beat like redline drivers that are in the BMW.
Exactly. He's not just benefiting from the BMW, he's beating other BMWs too, which is a good marker of where you are against your own manufacturer, if you like. So it's been a good start for Kaiki Oliveira. we were talking about who's going to make it through the last chance qualifier earlier. I said it's never going to be Oliveira because, yes, he makes it into the final often, but he very rarely wins. And I think, I thought, you've got to be a race-winning contender, really, to try and make it through. That proved not to really be the case because, first of all, Oliveira and his qualifying performances have really helped him vault up the field. And second of all, he's raced very, very consistently, smartly and cleanly.
Yeah, we saw a look at the disc, the gold circle, the gold disc. That is the shield, which is the trophy for the winning team. There it is again. Nothing is granted, everything is earned, and they are going to have to earn that. That is for the team's championship. There's a different trophy for the drivers, but that is for the team's championship. Effectively, you see there's a triangle in the middle missing. Now, what that is every team has been given a triangle. It's called a key. And obviously, it's in two pieces. You've got the central piece and you've got the outer piece. The outer piece will go into the large
totem.
Totem. Thank you. I was going to say trophy, but it's definitely not. Yeah, into the
Can't
totem.
pick it up. No.
It's a bit big. It's a few meters. It goes into that, and then of course the central part of that gets placed into the middle of that shield, and that is their trophy which they'll take home. And everyone else's keys gets crushed, and I'm wisely informed that they get to pick some of the crushed ones from their rival teams to put into the bottom of the trophy, which is pretty cool. Either way, whilst there is a technical issue on the stage, we are going to have a little bit of a breather, and I'm sure you're bored of hearing us waffling. We will be back in just a moment.
What was the combined prize pool for ESL R1 at Gamers 8 last year?
1 million.
1 million. Spot on. 1 million. You guys are on fire.
Million?
It was spot on.
I think $1 million.
Spot on, Daniel. Yeah, spot on. It was indeed 1 million.
$1 million.
Spot on, Dara. 2 for 2. He's on fire. What is the name of our lovely host and presenter?
Just
no idea.
George Morgan.
Sort of, but that's not the answer we're looking for. I agree, but it is in fact somebody else. Can you guys say who it is? No?
It's not Veracity, is it?
It is, yeah. I tell you what, she'd be devastated if you couldn't remember that. I mean, goodness me. Yeah, she'd be telling you boys off. Tell you that now.
George Morgan.
That's got to be George Morgan.
Thank you very much, but it's not me, unfortunately. I'll take the compliment.
You're not presenting and hosting, no?
I'm not presenting or hosting.
ESL?
Not quite. It's actually Jasmine Kanuga, aka Veracity, of course, our presenter of the ESL R1 show.
George Morgan.
That's incorrect. It's Jasmine Kanuga, aka Veracity.
Well, hopefully the technical issue is behind us as we get ready for the second race here in the Esports World Cup. It has been a pretty intense first race there, so much so that even the drivers had to have a little bit of a breather. But we are back. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, of course, here in the commentary booth. As we move on to Jeddah, though, something very different, isn't it?
It is very different. We've just had Spa, a circuit that we visited right for the very first time back in February 2023. That was the very first original ESL R1 circuit, if you like. But now it's time for its newest addition, another track to add to the list of tracks that we now have in this series. And so very interested to see who comes out on top here. Very interested to see who's got up to speed the quickest.
Yes, indeed. Now, they're all heading out into practice. We've been wisely informed that the sector times we're aiming for is a 0.6, a 0.69 and a 0.49. Of what, we have no idea. However, those are the... Did you know?
Well, no, I don't know, but I just wanted to apportion the blame to Marcel Cincic and not us, because he was the one... I was sitting next to him and the other Team Vitality teammates, Tibor Kazimov, who's not driving today, didn't even make the last chance qualifier, and Yuri Toman, who's also here as well. And they were watching Hanyoski. I was chatting to them about sector times. That's what we've got at the moment. But there is a feeling that some of these times can come down over the course of the week because they haven't had a lot of practice. They didn't get any practice at Hockenheim, some of the drivers anyway, so they don't even know where they're going to be at the end of Sunday in terms of those lap times. Very interesting to see just how that develops over the course of the 4 days, because they get the feeling there is some time left in themselves.
Well, as we get a vibe of the circuit here, running around the back end of the circuit, that was down through turn 17, now down towards the fast kicks as they get onto the brakes down into turn 22. Of course, all these corners are technically numbered, so you know, it depends how you find it. You do have to turn for them, so there is that. Dara McCormack has already abused track limits coming out of turn 10. And here as well, I think he's taking my line round the track, actually.
It's not a good line. What did you make of Dara McCormack, by the way, in that first race? I know that you're backing him for the win here today. Are you still shaking on that prediction a little bit, or are you still feeling confident? Because it wasn't a good opening race, but he is good at LAN events. So
if I were a betting man, I'd be a little bit concerned.
Okay.
And I probably wouldn't have gone anywhere near him. No, it's fine. It's just there's certain biases. It's fine. You got to like a little bit of Dara McCormack. You know, sometimes you got to go for the outside. You can't pick the boring ones of like, you know, Josh Rogers, or you can't say that Kevin Siggy's not going to win it because he's not consistent enough. And well, is that what you?
I did say that. However, you're saying that I'm wrong based on one race, which entirely vindicates my point, really.
That's true.
Because we have only had one race, but well, I'll say entirely vindicated. We'll have a look after this for second race and see what's what. But I must admit to being very surprised we've got a new championship leader after just one race. That is something I really wasn't expecting to see. One other thing that happened, by the way, because of race one, we know we're having at least 4 races here, because it's going to take maybe at least 5, because it's going to take Josh Rogers a while to get to finalist mode, or indeed whoever gets there first. Kevin Siggy, it's going to take him at least another few races to get to finalist mode before then he's got the chance of winning.
Getting an onboard look here with the Porsche Coanda driver of Josh Rogers as we head through this SS section, drops it down to the third gear as we head towards turn 10, flicks it over the curve on the left-hand side, runs out wide. Now, I believe it's 2 wheels on the curb, and you will be all right. But it is a tough one to navigate on that one as we look back to Luke Bennett.
Yep, he's getting as close to the walls as possible as he makes his way through the circuit. What I really got a sense of there actually on board with Josh was that the changes of direction are just as sort of long and sloping and sort of not nice as I expected them to be honest. These cars are not great at changing direction. They're not like Formula 1 cars. It's a big challenge for these drivers. That's going to make it very entertaining for us indeed. Add to that personal challenge as well, by the way, some overtaking opportunity, which should be fun when we get to the race.
Indeed. Now a little bit of a look at Marcel Chinchik, who will navigate his way around that. Really, it's sort of not the penultimate corner, it's the third to last real corner as you head down into the penultimate turn here. Getting onto the brakes, flicking it in, up and over the curb. A little bit too deep and a little bit too slippery there from Yuri Toman, who is in his 99th race in ESL R1.
Wow.
This one, I believe it is.
That's not the most, is it?
No, he'll be the second driver to pass 100 because, of course, Josh Rogers just completed his 101st.
Okay, so he's a couple of races.
He's only 3 behind.
And by the way, it's a good indication, actually, of who's getting through to a lot of finals. I know we're not doing that format here, but in the regular season rounds throughout a lot of 2023, actually, we were doing quarterfinal, or knockout rounds as they're now called, semi-finals, then finals, top 6 going through each time in those races. And it gives you a very good indication of who's getting to the final, especially in the first spring season. That was really advantageous to get to the final. A little bit less so nowadays because you have points in the knockouts and semi-finals, but the more races you do, the more points you can score. That's why Josh Rogers is so dominant.
Yeah, we could have a few drivers pass over 100 races this... Well, we will have a few drivers pass over 100 races this weekend, I'll be completely honest. The next one that's close is Marcel Chinchik. He could pass 100 races today. He's on 95 at the moment. This is his 96th race. So if we do need that many, he'll probably it's likely he will pass over 100 races for him. Kevin Ellis Jr. is on 94. Kevin Siggy, sorry, is on 94. That's a correction. He's on 94. So again, same kind of ballpark. Realistically, probably will. Then you've got Luke Bennett, who's on 91. Unlikely to.
But mathematically possible.
Will do tomorrow.
Yeah, you'd imagine. All these drivers will be back tomorrow, of course, for the opening day of the Teams Championship, which is over 3 days this year, rather than just the 2 like we had last year. You're going to see all of these 12 drivers again, and all of the other 36. So you get a real look at absolutely everybody who's here for, well, unfortunately us, but mainly the drivers, because that's what you're here to see. So you'll see all 48 who are in the Esports World Cup ESL R1 competition here for this year, which is good, and a personal milestone for us as well in ESL R1. 250th race may be passed on day 4 as well, depending on how long these finalist mode days actually go.
Yes, indeed. The race that we're looking at here is 220, so I think we'll get more than 30 races. It's going to be tight. We should pass 30 races. I want to very quickly talk through the Drivers' Championship order so that we actually know. Kevin Siggy's on 107, Joshua Rogers on 106. So 1 point separates the top 2. Remember, they're looking to get to 170 points. On 80 points is Kevin Ellis Jr. 77 is Yuri Toman. Max Benneker is in 5th on 75 points. Luke Bennett and Sebastian Joe both on 71 in joint 6th. Marcel Chinchik has 61 points. Dara McCormack on 57. It's a long shot, it's fine. Kaiki Oliveira there in 10th spot on 47. Then Johan Art and Tumis Tatler on 32 and 27 apiece. That is provisional. I've not double-checked if the results have changed. But still, those are the points that I have at the moment. So Kevin Siggy is your new points leader. We're about to head into qualifying, and there is a look at the top of the table, man.
And I'm really surprised that he's managed to get there in just one race. I don't know about you, but I really wasn't expecting that at all, but fair play to him. We go on board now with Kaiki Oliveira, who's also made an excellent start here. It's a really long shot for him to get anywhere close to winning this, but if he would do it, it would be probably the most remarkable thing we've ever seen in ESL R1, to be honest, and I don't think I'm over-egging it. He's on 47 points now, as you say, still 123 away from finalist mode. That means the minimum he can get there in is another 5 races. So so not great news as far as he's concerned. But he can climb the order. He's only 10 points behind McCormack right now.
And interestingly, Lea just didn't pop it down into third gear going into turn 9. So assuming that the front end on this car is biting strong enough as we head through turn 13 at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, brand new for ESL R1, the first ever qualifying lap that we are seeing around here, taking the curb quite a lot as we head up towards turn 16 and 17, flicks it over to the right hand side, then up and over the curb on the left, takes a lot of it, maybe too much.
Yeah, and it's a really important exit to make there because it's not straight here, but it is flat out right the way through the gentle left and right handers here. And then into the next braking zone, which you can't really see until you're right up there. Watch for it, there it is. Just hit your braking mark down to third gear again. Get it close to the wall on the left-hander, up over the curb for the right, and then another really important exit, firing down into that final corner.
So according to the sector times that we've been given, first sector looks like it's about 3/10 off. The second sector looks like it's about 1/10 off around this circuit. So it's not looking too bad for Keke Oliveira, and I would suspect this session above all will probably be slightly slower than theoretical compared to the others. Slaps the wall like Max Verstappen did back in 2021 as he departs the final corner. Keke Oliveira to complete the first ever qualifying lap here at Saudi Arabia at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. What lap time is it going to be as he hits the line? It is a 58.782. Yuri Toman was actually slightly earlier.
It's certainly does look like a 58.7. We'll get that verified, of course, and try and work out just where that will be in terms of everybody else at the end of this session. Out of the final corner for Yuri Toman now. Look how close they get to the walls. It's absolutely outrageous. He makes his way up towards the line now. Toman started the day tied third in the points, just dropped to 1 place to 4th. In that opening race. He comes over the line. We'll get confirmation of his time in a few moments' time, as well as to whether he's gone faster than Keke Oliveira or not.
Yes, indeed. Kevin Siggy, next one to come through. First sector's okay. Second sector's actually pretty quick, not far away from where we're really expecting these sector times to be. Big slide as they come through the final corner. Here he comes up towards the line to beat the 58.782 that Keke Oliveira has already set in this session. What can Kevin Siggy do? He started out with a victory today. He hits the beam and does a 58.612. Kevin Siggy to the top of the session.
That should be decent. As I say, we're looking for sort of a 58.4 to be really, really up there. A 58.4, Marcel told me it is possible, but it's not. It doesn't have to be that to get pole. Let's put it that way. Out of the final corner for Tara McCormack. Look at him shaking his head. He's not having a good start to his afternoon. Head rocks back as well. I'm sure he'll be right in the midfield, right in the melee that we're going to have in towards turn number 1. Over the line he goes, and he is not happy, even though he's second.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 58.6, maybe a low 58.7, but I think it's probably more 58.7 is where that one was aiming. First sector time was okay here from Josh Rod. His second is okay as well. So it's looking like an all right lap time. Could well challenge Kevin Siggy's 58.6, but it looks like it more likely might fall in behind. Of course, he did qualify in 12th position in the previous race, so anything's better than that as he comes up towards the beam. The points leader coming into the Esports World Cup. He'll hit the stripe, move to third. Nope, it's up to second position.
He certainly does. Here's Luke Bennett making his debut in a Drivers' Championship final here in Riyadh. Wasn't able to make it last time around. Now he has done, though, doing a little bit better maybe in a LAN event, which he has struggled with from time to time throughout ESL R1's history. What's his expression at the final corner? No, not good. He was blank for a moment, then shook his head. That tells you all you need to know, I think. Kevin Siggy, his teammate, is going to be safe and sound. Over the line for Bennett, he will go 4th with a 158.7. That's about where we are.
Here's Kevin Ellis Jr., then the driver who currently sits third in the points on 80 points at the moment after that second place finish in the previous race. Looking pretty strong, showing that the Merc has some speed. Deep onto the brakes as we head into the final turnaround here. Of course, the 27th and final corner out through the final turn. 58.612 to beat, but that first sector, it's not looking good. I think he's had a slowdown penalty on this lap, so I think it's going to breach the 2-minute barrier, and it's not going to be good for Kevin Ellis Jr. 2:01.4 slowdown penalty in the first sector. I'd assume that was on the exit of turn 4.
And I'd presume loss of motivation afterwards because the rest of the lap wasn't very good, but it doesn't really matter. He's going to be last or nearly last at the end of this session, you would imagine. Here's Tuomas Tattila, who was very impressive in that last chance qualifier where he was able to win by a mile in the end. The battles behind him probably inflated his margin, but he will still be pleased to even be here. Over the line for Tuomas Tattila, who is probably a couple of attempts away from where he needs to be. And he got a slowdown actually over the course of that lap in the final sector by the looks of that. So he is now at the bottom of the timesheet.
Yes, indeed. So as we head our way through, Sebastian Job's the next one to come over. Sector times first is about 2-3 tenths down on where we want second. It's pretty all right. It's looking like a fairly average lap time. Might be around where Luke Bennett, Kaiki Oliveira have ended up, maybe even a little bit slower than that. Around 4th, 5th, 6th is where I'm expecting it. Of course it's pole position. Why wouldn't it be pole position for Sebastian Job? 58.5. Shouldn't talk him down.
No, that's the first 58.5 we've seen today, and so it doesn't look like we're going to be getting down to 58.4s, but that's just the sort of ceiling that these guys can actually reach. Here's Johan Hart, who told me at the end of the last chance qualifier where he made it into this session that he'll do his best to help Kevin Ellis Jr., but he's just pleased to be here in the first place. It's minimum $2,000 earned, of course, for 12th place finishing in the Drivers' Championship. He's not pleased with himself, but he will be ahead of his teammate as long as he's kept it clean, and he goes into 7th.
Indeed, two more drivers left to go in this session. You've got the Audi R8 of the Team Vitality car that Marcel Chinjik's behind. Max Benecker, of course, moving over into a BMW for Mouse, of course, the BMW MT Mouse as well in that sense. Yeah, they are backed officially by BMW. Marcel Chinjik out for the final corner. First sector is quite a lot down on what we would expect for the Vitality driver for the spring season champion of 2023. He'll move his way up into 8th spot, just ahead of Yuri Toman. One final lap left to go, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, concerning for both of the Team Vitality cars to be 8th and 9th. They might well be 9th and 10th soon, because Max Benecker is doing a good job here, especially that middle sector is looking very good. You can get a 37.6 through there, but 37 fine is quite all right. 37.7, excuse me, is just all right. Here goes Max Benecker up towards the line now. No expression on his face as he makes his way up towards the line and goes second. Just 9 thousandths off of pole position. The champion here 1 year ago is on the front row, ahead of, alongside this man.
Yeah, indeed. Great stuff there from Max Benecker. Like I say, only a few thousandths behind Sebastian Job. There's Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman for Vitality. He'll be a little bit further down the order than where they'd want to be. But fantastic scenes and an epic drive, it must be said, from Sebastian Job to move his way back up there. He is a long shot for the points title for the Drivers' Championship. Currently sits down in 7th position, joint with Luke Bennett. We'll take a look, though, at qualifying results from the second qualifying session and the first ever qualifying laps around the Jeddah Corniche circuit. It's the driver who said he's not very good at new circuits. Of course, he's talking rubbish, isn't he? Sebastian Job at the top of the timesheets. Max Benecker in 2nd position. Kevin Siggy, points leader, 3rd place in that qualifying session, with Joshua Rogers in 4th. So going much better in this one for Porsche Commander. Dara McCormack wasn't particularly happy with his lap. He'll be starting from 5th spot, with Luke Bennett from 6th position. Kaiki Oliveira in 7th, fresh off an excellent drive in the previous race to a podium finish. Johan Hart in 8th position, with Marcel Chinchik and Yuri Toman for Vitality in 9th and 10th. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 11th position, and Tumas Tattler will round out the 12-car field. But yes, what a lap time from the driver who's the best at talking rubbish.
He clearly is, because, as we say, he was not confident about, he was exuding that he wasn't very confident about this circuit, but clearly he is very good at it, and he was the only driver to just dip below that 58.6 that everyone was going with and get that 58.5 to get him the pole position. It is possible to go quicker. Maybe if we see this track later on again for the second time, we will be seeing a quicker event. However, 58.5 was just enough this time round, and he's on pole. Good position for him to be in, because as you say, he needs to make up some points.
Yeah, we could see the Jeddah Corniche circuit back out again in race 8, obviously a little bit later on. That could be the final race, you never know. It could be decided here later on this afternoon, but that'll be definitely in the night. So I would say this afternoon, but you know what I mean. Of course, we've got a long way to go to get to that point, and a lot of points to be decided. Again, we're at the point where they're trying to focus on getting 170 points to their name, and my main point is to try and stop saying the word point, because it doesn't really make any sense anymore.
We're going to start to lose our marbles here, I think, but as I was saying, we are going to see at least 5 races here today, I think, because of Josh Rogers' first, at least, yes, in this event here. Minimum we've ever seen is 6 when we've had an individual driver format like this. Max Benecker did that 1 year ago. Are we going to get that again? You just never know. But watch out for Siggy and Rogers. They're sharing row 2.
What's your guess? How many races we need?
I went with 6, 7 or 8 yesterday, but I'm going to commit to 7 here today.
I was having a chat earlier. I said 9.
Wow.
I think we're needing all of them. I think we're going the distance here today. But of course, the distance is set to 8 laps here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. 6.2 kilometres all the way around. Sebastian Joe will be leading us from pole position. Max Benneker alongside, and Kevin Siggy, the points leader, directly behind. Of course, the second row there, Kevin Siggy and Josh Rogers, they're separated by just a single point at the top of the standings. Let's see what is going to happen. Everyone else is vying to get themselves 25 points to their name and move themselves clear of the rest of the contingent. The safety car will peel its way into pit lane on the left-hand side of the circuit, and the very first race at the Jeddah Corniche circuit here at the Esports World Cup is about to get underway. The control will be that over to Sebastian Job, Benneker alongside, and Kevin Siggy sat behind. Siggy's dragging himself alongside Max Benneker. You can hear them accelerating. Much better start then from Max Benneker as we head down into the first corner. Sebastian Job, though, with a better launch. Let's see what they're like down onto the brakes. Heavy onto it. Max Benneker to the outside for Mouse. He's desperate to go and take over the race lead and potentially the race victory, but I think it might be Sebastian Job holding firm.
He's just alongside Max Benneker. He might be able to stay there, but no. He just lifts off. Josh Rogers slots in as well. He's ahead of Kevin Siggy, and then just behind Darren McCormack and Luke Bennett are fighting it out. Are they still side by side? I don't think so. Darren McCormack has got through. Ahead of Luke Bennett, then it's Kaki Oliveira, Johan Hart, Yuri Toman, Marcel Tintic, Thomas Tatzler, and Kevin Ellis Jr. fighting at the back.
Yeah, indeed. This is where things get a little bit tricky as we depart the opening SS section. A lot of curb being taken through turn 10 from Max Benneker as he tried to wrestle the car down. Sebastian Job's got a decent lead. Remember, Sebastian Job, Max Benneker, Josh Rogers, they have done an awful lot of fighting towards the top end of the iRacing World Championships and likes over in that neck of the woods. They've also done a lot of fighting over here in ESL R1. Josh Rogers sat in third position rather directly behind as we get onto the brakes. Let's see how close it's going to be. This is where the big slipstream, though, as we head our way down the back end of the circuit.
Yeah, it's not straight, as we mentioned, but it is flat out, right the way down here into the braking zone. Finally, when you're going through the chicane at turns 22, 23, then 24, look at how close Kevin Siggy's getting to Josh Rogers here. Luke Bennett getting close to Darren McCormack as well. It's all better off here. And look at the mistake there from Josh Rogers, who just got a bit of a tie-up. Here comes Kevin Siggy into the final corner.
Yeah, the 27th and final turn here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit could potentially see a move in favour of Kevin Siggy. The defensive line's being taken by Josh Rogers. He opens up the inside. Maybe he's feeling at the outside line. You can really commit to it. Deep onto the brakes goes Kevin Siggy, and the points leader might be growing that as they head through the final turn. As the first lap is complete here at Jeddah, it's Sebastian Job from Benneker, from Siggy, from Rogers, from McCormack.
McCormack surprised me there. I thought he was going to go for it on Josh Rogers as well into the final corner. That allows the Australian to return the favour. Down into turn 1. He's so late on the brakes. Can he pull it up in time? Oh, he can. Fantastic move on the brakes from Josh Rogers, who's ahead of Kevin Siggy again.
No aspirations of victory in this race, you've got to say, from Josh Rogers, because the gap has grown. Max Benneker and Sebastian Job pull out a 1-second lead at the moment over Joshua Rogers in third. We head our way through the opening SS section, which is where the Porsche, we do believe, is it should be strong enough to pull out some form of margin. He desperately needs that by the time they get onto the brakes and exit turn 13, especially by the time they get to the exit of turn 16. Rogers ran wide there at T10.
Because the BMW is strong in a straight line, stronger certainly than the Porsche, so they will need that little bit of an advantage. But look, Josh Rogers has got it. Darren McCormack in that Mercedes is somewhere here or there. You know, it doesn't have many real strengths, many real weaknesses, just has a lot of things it does quite well and quite not well all at the same time. So it will be there or thereabouts all throughout today. His job now is to try and get onto the back of Kevin Siggy, start gaining some points, because while the finalist mode is what we're really focusing on, getting ahead of those who might reach finalist mode first is quite key as well.
Certainly so. Here's a look on board with Darren McCormack. You can see him in the top right of your screen as well, taking a slightly alternative line around the back, and he's not taking the super tight line of what we're seeing from Kevin Siggy. Let's see as he heads his way through turn 22. Obviously, those lines in the backstretch don't really matter when you're picking up a little bit of slipstream. Back up to the race lead, of course, where we're seeing Sebastian Job and Max Benneker be very, very close indeed. But those gaps behind, they're remaining tight.
I just noticed there through that previous section of corners, Darren McCormack did get a good run. I think he's quite close to Kevin Siggy here on the way into towards the final corner as Sebastian Job just weaves around, tries to break the slipstream from Max Benneker, who did lose some ground in that opening race. He's dropped to 5th in the point standings after starting tied 3rd. And there's your margins. Darren McCormack looks like he might have had a go because look at Luke Bennett now right behind him. Oh my goodness, he goes for the inside. I don't think he really wanted to, and in the end he doesn't. He'll slot back into 6th.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with that. This is the problem. If you're in Luke Bennett's boots, right? If you go for a move, you're potentially getting quite close to kind of taking out your teammate if you're not careful.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I was just distracted, sorry, by a 4-car battle further down in the field between Yuri Tome and Marcel Cinchik, the 2 ART drivers as well. It was all going on down there, and you can see by the gap that's been created there, you can see it just behind. The top 7 are breaking away, but it's still Sebastian Job who's leading the way by just over half a second, and then Josh Rogers with that bit of a gap, and he's starting to extend the margin over the likes of Kevin Siggy, then Darren McCormack, who we're on board with here, just looking backwards from him, and then Luke Bennett, who you can see right in the screen.
Yes, indeed. Well, as we head our way through, Darren McCormack then in 5th position at present because we are heading our way down the back end of the circuit. Kevin Siggy sits in 4th at the moment. Of course, Sebastian Job still the race leader. Max Benneker, Josh Rogers, Kevin Siggy and Darren McCormack the top 5. Very close there for Luke Bennett to close his way through. Getting onto the brakes, diving it through. Still no attempt, though, coming in. I think Johan's lied to us. It's quite hard to pass around here.
But it's not impossible. I think he was comparing it to Orchard Road, possibly, where that's the only other street circuit we've really seen. But look, it is possible. Here goes Luke Bennett on the outside of Darren McCormack. No, not really. He was going to get shut out there, I think, and even unless he dived back to the inside very late on, he won't have made the move, and no, there you go. So Sebastian Job still lead, weaving around again here, trying to break that slipstream from Benneker, who's really not getting any closer.
3 laps complete, 5 left to go here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit in the opening race here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Will be a longer race than it was at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, purely based on the fact that it's a shorter circuit, but it's a slower average speed. Little battle here between the 2 vitalities of Toman and Cinchik. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Art there in 10th and 11th, the 2 Apex Racing Team drivers battling it out. Kevin Ellis Jr. is having an absolute mare at the moment down in 10th position. Do remember, he is 3rd in the points standings. That is huge drama.
And he needs to be up there with Rogers and Siggy, who are now both having a good race. Kevin Siggy had a good spar, of course. He won the thing, but Josh Rogers didn't, and that was okay for Kevin Ellis Jr. because he could actually get closer to the championship lead while not being right up at the very, very top himself, although he didn't win, but he was at the top. You get what I mean? So this is going to be a damaging race for him. Johan Art is there to try and help him, but I'm not sure what assistance he can really give around this circuit.
Yeah, certainly so. Looking at this battle, though, a little bit further back down the order, like I say, you can see the drama. I mean, you can stare there at the virtual mirror. That was the virtual mirror of Sebastian Job in the top right of your screen. He is, of course, our race leader by 0.4 of a second. There are close battles up and down the order, including that race lead, including the battle for 3rd position, including this battle for 8th, 9th. This is back up to the race lead, though, and it is a big gap going. Note the different lines around the back stretch of the circuit as well.
It's quite weird, really. I think Job is just trying to break the slipstream, really, rather than try and do anything a little bit different. Surprised Benneker's not following him, despite the weaving around as we about to get out and over and done with the first half of this race. Still 4 laps to go, and it's going to feel like a very long 4 laps indeed for Sebastian Job.
He's absolutely clobbering the wall at various points. It's not wall riding because it's always on the inside, but he's got no fear of those walls by basically just driving into him. Surprised. To be fair, that you can get a little bit of awkward contact with that, and it could send you out to the barrier. There's Max Benneker in the top right screen. You can see Kaiki Oliveira directly behind, who's in this fight here, as Josh Rogers has Kevin Siggy closing in. Siggy's going to go to the outside again. These are the top 2 in the points. A bit of a squeeze coming in there from Josh Rogers as we head down to the first corner. Heavy onto the brakes. The Porsche Commander man's going to hang on. The up and under potentially coming in from the Slovenian, but Kevin Siggy cannot find his way past.
And how is he going to find his way past? He's not going to get assistance from a teammate, I don't think, in terms of Luke Bennett. Sebastian Job certainly isn't going to offer him any assistance from the lead of this race. Kevin Siggy is on his own here, and he's one-on-one with Josh Rogers. If things were to stay as they are right now, the championship lead would change for a second time in 2 races.
And to be fair, I think we are probably heading towards the idea of that happening, and I wouldn't be against it, but they're not scoring too many. This is the problem, is we had this back in Sweden at Jönköping at the end of last year, where those that were high up in the points weren't really scoring consistently high points. Josh Rogers was winning every other race, and the problem with that is it took him absolutely ages to get into finalist mode. That took 9 races at Jönköping. I was so bored of George Morgan by that point.
And by the way, this would put these two within 2 races of getting to finalist mode. However, they would have to win them both, which doesn't sound likely in the field we've got at the moment. So that's just to give you an idea of where we're at the moment. We could be quite a while away from finalist mode, but we are seeing some great championship drama. What you don't want is nobody anywhere near, but nobody anywhere close to each other. What we've got here is nobody anywhere near, but people really close to each other. And don't forget, if we've had 9 races and still nobody's won through finalist mode, the driver with the most points will win.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I still think we're going to need a 9th race, but I still think it's going to be won by someone in finalist mode. So I don't think we'll need that to come into account. So Sebastian Job has officially been caught then. We're just over halfway through the race. Big move coming in, though, in the background as Kevin Siggy went for a move on Joshua Rogers, and Siggy is through. The points leader now takes over the front.
Oh, look at this. Darren McCormack's there as well. What does Josh Rogers do here? Does he lay it all on the line and go for another move in the risk that he might lose another couple of places? Here goes Rogers. So late on the brakes again into turn 1. He's extraordinary down there, and that is going to be a pass for 3rd place, is it? He's still side by side going into this first sector.
Now we go down into turn 4. It's super tight on the inside as we get into that 4th corner. Deep onto the brakes once again, and somehow Joshua Rogers, the full season champion, has just retaken over 3rd spot. That was such a brave move. That Porsche may not be super fast in a straight line, but boy is it good on the brakes.
Absolutely fantastic. Josh Rogers, I think, has got to take some of the credit for that as well. It's not all about the Porsche. I think Josh Rogers has been doing a fantastic job down in towards turn 1 to do that on 2 occasions now. And at this point, Kevin Siggy's going to be wondering, how do I overtake? How do I stay ahead? More importantly, how do I defend? Because it is at the moment looking like a very tall order indeed.
Certainly so. Looking backwards once again from Josh Rogers as this fight is really kicking off. Obviously at the front, they will be fighting very hard for victory. As much as Max Benneker, he might be playing the long game championship-wise, you want to score as many points as quickly as possible. That difference of 5 points could make a difference, could make a huge difference. In fact, at the full season major at the end of last year, he missed out on going into finalist mode before the final race by 2 points, if I remember correctly. That 5 points could make a huge difference to how your Esports World Cup is going to play out here in the Drivers' Championship.
There's always a driver, isn't there, where there's a couple of points separating them from finalist mode. You need everything you can get. And here's Max Benneker trying to get the race win down into the final corner. He's just got that little bit closer in these last couple of laps after a first half of the race in which he wasn't really providing much threat, but now he certainly is. Sebastian Job again looks into his mirrors on the way towards turn 1.
Yeah, Sebastian Job also, remember, he sat 7th in the point standing, so definitely could do with a couple of extra big ones into his points bank account. Riding back on board with Joshua Rogers, switching it up to the inside as he sends it down to the first corner. That's a big send indeed. Kevin Siggy's going to squeeze him a little bit. Darren McCormack back into the mix as well as he gets alongside Joshua Rogers as they depart the fight at the first corner.
Whoa.
It's still going to be a tight squeeze, and Luke Bennett's going to potentially find his way past.
Let's have a look here. Luke Bennett on the inside line should be through. Oh,
whoa.
Squeeze and a crash. Darren McCormack goes across the curb. Oh, how's that one going to be resolved? Through for the opening sector of the lap. This battle for P5 is not going away. Luke Bennett has got it, though. That was a bit of a bash and a crash, I'm afraid, into the first sector.
I think McCormack might have actually lifted coming out of like that SS section, coming out of 5, because I think he might have felt that he squeezed Luke Bennett a little bit into the barrier. And he could, I'm pretty sure he could have held on there. I think he must have lifted out ever so slightly there to allow Bennett to go back through. Otherwise, he was going to get a penalty that might have been more costly. Out wide, really wide at 13, was Josh Rogers, taking what is effectively looks like the high line at the 13, where you can run out towards the barrier. It's not actually much slower if you get it right. We are on the penultimate lap here of the second race in the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship. Like you say, we are building up to quite a crescendo here.
We certainly are, and I think Max Benneker's still got something left to give here. He's been getting closer and closer, and in hindsight, he's just been waiting for this, hasn't he, really? He's not been attacking so that he can drag everyone else back into the race. He's been laying off for this this very moment. There he is, making his way towards the final corner right now. Look at how much closer he is to Sebastian Job compared to before. Now just 3 tenths behind on the way down to the final turn. Is he going to leave it to the last lap? He might have no choice.
I think, like I say, this is where I don't know. This is the whole dynamic here. Has Max Benneker left it to this point intentionally, or has he just not got the opportunity? Has he just, yeah, exactly. This is the whole thing, and we don't fully know. We're about to find out. On to the final lap of proceedings, and Benneker's getting close to the rear end of Sebastian Job. Going side by side down now into the first corner. The Mouse driver's going to get to the outside. Max Benneker's sending it in hard. Big slide coming in from Sebastian Job. He's going to hang on to the race lead as we depart the second turn.
He left way too much room at turn 1 there. He could have squeezed Job a lot more, and if he had done, he might have had a better chance. What you've got to do is get alongside by the time you're into the first sector. Turn 4 is a real pinch point, and if you're not alongside, you're never going to get through. And Benneker's just kissed the wall as well. That might be the race done.
Yeah, he just turned a little bit too early for 5, but look how much he closed in. Turns in a little bit too early for 9 as well. We head through 10. He's going to run out wide and use all the track limits. If he's got track limit available, amount of cuts available, boy, is he going to use it right now. Half a second behind Sebastian Job as we head into 13 and begin the return back down towards the home stretch. Is Sebastian Job continuing to lead and looking for a victory, which will bring him up from 7th in the championship?
I think it's done. I think it's done here. Sebastian Job is 8 tenths at clear now. Surely this is too much for even Max Benneker to catch up. He knows how to win round here, of course. Last time we were in Riyadh, he won the Drivers' Championship at Gamers 8. Looking to do the same thing here, and this is a good start into doing that after not a very strong opening race after that incident with Darren McCormack and somebody else. I think it was Sebastian Job, actually, wasn't it, all involved? Yeah, he's having a good recovery from that. However, he's not going to win this race. Just 1 second behind Sebastian Job, who's about to take his 8th win in ESL R1 throughout 2024, the most of any driver in the series.
Yes, indeed. Down into the final corner he's going to go, of course. This will bring him up comfortably in the point standing. I think it might even take him up towards 3rd, if I'm perfectly honest. I'll update you with that in a few moments' time. Out through the final corner, though, Sebastian Job is going to go, and it'll be win number 24 for Sebastian Job as he hits the stripe and wins the first ever race in the Jeddah Corniche circuit. And his Team Redline back on top as Sebastian Job is able to defeat Max Benneker. Fantastic performance.
Understated celebration, but he knows he's done a very good job there indeed, and he knows that is going to propel him right the way up the standings. As you say, the gap from 3rd to about 7th, where he was going into this round, is very, very small, and so any win that you can get will go down very well indeed. Kevin Siggy will hang on to the championship lead, though. He fended off Josh Rogers at the end there in a very big battle indeed.
Well, of course, race 3 will be coming up in a few moments' time. We'll be going to the Daytona International Speedway, the world centre of racing, of course, for the 3rd race here in the Esports World Cup. We will be having a bit of a breather. Kevin Siggy, though, is your points leader.
Hello, welcome back to the Esports World Cup ESL R1. We've just had a fascinating race in Jeddah, and we're going to talk about that very shortly. Alongside me, of course, Zach Sweeney and Arjuna Kankapati. Wow. Okay, so where do we start with this one? First time out for Jeddah for these drivers. They didn't hold back, did they? Zach, it was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, they really hit the ground running well. I mean, even before the race had started, Beneka was already playing tactics. Of course, we've now got a rolling start in play, so you saw there he lifted off ever so slightly to sort of preempt Job going. He then put his foot down a little bit earlier, trying to get that run into T1. In the end, it was Job that was able to hang on to it, but that was the catalyst to a race-long battle.
And Job really impressed, didn't he? His defense was very good throughout that whole race, and he really managed to hold on to take that win.
We saw Max have a go.
Yes.
I thought he might
yes,
not, but I guess that's the mentality that you have after what happened in race 1, right? Max involved in the incident up towards Les Combes, drops back through the field, and now someone who was my prediction to win the Drivers' Championship, he's trying to make his way back up into the points, close up to Siggy and Rogers, and so we saw Joe very much calm, cool, collected like we know and we've seen from him in the past. Beneka tried.
We're going to have a look at the highlights because there are a lot of highlights from this race. You guys are going to talk us through it as we go. One of the big things that we do need to talk about, though, is Rogers versus Siggy, which is, I think, become a two-way battle. Here are the highlights.
And that battle, by the way, contender for Kitty Player of the Day, and we'll talk about that more. Here was some of the moves at the start. Redline fighting with Dara McCormack, who got a little bit loose. And then this was the battle, Zach, between, Beneka deep around the outside and Job really trying to hold on.
Yeah, Beneka just took a little bit too much speed for my liking going into T1. You saw there quite a lot of excessive rotation just after the apex, and it did put him off going into turn number 2. And Job, in the end, was able to hang on. I think that was the seal.
So this is the race results, of course. As we said, Sebastian Job is leading the way after Jeddah, but not leading the way in the championship. Of course, that still belongs to Kevin Siggy, who had a great battle, as we said, with Josh Rogers, who came into this leading the way. Now, are we going to see the battle heat up even more between these two? Because I felt like it was boiling over a little bit during Jeddah.
And all they really did, right, was bring others into the fight with them. And so, Beneka's now slightly reduced the points gap. Job is one that really needs more race wins to get into finalist mode and have a chance of victory as well. So, Siggy and Rogers, if they keep qualifying pretty well, they've done so in the first 2 races, I expect them to be putting, each other to the test, and maybe opens the door for some of the other drivers to make their way forward. And you look at the gap in time as well, right? 5 seconds in such a short race. All of that fighting allowed Beneka the opportunity to try and make his move.
It really felt like the gloves were off, didn't it, Zach, though? And we only are seeing the second race so far of the day. We've still got plenty more racing to go, do not forget. But for the second race of the day, still, it really felt like they were pushing out there. You could really tell what it meant to these drivers.
At the end of the day, they want to make this the shortest day possible in their racing career. They don't want to be here longer than they need to be.
4 races and we're done.
No, exactly, right? Because, just get the paycheck and go. No, but of course, they don't want to work hard for themselves, because the longer the races go and the longer the day goes on, the more risk they carry. Every single race, the more finalists you have. I mean, there was a time, obviously, back at Gamers 8 where we had sort of 3-5 champions over our 3 sort of championships, the spring, the Gamers 8 and fall. We have had multiple people enter that sort of cutthroat finalist mode. The more people that have a chance of taking the whole championship, the more likely you are, obviously, to lose. So the quicker you can wrap it up, the quicker you can just sort of blitz your way through, get to finalist mode, take that win, the better it is going to be for you, because the less variables that there are in that situation. And variables are one of those things in racing that you have very little control over. Kevin Siggy trying to hit the ground running, get that win, charge his way to finalist mode is something he is in control of and something he's doing a very good job of doing.
Definitely. We mentioned Beneka, and I think we saw it just at the end there on Job as well. You mentioned as we were watching that at this point in where we are in the championship, it's a real trying to think of the word. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? Like you're going to not help me because you're not in my brain.
I have to read your mind.
Yeah, exactly. But it means a lot at this point, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, we've got 2 races done now, right? We've settled in already, and so drivers have figured out where they are in that pecking order, right? What they're fighting for realistically. At this stage, if you're one of those drivers like Kike Oliveira, for example, brilliant third place in that first race, was slight more struggle in that second race. You're not maybe fighting for the Drivers' Championship, as we'll take a look at the points as well, but you might also be thinking, right, let me grab some race wins, let me see what I can do to build some confidence into tomorrow. And here's to the points as they provisionally line up right now. It's 8 points between Siggy and Rogers, 20 further points back to Sebastian Job, and remember, 170, the magic number they're all trying to climb to put themselves into finalist mode.
Yeah, we still have a while to go, don't we, with Kevin Siggy in 124 points, but it's very close, isn't it? 116 and 96 to the third place driver. This could all change within a couple of races. As we've already seen for Ellis Jr., he had a great first race and then not a great second race. So this is where it all happens, isn't it? What are we going to see in the next race? Quick.
A lot of action, because this is so competitive. We saw it in Spa Quali, top 6 separated by less than a 10th. These drivers are the top of the pecking order, the absolute best of the best, and that's what we love to see. The BOP as well mixes things up with the cars. Yeah, expect a different running order.
Well, we're heading to Daytona, and George Morgan and Ewan O'Leary are standing by to bring you all of the action. Let's head over to our casters.
Thanks very much, Claire. Great to be along for race 3 of the day. It's time to get a bit closer to finalist mode. We're still a couple of races away, of course, but Kevin C is just inching closer and closer to 170 points. Want to get your thoughts, George, first of all, on that previous race. Jeddah for the first time, not only in ESL R1 overall, but at a LAN event as well. How did you view that race?
A fantastic addition, I think, Ewan, for this track to reach us on the calendar. Obviously, to have GT3 in a street circuit scenario is generally quite rare, but the fact that we get to see it here in ESL R1 is something special, but it was an outstanding race. Plenty of drivers put in their best to the forefront. Sebastian Job coming back. I alluded, obviously, time and time again in prior rounds that we haven't necessarily seen the best of Sebastian Job. We saw a great Sebastian Job in full season last year. I would argue and go as far to say that we haven't had a performance like that from Sebastian Job in a very long time. So could this be the cork out of the bottle, I think, is the big question.
And he needs it, doesn't he? He's a few points behind where he really needs to be in terms of the championship standings, but he's rocketed right the way up to 3rd from 7th, where he was after race 1. So he is now very much a contender. It is, though, about Kevin Siggy and Josh Rogers so far, isn't it? I don't know about you. I'm really surprised Kevin Siggy's ahead already. You know what I said earlier on, he's not consistent enough to win. I'm being proven wrong at the moment. 1st and a 3rd position finish for him so far, and Josh Rogers on the back foot.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen a Josh Rogers win yet. I would have thought that would have been sewn up in the first 2 races, but we haven't seen anything quite like that, which is intriguing, because if you look at Josh Rogers' form in the 3 rounds that we had in the Drivers' Championship, he won every single round. I mean, you can't get much better than that. The only way he could do it better is if he was to win every single race leading up to winning the rounds on top of what he already did. But, you know, nonetheless, I would imagine that Joshua Rogers will build himself into this championship. He's no stranger where it comes to LAN events, but Kevin Siggy, I would say this is the best Siggy we have seen, I think, in a long time.
I would agree. I really would. Yeah, he's doing fantastically well. We're about to vault forward, though, and over the Atlantic to, well, I'll say over the Atlantic. I'm used to be in the UK. We're not over the Atlantic at all. It's a lot further than that. It's to the USA, of course, and to the World Centre of Racing. Daytona International Speedway is our location for race 3. High speeds, again, we just saw high speeds at Jeddah, but it's not necessarily having the high-speed corners of Jeddah. It's just the flat-out speed, the oval, of course, the high banks that make this circuit so iconic in the motorsport world, and have given us some incredible races so far in ESL R1. I remember this being first introduced earlier this, or back end of last year, sorry.
Well, yeah.
Really great races to open out and really great action.
It was our very first round, in fact, on this season's calendar, starting the team's championship. And I must say, it was actually a track favoured by RAG, now known as Team Vitality. I mean, they were the ones who went ahead and took podiums, or had one driver that took a podium in every single race, from the very first quarter-final to the final that we had during round 1, and that was Yuri Tobin who took that. Erhan Yuyovsky also took 2 podiums that day, and in fact has been showing some really good form during the case of that round. Hasn't necessarily been a strong one, though, for the likes of Marcel Chinchik, who has also had it pretty tricky, Ewan.
Have a look at this. This is Rensport, and this is the Daytona International Speedway. Absolutely beautifully created, as we were talking about for Jeddah. It's the surroundings that I really like to have a look at. The attention to detail with all the surroundings, actually, apart from the circuit itself, looks absolutely fantastic. And look in the distance, the high banks. That's where the race is going to be won and lost, if you like. And very possibly, those with teammates could have the advantage here.
You're absolutely right. I mean, a track 50 miles north of Orlando, Florida, based in Daytona Beach. 3.560 miles. That's 5.729 kilometers in length. 12 turns will take us around this track. Opened up on the, opened in February 22nd, 1959, a long time ago, but now it comes home to roost here in ESL R1. And no doubt we're going to see some incredible races. We've had so many prestigious races at this track in the past, including the Daytona 500, which is well known in the world of NASCAR, to those of you who follow that one, and also a major race on the IMSA calendar when we look at the 24 hours of Daytona.
A little bit less time on the track today.
A little bit less. It's more of a sprint format.
Absolutely, not even 24 minutes. So we've got a real sprint race coming up for you here in a few moments' time. But as I promised, it will absolutely deliver, that is for sure. It is only the third race of 9. To remind you what's happening today, this is the Drivers' Championship final. Only individuals going out there on the circuit today. Teams will be competing for the remainder of the week. They'll be working together a little bit more. Kevin Siggy, currently the championship standings leader. He's on 124 points, with Josh Rogers 8 points behind. Siggy a minimum of 2 races away from reaching finalist mode. In case you've never seen it before, first of all, it's very exciting. Second of all, it means that once you're in that mode, you win a race and you've won the championship as a whole. So many iconic, dramatic moments have come from having finalist mode. I think it's been the best edition we've had or the best, what would you call it, quirk of ESL R1?
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think from what we saw in the full season, it was outrageous. It actually got to the point where we had to put a stop cap on it. We can't go any further than 9 races. So let's try and keep the hype a little bit more controlled, because it could send us into the deeper echelons of the night. But no, incredible. It has to be said. Amazing to witness this format unfold, and we've had so many great winners in the past. Josh Rogers being the most recent one. Of course, even prior to that here at Riyadh, we alluded to Max Benneker being the Gamers 8 champion, but Porsche Coanda weren't without success. They were teams champions during the course of that week, which was truly tremendous to see.
Also gained through finalist mode, so that's going to be a feature on Sunday too, if you stay with us throughout the week, and I very much hope that you will. What you're seeing on screen at the moment, by the way, apart from us, is the practice session, so all the drivers getting accustomed to the circuit all over again. I already mentioned this, but speaking to a couple of drivers earlier on about the lack of practice around Hockenheim they've had since getting here, hearing that they've not actually been out there on the circuit yet, so the lap times we were given were sort of a guess at where they might be. They don't actually know, and that is one of the things with LAN events. You can learn on the way through, and the times on Sunday may well be quite a lot quicker than what we've got today.
Yeah, I mean, even looking back at some of the new tracks that we have had, obviously we've got Jeddah that we've just received. Obviously a lot of the drivers may not be as akin to that as many others, but then of course we have Fuji Speedway that's going to be debuting here tonight. Well, yeah, actually next in line, yes. So that'll be interesting to see. But yeah, fabulous and great to have these new tracks now becoming a presence here on Rennsport as we ever see more and more updates coming through. We had a recent update come out as well, which has really changed the physics and the model of the game in itself. But these drivers are having to become a little bit more adaptable to the changes that are brought out when these updates are unveiled. But Team Redline will be hoping that nothing really changes from their recent form, because I must say they're looking really strong, pretty much following suit from their Teams Championship journey since the very first round in the Teams Championship.
What do you make of Sebastian Joeb's comments to me and Lewis and some others earlier on today, that he was saying, well, I'm not very good at learning new circuits. He went and stuck it on pole. He went from lights to flag victory. Turned out to be absolute rubbish.
I would take it with a pinch of salt.
You would take it with a pinch, because I believed him at the time. Maybe I was silly to do so, but I really believed him. He's had a good start to the day, that's for sure. 4th and a 1st so far. He's always decent at LAN events. He's picked up Rennsport, the sim, really well.
Well, if we look at his history as well, I mean, a Porsche Carrera Cup champion multiple times over. He's won anything you can think of, anything and everything. And also Red Bull took him on as their resident sim driver for a good period of time as well. So he has a lot of experience as Sebastian Joeb. We shouldn't be surprised to see him up at the very top. There was a time when we were quoting him as being the best sim driver in the world. Not only a master of single-seaters, of course, competing in championships around the single-seater realm, but also later moving into GT3 competition and also in the Cup competition, GT Cup competition as well with Porsche. But now, you know, obviously committed to Redline, moving teams from G2 last year, definitely seems to have galvanized him. Might be a little tricky though, big fish. in a bigger pond?
Yeah, I know what you mean, certainly, but what it is certainly going to do is strengthen an already very strong lineup for Team Red Lions Assault on the Teams Championship coming up later this week. So, however, he'll be against some of his teammates here. That's the downside that you have. We're in qualifying at the moment. On board with Kaiki Oliveira we go, the only driver representing BS Plus competition here in the Drivers' Championship final this afternoon. He made a good start by finishing 3rd at Spa, 7th at the previous race. He's got a lot of work to do, still only 10th in the standings, but his attitude this week has been absolutely fantastic. He seems to be enjoying himself, and when you're enjoying yourself, you perform a little bit better.
You definitely do, Ewan. And looking in the background as well, Florian Haspar, team boss at BS Plus competition, analysing the data, just keeping an eye on Kaiki Oliveira. So experienced, moving from Furia, the Brazilian team that debuted in ESL R1 last year, and now moving across to join the very strongly affiliated BMW team of BS Plus competition. The hooves will surely be stamping here at Daytona as Oliveira looks to turn the screw. Obviously needs to venture now around this next banked corner. A lot of banking around Daytona as akin with usual NASCAR circuits, as he stays and remains tight to within those yellow lines on the left-hand side as he now looks to take a trip down this next long straight. Already that first sector looking okay. 43.427 to kick us off, Ewan.
Yeah, maybe a couple attempts behind where you'd really like to be, but what we've got in front of us are the sort of personal best, the absolute best that you can get around here. I think the bus stop was a little bit scruffy there, I'm afraid, so this second sector might not be so good. It's a 38.5. That might be indeed a couple attempts away from where he needs to be. If we're seeing a 142 around here, then we really are in the money, but I don't think this is quite going to be that for Kaiki Oliveira as he makes his way over the line at over 270 kilometers an hour. He will cross the line with a 143.3.
Yeah, 143.3 for Kaiki Oliveira sends him to the top. Johan Harth will be the next across the line. Obviously, still yet to set his time. Do not pay too much attention to the graphic to the top left. Just matching times for now, folks, but Johan Harth still to cross it as we now await to see what he can bring to the table for the Apex Racing team. Excelled, obviously, in our second chance race that we had not too long ago. 43.432 in the first sector. Crossing the line, though, with a 21.349. That is, at this stage, wow, we can't see the final time there, but, oh, it's just gone to the top. 143.166, matching again.
I don't think they're quite matching.
No, I don't think so. But he is on top.
He is, and it will sort itself out in a few minutes' time. I think Oliveira is going to be a bit disappointed with that lap, by the way. I think he's a little bit further behind where he needs to be, really. Sebastian Jobe may well jump over both of them here. Let's have a look over the line. This is looking good. Over he goes. There it is, 142.9. That's what you want to be looking at if you're going to be pole position here. And Yuri Toman's got a slowdown penalty.
Yeah, not good for Yuri Toman. I mentioned, obviously, Team Vitality having their stronger form in ESL R1 this season, back at this very circuit in the opening round of the Teams Championship earlier this year, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to have followed suit this time around, so not ideal at all for Team Vitality or Yuri Toman, who will now make his way around the next left-hander coming through the bank corner and obviously completing the lap, but not good at all. And you just see his response certainly speaks volumes. A 147.081, that is, well, very nearly 4 seconds of the round behind Kaiki Oliveira's time.
Started the day tied in 3rd with Max Benneker. He's now down to 7th after having picked up only 7 points over the first 2 races. Here comes Tumas Tattler, another one of those drivers who's transferred into the final through the last chance qualifier. He hasn't scored any points, though, in the final just yet. He makes his way over the line in 4th place, 143.3.
Yeah, so 4th place for Tattler. Dara McCormack is now up next. Someone who has been made synonymous, I should say, with Williams over the last few years and has really excelled and has built such a solid GT3 platform. And I must say, again, another driver that perhaps hasn't showed the form that we all know that he's capable of. We saw it back at the end of last season, a bang on the knee. He's not happy. Goes second fastest with a 143.004.
I think it's not happy because Max Benneker gets a slowdown now. Really bad news for him after having a decent start to the day, or a decent last race anyway. He, I'm afraid, is going to be down at the back with Yuri Toman, but I think McCormack just slightly disappointed because he didn't quite get pole rather than it was a bad lap.
That's true.
But there you go. Max Benneker certainly will be even more furious, and there he is, just a slightly pensive look to the left-hand side there as he goes over the line. It won't be anything near pole. A 46.3 for him. He will be near the back.
We'll take solace that at least he's faster than Toman. Joshua Rogers is up next, 43.6 in the first sector, 38.452 in sector 2. Looking very pensive at the moment. Sebastian Job holding all the cards, the only 142 that we actually have on this timing tower right now. All the rest are 143s. Can Josh Rogers bring anything to the table whatsoever? I don't think it's going to be the case. As he crosses the line, it's only enough for 6th fastest. Not ideal for Rogers.
Not ideal at all, and it's good for Siggy as well. Not only because of his championship situation, but actually his lap's very good as well. Very good. He might well be near his teammate here, certainly near Darren McCormack, who's in 2nd position at the moment. It's a very odd 3rd sector here. You already know what your lap time's going to be, basically, as you come out the bus stop chicane. You've just got to wait for the last 15 seconds of the lap to actually play out. There goes Kevin Siggy over the line. He will have known his position for a while, I think, and it is 3rd place.
He's right in the middle of the dance floor, just behind Dara McCormack. Marcel Chinchik needs to dig deep, slightly off in that first sector. Obviously, that 43.3. Mere thousandths, I would say, between he and probably what we could classify as a decent lap. 38.339 in sector 2. So that, again, just around a few hundredths off the pace, but not necessarily out of the question, as now Chinchik, if he can find something decent in sector 3, it goes 3rd fastest. Blast past Kevin Siggy there, Ewan.
Decent, very decent indeed. Marcel Chinchik finally has arrived to the party because so far today he's been a little bit absent. Here goes Luke Bennett. Really good start for Team Redline, of course. Here they couldn't get Jeffrey Utroud into this final through the last chance qualifier, but there is 3 of them, the most numerous team of any in this Drivers' Championship final. Luke Bennett looking to make his way up towards the line now and climb up the standings in this qualifying session. He only goes 6th, the worst off of the 3 Redline drivers.
Well, when a big chance knocks, Kevin Ellis Jr. comes a-calling. A 43.3 in the first sector isn't too bad. 38.4 though in the second sector is not ideal, and you can see it all over his face right now. Obviously just needs to try and find his way into the top 6 if he can. Raise the stakes for this Mercedes-AMG GT3. A shake of the head. He's certainly not happy by any means, but round in the final bank corner, he'll make his way across the line, and that will send him 5th fastest. Not bad considering the lap, Ewan.
Yeah, just 4 thousandths ahead of his teammate Johan Arp, but there is Sebastian Job, the pole sitter for the 2nd race in a row. Was able to do it at Jeddah, has done it again here at Daytona. Will he take a lights to flag victory like he did last time? I wonder. There's Kevin Ellis Jr. as well, who's not especially pleased. I think he's just chatting to Johan Arp there, who's just next to him in the arena. Interesting qualifying session, close times as we know, but actually the times don't need to be very close at Daytona. You can get the slipstream, you can stay in the game that way.
I think it's going to be a hectic race. I mean, generally we do get a lot of changeovers that happen from start to finish. Obviously opportunities as well down the bus stop, but also opportunities for things to go wrong. The drivers just making their way, just to give you guys an update, making their way out onto the track for a little bit of practice, a little bit of a practice run before we get started. But yeah, it is flooded with opportunity here at Daytona. Expect to see some 3 wides. We will see some moments, no doubt, heading into the bus stop. And then, of course, you've got the horseshoe, the international horseshoe at Rodriguez, and then turns 4 and turns 5 again, another hairpin that can open up a few doors. The heavy braking zones in that middle sector, Ewan, could make all the difference.
Absolutely, and it's that run down towards turn 1 we're going to be focused on first of all, because this, of course, was the invention of the rolling start in ESL R1. It was the very first location we had one. Now it's just the normality we see in this series. We've had 2 so far.
Quite appropriate at a NASCAR circuit.
I think so, yeah. I mean, first of all, you don't want them having a standing start on the banking, because if you've ever tried to set off at 45 degrees...
It's going to go left.
Exactly, yeah, you're going to slide down. So it's not good news. So we'll have a rolling start, thankfully. What it does do, though, is just eliminate a little bit on the other tracks, that slight oddity with standing starts. You don't do them very often in GT3s. Now and again, you got a driver who didn't get away very well.
No, that's absolutely right. I mean, you will be punished if you do make mistakes. Obviously, a poor getaway is certainly not going to help. We can take you through the qualifying results. Take us through it, Ewan.
Yeah, 12 thousandths only between Sebastian Job and Darren McCormack, who share row 1. 300ths between Marcel Cintiq and Kevin Siggy, who'll be on row 2, ahead of the 2 Apex Racing Team drivers rounding up the top half. Luke Bennett is 7th, ahead of Kike Oliveira. Then we're getting to the drivers who maybe missed the mark once or twice throughout their lap. Thomas Tattler was 9th, ahead of Josh Rogers, who's got work to do from there. So's Max Benneker, who was the winner here a year ago. And then Yuri Toman, who is 12th. So that's your starting grid. That's how they'll be lining up here. Very interesting, I think, to look at where Kevin Siggy is in relation to Josh Rogers. A massive 5 drivers in between them.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, we want to talk about some of these drivers that have had real-life experience. Sebastian Job is one of those drivers, has had a little bit in the Formula Ford Championship so many years ago, winning the JMR Scholarship back in 2017/18, which led to him taking 4 starts in the Formula Ford series. But even, like I said, since then has been part of the Red Bull team, has raced in single-seater championships in sim racing for Red Bull alike, and was a sim tester for Red Bull themselves in 2022. But Ewan, I know that sound a mile away. Engines are revving, rolling start. It's time for Daytona here in ESL R1.
That's the very loud Audi as well that I can hear ringing in my ears at the moment, because this has made, it does make a very distinctive noise, doesn't it? That's Marcel Cintiq you were riding on board with there in 3rd place. He's just behind Sebastian Job and Darren McCormack. And McCormack, who was up inside around the top 5 throughout that second race, but does need to make up those points. Currently 8th in the standings. Job 3rd, looking for another race win. Up to the line we go at Daytona. The green flag waves and race 3 here in the final of the Drivers' Championship gets underway. Good start there from 5th place for Kevin Ellis Jr. as he tries to get down the inside of Kevin Siggy, hung up dry and wide on the outside line. Here he goes on the outside of Marcel Cintiq. He'll slot in a very orderly start through the first few corners.
Yeah, it looked like a great start for Kevin Ellis Jr., but had a shaky moment coming out of turn 2, which certainly did set him back just a little bit. Kevin Siggy was able to hold firm onto 4th place, but Sebastian Job is clear up at the front. Marcel Cintiq, who we're currently seeing on our right-hand side of our screen here, as he looks to now make his way through that middle sector in towards sector 3 very, very soon to close out the opening lap, is trying to get close to the back of Darren McCormack. But Job consolidating that lead up at the front. Yuri Toman still at the very rear of the field after having that slowdown. We got a mix-up further back as well with Luke Bennett, Rogers and Oliveira.
Yeah, Johan Hart was the one defending, and here goes Josh Rogers trying to take advantage of all of this. When you're stuck up on the outside here on the banking as well, you're only going to go backwards, and that's where Luke Bennett's going to go now. He slots back in immediately because he knows if he stays out there too long, he'll get freight trained by everybody, just as what's happened to Kike Oliveira, who Thomas Tattler and Max Benneker have both overtaken. Here we go into the bus stop chicane. It's all on down here. Look at Luke Bennett to the inside into the bus stop. Oh, contact, and just about hangs on to 7th place.
That's about as daring as it gets there, Ewan O'Leary. Absolutely stunning scenes as they made their way in towards turn 10, out of the backstretch into the bus stop, but it might not all be over yet. We're riding on board here with Joshua Rogers, the full season champion, back at it once more, trying to find bigger points, and he's trying to usurp a rival. Oh, here we go. We've got a plethora of cars coming from further back. Max Benneker around the outside, as well as Thomas Tattler. In comes Kike Oliveira. Bennett in trouble. Look at Benneker. He comes wheel to wheel against long-term rival Joshua Rogers. They'll go side by side through the initial parts of this circuit. Outrageous scenes. Rogers holds firm.
Oh, just about for now. He cuts in front of the German into the international horseshoe, with Thomas Tattler looking to take advantage on the outside. Can't quite do it. Kike Oliveira and Yuri Toman are the two in behind that in the 2 Audis. They'll slot back in there, but goodness me, that was all going on in towards the opening corner. That's what you're likely to see round here at Daytona. And what this has also done, it's split the field in half. We've very much got a top 6 racing away from the bottom 6.
Yeah, and this is wonderful news for ART. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Johan Hart not worried about those chasing. They can just focus their efforts on who's in front. Ellis Jr. trying to close up on Siggy. That gap now is around 0.5 of a second. Further up at the top, though, Job still leads. McCormack in behind once again. We've got Josh Rogers trying to laser down on Luke Bennett. Obviously needs to try and get past, because currently, as it stands, he will not be able to progress any further. Benneker's got issues of his own, with Thomas Tattler hovering all over his rear spoiler. spoiler, but Bennett once more still continues in P7, but Rogers is giving him a lot to think about, Ewan.
As things stand, Rogers is losing points to Kevin Siggy again. He would lose another 9 to Kevin Siggy if things stay as they are right now to increase that current gap from 8 to 17 in the current championship standings. He's just lost a lot of time through the bus stop chicane there as well. Not sure what that was all about, but he's a long way off now. Here's the leaders. Sebastian Job leads, Darren McCormack leads, Marcel Chinchik, then Kevin Siggy to the inside. Well, that was a bit ambitious, wasn't it? He'll stay 4th.
Yeah, truly unreal scenes there indeed. We've got Siggy, who's trying to close certainly the gap in behind. We're currently watching, though, at this stage, obviously, Sebastian Job up at the front with Darren McCormack chasing him down. Further down then is Marcel Chinchik. Vitality still with a driver in proximity of taking a decent result here in Daytona. We did allude back to those first few races, or those first few races we had in round 1 of the team's championship back here. Of course, this is the track that opened up the spring season, and Marcel Chinchik actually did not progress too smartly at all through that first round. Actually, his round was over coming through the semi-final phase, where he finished 11th. Has not sat on the podium at all here at Daytona this season, but might yet turn this around by taking a decent result this time. He has got, though, Kevin Siggy waiting in the wings, already a race winner here in the Esports World Cup fray now, as back comes McCormack. Looking to open the door here on Job. I think he's going to be patient, though, Ewan.
I think so. I think we could be seeing patience for a little while, actually, especially into the bus stop chicane. That'll wait. But maybe the battle is going to be for 2nd place going on to that final lap. Because if you're in that runners-up position, you can try and vault past the leader on that very last run to the line. Is there quite enough time for you to do that? Is there enough space? Is the Mercedes quick enough versus the BMW, which we know is decent in a straight line? Those questions are all to be answered, but we might well get a first preview here. No, we're not, because Darren McCormack is tapping the brakes. Kevin Siggy certainly isn't, though. He'll move to the outside. Is he just looking, or is he going? Here he goes, late on the brakes slightly, side by side, almost 2 by 2. Sebastian Job still leading, comfortably in fact, but Kevin Siggy trying to join him, side by side with Marcel Chinchik into the first sector.
Yep, trying to make it, instead of 1 red line car in the top 3, try and make it 2. And a wonderful move there from Kevin Siggy. Mustachio strikes once more, this time at Daytona, and now sits in 3rd place. 0.8 of a second separate he and McCormack, who have now careered on further up the field. Obviously, on one level, a reprieve for Sebastian Job has been relieved, certainly in some cases, of some of the pressure lying in waiting behind, but maybe he's breathing even more of a sigh of relief with the fact that his teammate is now sat in 3rd. Big opportunity here for Redline to really close out this race at Daytona.
Kevin Ellis Jr. is coming as well here, with Johan right behind him. I spoke to Johan at the end of the last chance qualifier. He said, well, it's nice to be in the final, but I'd rather help Kevin Ellis Jr. here because he's got a much better chance of winning, and it's totally right. So those two hooked together at Daytona could be a formidable duo. Here goes Marcel Chinchik, though. Pretty decent straight line speed for the Audi. He'll just close up to the back of the BMW into the bus stop chicane. As you can see him focusing there in the top right. Look at Kevin Ellis Jr. though. He is closing in along with everybody else, actually. Josh Rogers is now 7th. He's bringing everybody else with him too.
Yeah, and he's also got the fastest lap of the race, so it just goes to show that the pace still aligns itself with the Porsche in this race, at least for now. Rogers, of course, has had many occasions already since the start of this. Now, as we now see McCormack finally open up the door here on Sebastian Job. We did wonder whether this might occur, and indeed, it should be oh so simple. No other drivers in the equation here, but Job immediately looking to the outside, towing along Siggy as well. Chinchik waiting in the wings, and just look at how close Kevin Ellis Jr. has got to the back of this quartet that have sat in these positions for quite a considerable amount of time.
And I was talking about team play for Ellis Jr. and Hart, but actually it could be Darren McCormack trying to forego this bit of team play that could be happening here for Team Redline. The reason why he's gone to the lead here. If he sat there in 2nd place, he could have got swamped by Kevin Siggy. Sebastian Job would have done his best to help him, and suddenly then you're McCormack, you're in 3rd place. It's very difficult to get past 2 BMWs who are slipstreaming and bump drafting one another.
And he would love nothing more as well for Apex Racing Team to come into the fight as well and make things a little difficult for Team Redline, not forgetting as well Marcel Chinchik, who sat down in 4th place. But as the race continues, Kevin Ellis Jr. has now taken the fastest lap away from Joshua Rogers. So great effort there from Apex Racing Team, who now have a chance to attack those that are lying in wait in front, and Daytona does offer plenty of those opportunities. We've alluded to the track's layout. The bank corners, if you get those wrong, obviously it does provide plentiful opportunity to your runners in behind. It's so dramatic in terms of the position changes from time to time. If you get it wrong, you could lose more than one place. We've seen drivers sink lower, 4 places down even in some cases, as now we see in behind Sebastian Job and Kevin Siggy. Almost like the red arrows, aren't they? Both coupled together, second and third, and trying to close up to Dara McCormack.
And watch them fly by here. I think they're both going to go through, or at least one of them. Sebastian Job is right in behind. No, they're waiting. Thought they were going to do it that lap. Certainly not. 4 to go here at Daytona in race 3 at the Esports World Cup ESL R1. This is the Drivers' Championship final, and we're currently searching for a finalist mode contender. At the moment, Kevin Siggy is the closest to achieving that, although he does need to win the next 2 races if he wants to get there in 2 races. That seems unlikely at the moment, although Sebastian Job is right up there to try and help him. Sebastian Job himself will have designs on getting to finalist mode as well. The field all getting closer together again. Josh Rogers and Luke Bennett are now a part of this 8-car train.
Yeah, truly is astonishing. We've got plenty of big names featuring at the top flight here in this race, only missing perhaps names such as Joshua Rogers and Max Benneker, who are currently sat in the bottom 6. Luke Bennett, part of that contingent alike as well. Yuri Toman still working hard at the very tail end of the field too. Obviously trying to move his way, but it's quite tough when you're in a situation where, you know, there's basically trains happening right through the course of this 12-car field. McCormack, though, still up at the top, but just look at this again. We've got the 15 of Marcel Cinchik waiting in the wings behind Kevin Siggy as they head down towards the bus stop chicane once again. Of course, Marcel Cinchik, we heard his story from Hungary. He went on to win the Spring Season Championship, and it was quite the honour. He actually stated that his first ever sim racing wheel could only turn 90 degrees to the left and 90 degrees to the right. Well, he's going to need a little bit more than that around Daytona.
We've all been there. Into the first corner they'll go again. Marcel Cinchik not really looking for a move here, but it would be good for him to split the red lines. Good for his own chances anyway, not good for Kevin Siggy. Into the first corner they'll go again, and no change here as the Apex drivers get close again. They're decent on the brakes, but Kevin Ellis Jr.'s exit off of the bus stop chicane was nowhere near good enough for anything to happen, and so for the first time in ages, no positions change on that lap.
No, absolutely right. It's status quo, at least for now, but Dara McCormack has just seen his gap, though, flitter downwards slightly. Has gone back out. It's gone above near enough 3/10. It's now filtered back downwards once more. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, once again getting really, really close to the back of these. I do wonder when ART might decide to pull the plug, because we're getting to the point now where the next lap is going to be the penultimate lap of the race. They're going to have to start thinking about making moves, because there is really no benefit to Ellis Jr. and Johan Haaf being where they are. They've got to take the fight to Cinchik, Siggy and Job to give themselves at least a crack at McCormack.
Exactly, they're all going to be looking at these points and thinking, I'd like some of those, please. And so Kevin Ellis Jr. has to start making some moves very, very shortly indeed. Just noticed there into the West Horseshoe, there was a little bit of contact between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Marcel Cinchik, and that just meant that there was a moment where I thought, something might happen now on this lap, and it very nearly didn't to the bus stop chicane. Sebastian Job getting close again, but no move made. Is he just waiting for that very final lap?
He could well be. Lap 7 of 9 will soon become lap 8. McCormack, 4/10 clear up at the front. There is some breathing space in between he and Sebastian Job. Kevin Siggy, who might yet decide to spring the surprise on his very own teammate here, but just look at the run here from Job, who now looks to move down in towards turn 1, deciding not to make the move. But what about teammate Siggy, who's decided to lie in wait instead? Lap 8 of 9 fully confirms that we are on the penultimate lap of the race. McCormack still in charge. Cinchik with a little bit more of a gap, and I think he's got a little bit of hassle on his hands, because Kevin Ellis Jr. is right in his rear spoiler.
He certainly is. Will there be a move into the International Horseshoe? No. He decides to stay behind for now. Surprised they're waiting so long back there, actually, because they're only 5th and 6th at the moment, the 2 Apex Racing Team drivers. They've got the opportunity to work together as teammates, and at the moment they're not really using it to get past Marcel Cinchik, although I guess the fear is that if they fight, then the front 3 will get away. But if they wait too long, again, the front 3 won't be there for the taking anyway. Into the end of the infield lap they go then. Oh, and that was a bit of a mistake and a bit of contact as Sebastian Job got into the rear of Darren McCormack. That was pretty awkward, as we've got a lap and a half to go. McCormack will gain a bit of benefit out of that, weirdly.
Well, he's been given almost a nudge of encouragement from Sebastian Job, and I'm sure Job would be very keen to take it back sooner rather than later. Further back, you can just see Chinchik getting ever closer to the back of Kevin Siggy as well, and this has got to be the time now for these drivers to strike. Obviously heading through now the next chicane section. Through bus stop they will go, but then the run coming through out of turn 11 through turn 12. Down through towards the start-finish line will then open up the final lap of the race with Darren McCormack spearheading the field, still holds that 0.4 of a second advantage. Further back, Job and Siggy queued up here for Team Redline to perhaps give off at least some sort of an opportunity for themselves to maybe take yet another race win. Both Job and Siggy already race winners so far. Redline are looking to ascend again.
They are swarming. Sebastian Job looking to the outside of Darren McCormack, and here goes Kevin Ellis Jr. down the inside of Marcel Chinchik, not quite able to get there. Here they go with Luke Bennett now, trying to make the moves. He was on the outside of Ironart initially, now he's on the outside of Ellis Jr. as well, who has to break really late into the International Horseshoe, but gets it wrong. And here goes Luke Bennett into 6th place. They'll remain side by side.
Yeah, banging as well, side by side they will stay as we now watch them once again career through this middle sector. It is still now Mercedes v BMW, an incredible moment, and Luke Bennett now under pressure as Kevin Ellis Jr. looks to levy his way onwards, but still they say side by side. Darren McCormack though still out in front, still not being challenged here by Sebastian Job so far. It is still the Williams out in front, but can he stay there, Ewan?
It's going to be interesting. I think the gap is rather large at the moment, to be honest, but it doesn't mean it's over just yet. Sebastian Job is still lurking. He's still got the help of Kevin Siggy, who I think not only will want to push Sebastian Job to the victory, but maybe he might want to try and steal it himself. Are we going to see a 3-wide finish here into the end of race 3, in towards the bus stop chicane again, firing over the curbs for Darren McCormack, as he has been for 9 times around this Daytona International Speedway. Is it enough? It has to be something oh so special to hold on to the lead in this situation. This is going to be a very close finish as Sebastian Job tries to take his 2nd race victory in 2 races. Over the line they'll go. Round to the outside. Oh, look at this. Sebastian Job pushed by his teammate Kevin Siggy to the victory. Sebastian Job wins race 3 ahead of Kevin Siggy. Then Darren McCormack, who has his heart broken right at the very end.
A smile on the face of Sebastian Job. Victory number 2, and it's back-to-back. Absolutely sensational. And we saw the right smile on his face, and for good reason, for good purpose, because it was a well-timed, well-manoeuvred move there from both Team Redline drivers, and McCormack, unfortunately, understandably, well, beside himself.
Disappointed, but what can he do in that situation? Very difficult for him to know really what he can do, but look at that hook between Sebastian Job and Kevin Siggy. They know they've just achieved something very special indeed. Let's go down to the stage now to Morgan, who's got a bit of an interview for us.
Okay, so this is Morgan, and Job, this was such a beautiful race from you, and you absolutely got that win from a massive win in the late game. Wins back-to-back now, how are you feeling?
I feel amazing, like not just to win, but to have my teammates 2nd and 4th. You know, teamwork is key, and we showed that, and I think we're the best at it at the moment. We're just so on point with everyone being together, working together. Our communication mid-race is flawless, so yeah, I think a lot happier than I would have been just winning on my own, but to have my teammates around and supporting, it's so good.
Now that you brought that up, it's a beautiful point, and I would love to follow up on it. Teamwork is key, despite the fact that this is the solo championship for driver finals. But I would love to ask you, how did Team Redline prepare? You are among all the teams that are participating here with 3 drivers in the solo championship. So what do you guys do? What's your secret for making sure that individually you are still at the top?
I think it's consistency. We're having practice every day. We're never skipping days. We're always doing a little bit every day at least. Most days it's a lot, but we're just always doing something, always checking data, comparing to each other. And when you have such good drivers to compare against, you all get better and better. So it's the perfect environment. Yeah.
How do you feel Redline team is going to perform now when we switch from the solo driver championships and again against the other teams? Again, Team Redline obviously individually has some of the best names here. Who do you think might be your most furious enemies when it comes to the team championship? Who is the team that you're putting your eye on mostly when we go to the team championships?
Well, Porsche won it last year, so they will be a fierce competitor. Among Porsche, we have RHG, who I believe won the first season as well. So they're going to be the toughest ones, I'm sure. Mouse have some great lineup. So I think we've got to focus on ourselves, though. If we look at the other teams too much, then we'll get in our own heads. So, and we're getting to add Jeffrey into that. Unfortunately, he didn't get through the last chance race, but now we'll have him, and it makes our lineup even stronger.
Showing a lot of confidence. That was Sebastian Job again. What an amazing performance. Thank you so much. And we're going to be going to break and then straight to studio to analyze that beautiful wins back-to-back from our champion, Sebastian Job.
Who won the very first round of ESL R1?
Beneke. Beneke, yeah.
Correct.
Beneke.
Correct, Seb. Well done.
Beneke.
Spot on. Absolutely correct. First point goes to Isaac.
Max. Beneke. Yep. Yeah, Max. Yep. Poland. Yep.
Correct. Who won the Season 1 Spring Major?
Marcel Cinczyk. Yes. Marcel Cinczyk.
Correct.
Yeah, Cinczyk. Cinczyk.
Correct.
Cinczyk.
Marcel.
Yeah, spot on. Tell you what, they're good.
Marcel. Cinczyk.
I think so.
Yeah. You weren't even in there. I just spectator. It was Marcel, yeah.
Who goes by the name Mustachio?
Kevin Siggy.
Correct. Zemislav coming in there at the very last minute there with a fantastic answer. It was indeed Kevin Siggy.
Kevin Siggy.
Siggy. Correct, Seb Hawkins. Tell you what, team manager, he's done you the world good here.
George thinks my voice is Bono's voice, and that's going to be confusing.
Just Kevin Siggy, no?
That's correct. Well done, Cooper.
Had no idea.
What a
Had
result.
no idea on that one.
He adopted that just due to the.
Had to dig deep for that one.
The twitch of the twitch of moustache. Brilliant.
Try to take a wild guess, probably Siggy, man. Oh yeah.
Is it Kevin?
Yeah.
It's Kevin Siggy.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh,
Well done, guys.
Hello and welcome back to ESL R1. Of course, we're here at the Esports World Cup as well. We've changed our faces again. Cameron Roger alongside me, as well as Arjuna. Arjuna, let's talk about that race. We've just had our third race of the day. We've got more to come, of course. We were in Daytona. It was a slower race than the other two we've seen so far. However, there was a lot of storylines in there.
Yeah, Slipstream, of course, being the main talking point, and I got the chance to go to Daytona earlier this year, and the one thing that you really get a sense for is the sense of speed. 2.5 miles of banking, and if you stand at the top of the banking, which they let you do in the various track walks, you feel like you're going to fall down.
Really?
It really is disconcerting, and so it's such a wonderful track. I was a little bit surprised, though, that we didn't see more action at the end of the day, knowing how much Slipstream can play its part.
I mean, we did see just at the end a bit of Slipstream. You guys talk us through the highlights.
Yeah, absolutely. We did see a lot of sort of gameplay, I think, during the straights. Drivers try not to overtake in certain situations. This was a very nice move, actually, down in towards the international horseshoe. Up the inside there, that was Chinchik in number 15 car, just sort of sliding back a little bit, and it was Ziggy getting through there. Then this is the run up towards the line. Ziggy pushing his teammate Job up towards that checkered flag, and McCormack losing out 2 places thanks to that bump draft.
And again, it was all about the slipstream, right? We talked about the BMW being strong in a straight line, but just look on board. The revs rise, the speed rises over 270 kilometers an hour, and pulling out of that draft, McCormack tried to squeeze and tried to block, and proactively block as well. But he could do nothing, sitting duck in a straight line, and just one more look from this angle and you'll see the Red Line Express makes its way to first and second.
It was quite interesting as well because we had seen Job make a bit of a mistake earlier on. And it seemed that he actually just dropped back a little bit before the end of the race and then realised, hang on, my teammate's behind me. We can do a nice slipstream to the end here. We're just seeing the celebrations from Sebastian Job then. But it was great to see, you know, that teamwork happening on track. Team Redline are very strong. Just the results here. So as we see another win for Sebastian Job, his second as well. Cameron, just talk us through the points and where that leads us now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are looking at Kevin Ziggy still leading the way. But the thing for him is he's on 143 points. You need to get to 170. So he's more than a race win still away from getting to that finalist mode. But Sebastian Job, who started the day in 8th place, 7th place in the standings, is now up to 2nd after these 2 wins. So he is looking very good. He's coming in fast and those points are racking up quickly. And Josh Rogers is just 5 points behind him. So it's really turning into a bit of a 3-horse race.
Josh Rogers sitting down at the bottom there, coming into this whole event, leading the way. Unfortunately, didn't have a great qualifying and then was down at the bottom. Not great from him.
And you talk about the teamwork for Redline, right? There's 3 Redline BMWs in the Drivers' Championship, whereas, you know, Mitchell DeYoung and Dane Warren were in that last chance qualifier race, but didn't get the chance to move their way forward and support Rogers in the potential fights, right? And so it was interesting, Morgan asking that question to Seb. How do you work together? And the one thing that we know Redline have done, and Job has joined the Redline family recently, they live together, basically. They play games. Max Verstappen joins them very often to play Call of Duty. They're always together.
Just so you know, we were doing our predictions earlier, and we do have a way for you to get involved, stcplay.gg. So make sure you get your predictions in. How are your predictions going? Are they going all right?
Well, I had Josh Rogers, so at this moment, we are going backwards.
Mine was Luke Bennett. I forget who yours was.
Well, so today...
hang on, you can't change it.
I went Max Benneker,
right,
but one thing I will say is that I think we were talking kind of as a team over the last couple of days, and one thing that we weren't sure about was whether Sebastian Job had a realistic chance from where he was in the Drivers' Championship. And I thought he had a chance. I just didn't know exactly how it was going to play out. 2 back-to-back wins. He's got to be full of confidence now.
Oh, absolutely. And the reason why is because being in that 7th place, he's just got to make up so many points. But with how it has been with Benneker dropping down, Rogers dropping down, finishing in last place there, he's missed out on so many points that Job has been able to amass the points total that he's needed.
Well, let's see if Sebastian Job can do it again. We're heading to Japan. Fiji is exactly where we're going. Let's head over to our casters. We've got Lewis McLeod and George Morgan.
Certainly do, of course. Yes, the Fuji Speedway, another brand new addition, of course, to ESL R1, to Rennsport as well. It's been on Rennsport for a little while. They haven't been able to practice this one a bit more, but of course it is new to us in competition here in ESL R1. Should be a lot of fun. Very different style of circuit than what we've got from like the Jeddah Corniche circuit, which of course we raced a couple ago, and of course Daytona we did just a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call Daytona flat or anything like that because we do have the banking, but I think when you look at Jeddah, for example, the Corniche, when you move to somewhere like Fuji, all of a sudden you've got the elevation changes, which are going to be mightily tricky for some of the drivers to manage. We will, of course, be taking a quick look at the track now very shortly. Just look at this. I mean, under the sunlight, picturesque as you like, and we just saw a brief illustration there of some of the elevation changes. It is somewhat of a roller coaster, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. There's so much going on around the entirety of the 4.5 kilometres of this circuit. So many tricky little corners. Of course, you've got that awkward chicane around the back end of the circuit down towards turn 10 at Dunlop. Of course, you run through this tightening right-hander into a tightening left-hander into a tightening right-hander again, all very awkward around the back end of the circuit. And of course, you know, it's hosted so much in the world of motorsport with the World Endurance Championship, with Formula One. It also hosted the Olympics back in 2021 with, of course, the cycling road races and such. Very, very impressive venue. And, of course, as me and Arjuna found on a very boring broadcast, there's more than 20 golf courses in the very near area. I think it's within 10 kilometres, there's more than 20 courses. It's crazy.
It is crazy. Utterly crazy. I mean, it's sat in the foothills of Mount Fuji as well. You're not going to get much of a better scenic location than that, but Japan harnesses some truly extraordinary tracks, and Fuji being one of them. We look at other tracks that we've seen in the past, like Suzuka as well. Many of them tend to favour this high elevation change element with this variation in cornering as well, and Fuji definitely has that in an abundance. I would say things are slightly more simple in the first sector. They turn it up a notch in sector 2, but my golly, they don't half put the sting in when it comes into sector 3, because coming out of nets through towards turn 15, that's where things get interesting, Lewis.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned for the Porsche around here, only because we've said before about the Porsche having...
That's a strange take.
Maybe not having the greatest straight line speed.
Yeah.
Now, the start and finish straight round here is massive. I can't remember. I think it's like 1.3 kilometres off the top of my head. I can't actually remember. It's a very long start-finish straight.
Actually, it's not a strange take, given the fact you're talking about the long straight going in towards turn 1.
Yeah.
But sector 3 is probably where it will excel.
Exactly. It's where because it should be better at the cornering. It looked like it was better in the brakes, at least in the hands of Josh Rogers. So in that sense, we should be... That's where it should come to strength. But the length of that straight is so incredibly long. I don't know. I don't necessarily feel super confident. We're looking though at practice. You can see Luke Bennett here beginning the climb up into that final sector where we turn right, get into the awkward braking zone, into the left-hander, what is effectively the penultimate corner. Wash out towards the exit of the race segment before you find that apex and turn your way in before getting ready for the final corner. I'm not going to lie. I have probably done more than 1,000 laps of Fuji in my entire time in sim racing. I have never figured out the final sector here. I've never found the right line.
It's a tricky one to find the lines. The final sector, obviously very wide, I think, as a circuit, and it's very hard to find, I suppose, to position your car in the right place. But I suppose that's the spice, that's the fascination, or the fascination when you do go racing around a circuit such as Fuji Speedway. But as we now watch as the Team Vitality Audi bursts its way down through towards turn 1, that's Yuri Toman, who we're currently seeing on screen. Hasn't had it easily, has Yuri. Obviously, I would say Marcel was probably the better at Daytona, given the fact that he finished where he did, but Yuri needs to find something more here.
Certainly so, but of course, the driver to beat at the moment, realistically, this man here, Sebastian Job, the 22 for Team Redline, looking really strong. He's moved up to second position in the point standings. We ride on board though with Kevin Siggy, who is the points leader at the moment as we head down now into turn 3, running it out wide.
Oh,
woo! They're going to do that quite a lot. Now, obviously, if you run wide there, you're going to get a slowdown penalty, lifting off the throttle as you breathe it in, get heavy onto the brakes down into the hairpin. This is a good overtaking opportunity down here.
Yeah, absolutely right. And then, of course, you've got the acceleration coming out. If you get a better run, aside from your competitor, then maybe you will get then a better chance. But as we now watch Kike Oliveira, who is looking to try and find his best form, was brilliant in the second chance race. That's what brought him to the dance here tonight. And we did see, of course, Florian Haspar working at the desk, trying to obviously help his driver by any means necessary. And that's the brilliance where it comes to sim racing. They've got so much data that they can work from. in order to aid their drivers here, Lewis. And Florian Haspar, of course, has been such a monumental figure at the BS Plus competition team.
Yeah, exactly. The figurehead of BS competition, the figurehead of VCO and the like as well. He's been a very busy man behind the scenes of sim racing, trying to push it forward. Max Benneker there, looking back to Thomas Tattler, who I've got to say, I don't want to be that guy. This is maybe a bit harsh. Been a bit disappointed with after the incredible performance in the last chance race, where he absolutely basically dominated. To lead, to take the victory from Kaiki Oliveira, who has been pretty impressive, Kaiki Oliveira, since coming into, as you said there. Thomas Tattler has finished 12th and 10th.
Yeah, it's not
He
been
scored
great.
2 points in 3 races. It's not ideal.
It's not been great for Thomas Tattler, and needs to try and dig something deep. But again, Fuji is the place where things tend to get a little topsy-turvy, and for good reason. Dara McCormack will no doubt be looking for retribution. Went from the lead to P3 in the matter of one single straight going down through Daytona. That one would have hurt.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is like, yeah, sure, that's going into a little bit of a break. They have had, like 8-9 minutes out of the sim rig. There is Sebastian Job, of course. Yeah, you've had a few minutes out of the rig. Fair enough, but that's not going to sort you from the pain of that. They've just finished in practice, though. They're about to head into the qualifying session, which I would say around here doesn't necessarily matter as much. I have checked, by the way. The straight was 1.475 kilometers. That's 0.9 of a mile. Is how long that start-finish straight is. She's a big one.
It's extraordinary. But then again, if you get the slipstream, it's a very nice overtaking opportunity towards turn 1. It's kind of double-faced, though, because you do have turn 2 coming up straight after it. Almost, if you look at it as a whole, it's like one giant hairpin when you then make your way in towards Sector 3, or Sector 2 out of turn 3.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, there's a lot to navigate around here. There's a lot of places where you can potentially make a move, a lot of places where you can potentially make a mistake, especially when it comes to qualifying. Realistically, the ones that we're really talking about, that exit of turn 3, that's one that you can exceed at. The exit of potentially the likes of turn 13, if you exceed at those two, you'll most likely get yourselves a slow down penalty. Either way, we are in qualifying, so we'll see the 12 drivers once more take it around here, and Dara McCormack will be the first of it. He completes his run on the nearly 1.5 kilometre straight, heavily onto the brakes, dropping down the hill into turn 1, clips the curb on the right-hand side. This is the first ever qualifying lap that we've seen at the Fuji Speedway in ESL R1. Now down towards turn 3 as he'll flick it through the left-hander here. Watch how quick it is and watch how close they get to the exit of track limits. Fantastic stuff. Now into 100R, the double apex right-hander at 4 and 5.
Yeah, coming out of turn 4 in towards turn 5 in 100R. It'll then take them through towards the hairpin, coming out of turn... Well, coming in towards turn 7 very shortly. Of course, it gets pretty trepidatious when you head through the segments of sectors. You do have to try and find your limits, especially given the fact that the track is so wide. You can get caught napping at certain moments, then heading down out of Sector 2 through towards Sector 3 proper. Straight away now tackling some of the treacherous curbs that they have lying in wait. Now over the, shall I say, the sleeping policeman on the inside, and then over the crest slightly as you then burst down through towards yet another left-hander. Now you need to be careful on the curbs once more. It can get rather tricky. Then a late apex coming through here before then once again ascending upwards. This is very much a roller coaster, Lewis.
Yes, indeed. Into the final corner at 16 and out through the turn. You can see the sectors there. 26-0 is what we were aiming for in the first sector. It is a 26-1 there for him. 35-5 in the middle sector. About 10. This is actually a pretty solid lap time as we head up towards the line. Let's see what it's going to be from Dara McCormack as he hits the stripe, aiming for a 35-7. It's a 35-9. Not bad.
Yeah, Luke Bennett, though, coming through 26-185 in sector 1. That's not too bad. 35-6 in the second sector. So looking to try and topple Dara McCormack, who's already registered that 135.930. Can the car representing Team Redline, the BMW, can it make its way across the M4? Can he blast past McCormack in that final sector alone? What was it? Not quite enough. 36.253. Very nearly, well, just over 3/10 off.
Thomas Tattler, next one to come through. First sector, 26.1, 35.5 in the second, so not too bad. Although I've written down 25.0 is the one they're aiming for in the first sector, so it could be a second off, but I wouldn't trust my maths. And that one, see what it's like as Thomas Tattler makes his way towards the line. Again, aiming for the 35.930 that Dara McCormack has set. Thomas Tattler will cross the stripe and will set himself a 36.1, so goes ahead of Luke Bennett.
Yeah, Thomas Tatler with a decent showing, at least to try and get past a Team Redline driver, a phenomenal Team Redline driver like Luke Bennett now down to third. Kaiki Oliveira will come next, and once again the hooves will be stamping once more. 26-1 in the first sector with a 35.593. Doesn't look overly happy with it. You can tell by his reaction, but we'll take a look at the time as he now crosses that start-finish line and does so. Where will he be positioned? Second fastest. It's not bad. 36.040.
I was going to say, unless that final sector was terrible, it actually looked pretty decent for Kaiki Oliveira on the sector splits. 26.0. Fastest first sector we've seen so far here, coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr. The second sector, though, has left a lot on the table with a 35.8, aiming for that 35.5, 35.4. So it's not ideal from Kevin Ellis Jr. Could be a couple of tenths off here. Could be around where Kaiki Oliveira is, to be perfectly honest. If he's nailed the final sector, could it be good enough for pole position? Now let's see as he crosses the line. Kevin Ellis Jr. next one to the beam, 36.176. Not great.
It's not great at all. Sebastian Job, 2 wins on the spin and a 26.063 in the first sector is fantastic. 35.4 in sector 2 as well. And now coming through the final corner out of turn 16, the Team Redline driver, new to the team this season. A little wince on his face, but this could be close. McCormack's time to beat of a 135.930. Can Sebastian Job do it? Let's wait for the time to come through. Yes, he can. A 135.845 for the 2-time consecutive race winner. Johan Haaf not having quite the same success.
No, first and second sector actually looking pretty decent from Johan Haaf, but yeah, a little too much of a slide there, you got to be saying. Coming through the likes at turn 14, 15, onto the brakes, now through the final corner at 16 and out towards the line. Let's see what Johan Haaf can do. What a lap time it was, though, from Sebastian Job. Art might make himself into a lower 36, to be honest. I don't see it going much quicker than that. Could he pop himself ahead of his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. though as he hits the stripe? Let's see what that final sector ends up doing. It is good enough for fourth. It is a low 36.
That's a respectable lap for Johan Haaf. 26.1 for Kevin Siggy in the first sector. 35.563 in the middle sector. Not quite the same as what Job had earlier on, but he's now looking to at least get himself into the top 5. At this point, though, this could be a little tricky, and his reaction says it all. Kevin Siggy up towards the line. Can Redline at least get 2 of their cars in this top 5 fray? They certainly can. Third fastest for Kevin Siggy, the man from Maribor, will be looking to ascend higher and maybe even make it a 1-2 during the race.
And if Siggy scores more than 3 points in this race, he will move within 1 race victory of finalist mode. He is the points leader at the moment on 143. Marcel Chinchik, the spring season champion, knows how to get it done once it's been put into finalist mode, and this lap is looking pretty hot. The Team Vitality car about to cross the line. Marcel Chinchik in control at the moment. Can he beat the 35.8 that Sebastian Job has set? As he hits the line, it's a 36.0. Poor final sector from the Audi.
That is disappointing for Marcel Chinchik. Of course, got close in that previous race at Daytona, but this time around only enough for fourth, a 36.019. Joshua Rogers looking for a reprieve, and that 36.2 is going to take him a long way away from that in that first sector, and that 35.6 doesn't look very inspiring either. The Porsche getting caught out perhaps in the sectors of high speed, but can the third sector, the technical third sector, be his best friend this time? A 136.1, not at all. Joshua Rogers really finding it difficult out there. This time sits in 8th.
Yeah, that's a big shame for Joshua Rogers, who I think's chances of potentially coming here and winning the Esports World Cup seem to be slipping through his fingers. And how could potentially Porsche Commander take on the next 3 days when we head into the Teams Championship? Are they going into it on the back foot? 2 final cars left across the line. Yuri Toman will be the first. He's passed 100 races now in ESL R1. He did that in the previous race. So it's his 101st race, 101st qualifying, and I'm pretty sure that might be the back of the grid.
Yeah, I think it could well be. Yuri Toman, again, very somber scenes. 26.1 though for Max Benneker, the German, the 30-year-old who started racing from 2011. 35.5 in that second sector. Nothing that is really going to blow you away, but maybe a third sector assault could yet provide something for him. Sebastian Job, though, still very much in control up at the front, but can Benneker get close? A brilliant final sector places him in P4 and ahead of Marcel Chinchik.
Sebastian Job, though, looking for 3 on the back. bounce, starting from pole position. Is he taking control here in the Esports World Cup? Fantastic scenes from the two-time race winner earlier on today. Of course, he won at Daytona, won at Jeddah. Could he be winning again? There is a look at Max Benneker. I'm pretty sure we'll come to have a few words with George Morgan if he keeps reminding that he's 30 years old. My
well,
goodness
he's younger than me.
I'm 30 next year, and if you kept reminding me I was 30, we'd be having some serious conversation. There's Dara McCormack, who's qualified in the front row. Could it be a turning point for him?
Well, you need something, Lewis. I think at this point, Dara McCormack hasn't had it easy. I think Daytona would have hurt. He's going to want to bounce back. Marcel Chinchik, I would argue, great lap, trying to find his best form, and it is there. We're seeing little moments here from Team Vitality. Some of their best form, obviously, since they took the team, or should I say, the Spring Series crown as, well, with Marcel Chinchik. It was a tremendous performance back then, but they need to try and dig deep and find that same pace this time around. But take us through the quali results, Lewis.
Certainly so. We'll have a look at the qualifying order to see exactly how things have placed with that fantastic lap from Sebastian Jobe, who's grabbed pole position. Dara McCormack will start alongside in the front row with Kevin Siggy in third. Max Benneker in fourth, Marcel Chinchik in fifth. Kaiki Oliveira will be taking to sixth position. Johan Art will be taking to seventh, with Thomas Tadler, Josh Rogers, Kevin Ellis Jr., Luke Bennett down 11th. He's not having a good day, is he? And Yuri Toman rounding out the field in his 101st race in ESL R1. Of course, Josh Rogers, the only other driver that has passed 100 races. We're expecting a few more to jump onto that, but Sebastian Jobe is looking like the foreman. The points at the moment, just to give you the update, Kevin Siggy is on 143 points. Sebastian Jobe is on 121. Joshua Rogers on 116. Max Benneker is in fourth position on 99. Luke Bennett is on 97 in fifth. Kevin Ellis Jr. is in sixth position with 92 points. He's dropped back quite a lot over the last couple of races. Then Yuri Toman and Dara McCormack, 82 and 80 apiece. Marcel Chinchik, Kaiki Oliveira, Johan Art and Thomas Tatler rounding out the field with 100 and... How many points have we got up for offer today? 150 more. No one's technically ruled out of it because they've got to get to 170. However, if Thomas Tatler doesn't win this race, he is out.
Yeah.
He's kind of out anyway. Actually, no, it has to be 125 points because you have to get into it and then go into the final race.
Yeah.
So he's out.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Not ideal, unfortunately, for Thomas Tatler. So he's racing for pride here at this point. But
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not sure how often we've seen trebles in ESL R1, but Sebastian Jobe.
Here comes the stats.
You know, break him out, Lewis. Obviously, with Sebastian Jobe achieving what could be a third successive race win, obviously off the back of starting in pole position, there's a chance that he could be one of the few drivers to instill a famous treble that could yet lead to him potentially taking a massive turn in the championship, and this could be huge in terms of the World Cup fray, in terms of the driver's standings. I mean, just peeling through your
I'm
stats
taking a good look. I'm pretty sure Sebastian Jobe was the last person to do it, which was round one of the full season online. In person, James Baldwin did actually do it in races 3 to 5 in the spring season major at Munich, of course, to drag himself into contention. That third victory, of course, is what put him into finalist mode. Sebastian Jobe in this, though, is still a fair way away from potentially entering finalist mode. Again, the points leader is Kevin Siggy. Sebastian Jobe is second in the points, and it will be Sebastian Jobe at the front of the field to take control here. Once more, a brand new circuit for us to go racing at in ESL R1. The safety car drops back and ghosts its way through the back as it returns into pit lane, and it'll be Sebastian Jobe and Kevin Siggy on the outside, Dara McCormack on the inside as we get racing here at the Fuji Speedway. Sebastian Jobe's not gone yet, but now we're moving. It's Sebastian Jobe in control. It could be a red line 1-2 by the time we get down to the first corner. Look at Marcel Chinchik pushing that train on the outside as we head down to the first turn. Dara McCormack's being left for dust at the moment as Sebastian Jobe gets under the brakes, heads down to the first corner and holds onto the race lead. But who's going to be in second spot? Dara McCormack holds firm on the inside as we head through the kink at turn 2. Down towards 3 is McCormack in second.
Great start for McCormack to at least try and hustle back against Kevin Siggy. It looked like Redline had it home and hose with 2 cars up in the top 2, but look further back as we now watch in behind Kevin Siggy, Josh Rogers, incidentally, somehow, some way, up to 4th place. He's got Chinchik now in behind, who goes late on the brakes, trying to keep Benneker at bay, who has lost a feast full of places in his own right, and has got Kaiki Oliveira for company as well. Incredible scenes here as we now peel through the second sector. You can see in the distance as well the 2 ARTs, Kevin Ellis Jr., Johan Half, Luke Bennett losing out to Thomas Tatler.
Yeah, I can't believe, that's a big set coming in from Marcel Chinchik. My goodness, coming down into turn 10 at Dunlop. He was really sending that one in. but I will say Joshua Rogers, unbelievable start to get up into 4th position. I mean, yeah, sure, that wasn't a straight line speed. He'd done something right down at T1 and T2, down into the 3rd corner. Has clearly been very brave, but watch as they go out onto the start-finish straight. You could see this Porsche go a little bit slower in a straight line. The slipstream, it should help, especially considering it's a triple slipstream, but I could see him potentially losing out here to Marcel Cinchik. It's a good exit from the final corner as we complete the first lap.
Yeah. Has to be said, absolutely phenomenal march from Joshua Rogers. The world's been up against him, but now this time he's turning the screw. He's in the slip of one Kevin Siggy, already a victor here earlier today, and now this time around it's Rogers who's going to look to open the door, rushing down through towards turn 1. This is a spot on the podium here, but Rogers will try and get the move done home and hose. Can't quite find the angle coming out of turn 1, and very shortly coming out of turn 2, it will be Siggy who withstands the pressure. Luke Bennett looking to do the same against Johan Haas.
Yeah, Bennett's now up into 10th position. That was a good move and a good attempt from Joshua Rogers. Didn't look like the Porsche was struggling in the straight line speed there, must be said. Was able to drag it alongside the outside of Kevin Siggy, looking for the move. Looking backwards, though, from Luke Bennett, and we can see the back of Luke Bennett there on the right-hand side in the top right of your screen. This is back up to Kevin Siggy, though. He's got Josh Rogers. Of course, these two, when we were racing at Jeddah, were fighting over the top of the standings. Not that case at the moment. There is a gulf of points between them. I think, actually, 143 to 116. I can't do some quick maths, but that sounds more than 25 points. There could be more than a race win between the pair of them.
It could well be. Heading through the chicane now before they then venture uphill once again. We're riding on board here with the Porsche co-anda driver Joshua Rogers, who now peels through over the right, well, through the next right. He's got Kevin Siggy still out in front. Wasn't successful in getting the move done in towards turn 1, but I think Rogers can be happy, obviously, of just getting the move done when he did. Of course, the young 24-year-old all the way from Gronau, Westfalen in Australia, who's looking to bring his raw talent and ability from down under, where he would be a successive 3-round victor in the Drivers' Championship, which of course brought in that 100-point start here in this title race. But obviously it's been Redline that have done all the talking here so far in the first 3 races, and Rogers has got to do something to try and silence at least one of them, Siggy being that said driver. As now Benneker tries to fend off the approaches from Marcel Cinchik, does so brilliantly. The mouse driver now moving up. He's now 5th place here at this point, but just look at this now, side by side. Once again, a little flick through down the inside of Rogers, trying to sell the dummy here, Lewis.
Yeah, McCormack's also closed into the back of Sebastian Job. He's desperate to stop this red line domination at the moment. All 3 races we've done, as you kind of alluded to there, have been won by red line drivers. It's been Siggy, it's been Job, it's been Job again. McCormack obviously was leading coming out through the final chicane, of course the Le Mans chicane at Daytona, but by the time he got to the line, he was dropped back to 3rd, courtesy of the Red Line Express, as Arjuna coined it. But certainly not the case here, as you can see Mount Fuji there in the background. Deep onto the brakes goes McCormack.
Yeah, got very tight to the back of Sebastian Job. I wouldn't be surprised if there was just the slightest little bit of contact there between the two, as they now fly over the hill and then up again through this next left. Such a soiree in this final sector where it comes to cornering, and you can just see there Job just trying to make sure that he doesn't drift beyond those white lines. Of course, there's plenty of danger, fraught with danger here at Mount Fuji. Further back, we see Joshua Rogers coming through the final corner once more, still in pursuit here of one Kevin Siggy. Siggy, though, starting to detract away from the front 2 as they start to career onwards, so McCormack has been given a little bit of breathing room with a chance in his own right to maybe even challenge for the race lead. Kevin Siggy now being imposed upon by Joshua Rogers as well. This Porsche definitely has found something down this long straight. As now they'll go wheel to wheel, heading down in towards turn 1 again. This is exactly what a carbon copy of what Joshua Rogers attempted earlier on, but this is more successful. He's got every chance. They're going to stay side by side now as they venture down in towards the next left very shortly. Heavy braking zone still to come. Rogers now trying his best to hold on, but still this time Siggy defiant. The man from Maribor fends off Rogers. Fantastic effort there from Siggy to keep the Porsche co-anda driver in behind.
Yeah, it does seem as though going to the outside at T3 is most certainly the preferred line. Getting to the inside is fine, but the outside you can carry so much more speed. It gives the inside going into 100R as well. Perfectly called there by Kevin Siggy to have played those cards. And now we're being joined by Max Benneker, the Gamers 8 champion. Close for the race lead. Did see McCormack didn't want to go for a move down into T1. I don't think he wants to get bitten by the slipstream again.
No, not at all. Obviously, you can get caught out from that. We saw McCormack getting very close to the back of Job not too long ago. Siggy, 1.6 now away from the top. Rogers now 2/10 away of the realm, away from potentially getting into P3, with Siggy determined to stop that from happening. Benneker also lying in wait. Once again, Rogers and Benneker, two names that are synonymous when it comes to sim racing. We've had a long-standing rivalry. I must say that was a very uncomfortable exit there for Kevin Siggy, but I think he's done well to at least stay on board and hold on to P3. McCormack trying to get close to the back end of Sebastian Job. Once again, we run on board here with Joshua Rogers, who's going to try and make the move in towards turn 1. He's got to commit to the outside again this time, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. It's what he's tried a few times. Onto the brakes early goes Dara McCormack once more. What's Joshua Rogers going to do behind all this? As you saw earlier, he was going around the outside. He's tried it once more. Is it going to work this time? He holds firm, but it's not going to be enough. Once again, Kevin Siggy's doing everything he needs to do at the first corner. But what does Joshua Rogers do? He's got to sit behind. He's tried that a few times. It just doesn't really work to the outside. Kevin Siggy knows exactly what he's doing there, and he's playing Josh Rogers like a fiddle at the moment.
He has not changed his strategy in that first sector at all. In the last 3 attempts, Joshua Rogers has had in making that move, and now Benneker might yet decide to throw his own spanner in the works here and effectively take full advantage, get past Rogers and then try and land his own attack upon Kevin Siggy. But just look at this legendary front end we have here. Job, McCormack, Siggy, Rogers, Benneker, including Marcel Chinchik, as once again, Rogers this time trying something a little different, opted for a potential move on Siggy coming through the chicane, but was not successful, as now once again they come nose to tail, gap thinner than a fly's eyelash, Lewis.
The thing is that where the Porsche is going to be slightly better, at least from what we know, it's probably going to be in this final sector. The problem is you can't really make a move like into the final corner, because watch this. You go over to the left-hand side, you really open. Look at how open the inside is there.
Yeah.
2 reasons why you can't go for that. Number one is the kind of obvious one. If you take over the position going into that corner, you're almost certainly going to lose it on the way out. Number 2, if you commit to a super tight line in that final corner, there's only one place you're going to go, and that is into the side of the other car. That's where there's contact, and that's where the spin and the race control will have to step in. Once again, the defensive line coming in there from Kevin Siggy as Josh Rogers is going to get to the outside. Max Benneker's now right in this fight, but he gets under the brakes early. Josh Rogers sending it once more to the outside as they come out of turn 1. But once again, Kevin Siggy so good on the brakes as he wrestles it down towards the apex of T1.
Yeah, again, Siggy adopting that very similar defense we've seen in the prior 3 attempts. It's happened for a 4th time as well. The red line driver is putting absolutely everything out there to defend against the onslaught from Joshua Rogers, who once again is denied in the face of Slovenian Kevin Siggy. Max Benneker might have looked to go 3 wide, maybe even try and spring some kind of trap to break the status quo, but it wasn't to be. Kaiki Oliveira has his own fight on his hands. We saw he and Marcel Chinchik going wheel to wheel, but Oliveira bested him on this occasion.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's see how things are going to tighten up, though, between this grouping. Can Dara McCormack obviously sneak his way through for what would be, by the way, his first victory since Daytona, right at the start of the full season. He hasn't won since then. He's been on the podium plenty of times, but a victory has eluded him.
And he won twice at Daytona.
Exactly. And to be fair, was closing up to Luke Bennett to potentially take the clean sweep, but unfortunately made, from what we've been told, a bit of a mistake going through the bus stop, but it is what it is. Either way, McCormack is trying to close his way up and try and end that drought of victories. Out through the final corner, it is Siggy once more. Surely, though, he's going to take the defensive line, as he has done lap after lap after lap. Still 4 to go at the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Still plenty more to be had.
Doesn't need to take the defensive line.
No, not this time. Not this time at all. Joshua Rogers has got a reprieve. 0.3 of a second between Siggy and Rogers as they now head down towards turn 1. As we now take a look at Kevin Siggy's POV on the right-hand side, just see the amount of inputs and the amount of force being fed back through the steering wheel, back into Kevin Siggy's hands as he looks to try and control this BMW M4 around this track, the M4 GT3 that has been a prominent sight here for Team Redline throughout the entirety of ESL R1. And Sebastian Job with the same as well, but this time has a Mercedes AMG GT3 locking horns with him. Currently sat in second, Dara McCormack, all the way from Ireland, and has also proved to be a sharp contender. Definitely one of the, well, definitely the man carrying the flag for Williams, the only driver from Williams, incidentally, that is actually taking part in this, which was actually quite a surprise because Dominic Blyer has been scintillating on the run-up through to this very championship. Of course, last year, when he first entered, I remember it, I think it was Daytona of all places, and he excelled. And many people were saying this is like a clone of Dara McCormack.
Yep, definitely can't say bad about any of the drivers that aren't in this race, because they can definitely hear us. That's fine. They're all sat in the area. They're all watching and supporting. So if there's anyone you want to talk some rubbish about, make sure they're in the race. It's fine.
So they can't hear you.
Exactly. I'm sure the team will probably relay that information, but that's absolutely fine. Who have I never liked? Anyway, back into it though. Sebastian Job, of course, leading down in the first corner, half a second between the top two. Dara McCormack's dropped off just a touch. As Felix van Delft I didn't like. As Dara McCormack, he's close enough, but just can't go for that move down to T1. Speaking of moves, same as always.
Well, again, defended well by Kevin Siggy, and that's a fifth attempt there from Joshua Rogers, who is bound to be getting really frustrated with the fact that he can't get past this Team Redline BMW. Kevin Siggy still making it a Redline 1 and 3. Their other sister car, Luke Bennett, still trying to lock horns with Kevin Ellis Jr., but there's quite the gap in between those two as well, stretching to nearly a whole second as we ride on board with Joshua Rogers. You see him in the top right of your screen now, and no doubt feeling the pinch. Just look at the front two and how far they've careered away through the field. It's just over 2 seconds now between Kevin Siggy and Dara McCormack in second place, and is continuing actually to go outwards. I would say that Siggy is definitely committed to the defensive drive here at this point, Lewis.
He's just doing so well at the moment, is Kevin Siggy, to hang on a third. And do remember, this will, 3 points is what he needed to move within a race victory of finalist mode, which is great. Fair enough. Obviously, with where he's currently running in the race, he's going to be scoring a lot more than just the 3 points. It'd be 16 for third position, which will move him very comfortably up there. And do remember as well, again, I'm not naming names, but someone did suggest, as we ride on board with the very, very loud Joshua Rogers in his Porsche Commander down towards the first corner, but Kevin Siggy, who currently runs in third position, he's been on podium in all 4 of the races so far. Can he make it? Sorry, all 3 of the races so far. Can he make it 4 from 4? Sorry, that Porsche was so loud I couldn't even think.
Yeah, well, he also tried yet another move this time, though. I think just overcooked it ever so slightly. Was quite late on the brakes coming in towards turn 1. Again, maybe a display of frustration on part of one Josh Rogers, still pursuing after Siggy, but now the gap between he and Benneker is reduced, so Benneker might become the threat this time in his very own BMW. So Rogers with a bit of a dilemma on his hands. Kaiki Oliveira having a great race, sat in 6th spot as well with Kevin Ellis Jr. Just tracking them in behind. Has got a fairly equal gap in between cars that are in front and cars that are behind. That's one behind being Luke Bennett, who has managed to claw within that 1 second gap that was, as we ride on board here with Joshua Rogers coming through the very tight chicane once again. Nip and tuck between them. Kevin Siggy still working hard to keep this Porsche in behind. But just look at the gap between Siggy now in the top end, 2.8, and it's approximately 2.3 between Siggy and McCormack.
Yes, indeed, as Kevin Siggy once again dealing with the pressures of Josh Rogers. To be fair, I don't see a way through for Josh Rogers to get ready for the final lap. Once again, a look to the inside. He's trying something different, trying to get him offline, going through that final corner. Ewan O'Leary did say that Kevin Siggy wasn't consistent enough to win this thing. That's fine. I'll throw him under the bus. It's okay. But 4 consecutive podiums could be on the horizon for him. It could be 3 consecutive victories, though, for Sebastian Job, unless Dara McCormack can do something. Final lap here at the Fuji Speedway, and where is the move going to come? The defensive line once more. Is there going to be the cover, though? As once again, Josh Rogers commits to the outside. Max Benneker's on the scene as he heads down into the final turn, and it will be Kevin Siggy hanging on to third.
But will Joshua Rogers try something elsewhere? Will he now try and land a blow at another portion of this circuit? Final lap well and truly underway. Sebastian Job has careered onwards. Dara McCormack with the fastest lap. Can that translate to a late overtake at the very last gasp moment here at Mount Fuji? Of course, at this point, Sebastian Job on for a tremendous treble that could yet escalate his own position in this Drivers' Championship into a position of potential victory. Of course, we still have a long way to go. Kevin Siggy also in the window of now qualifying for finalist mode very soon as well, but Joshua Rogers doing his utmost to try and stop that from happening. But at this rate, Sebastian Job showing once again all of his dominance on the cusp, Lewis McGlade, of one since sensational treble.
Yeah, indeed. He is absolutely flying. And he himself, by the way, with this victory, will be one victory away from finalist mode. He'll be on 146 points. And Sebastian Job is on a mission. Here comes, though, the big send from Joshua Rogers. The up and under, there's contact between the two. And Kevin Siggy comes straight back through. But in the backdrop of Mount Fuji, it's going to be Sebastian Job to come across the line and claim 3 from 3. A drag race, though, for third. We'll see Kevin Siggy and Josh Rogers come up towards the line. Job will cross it as the victor. McCormack in second, but who on earth is in third? I think it's going to be Joshua Rogers denying 4 consecutive podiums for Kevin Siggy.
Absolutely outrageous scenes, but the treble on hand here for Sebastian Job. 3's the magic number for the man from East Grinstead, and there's a massive grin on his face, I'm sure. Dara McCormack unable to batter against the Demon. Second place for him, but Joshua Rogers will be frustrated. It didn't come any sooner, but it arrived when he needed it most, crossing the line to take a podium.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff and a fantastic victory from Sebastian Job. Again, he is within a race victory of finalist mode. Also, Kevin Siggy is within a race victory of finalist mode, but he was knocked off of that podium for the first time this evening. I think we'll be heading down, though, in a second to try and catch up with Sebastian Job. To be fair, I'd love to hear what he has to say.
Well, it'd be tremendous, wouldn't it? I mean, 3 is a phenomenal effort as far as Sebastian Job's concerned. Kevin Siggy, I think, will be a little disappointed. His defensive efforts were huge right through the course of that race, eventually getting caught out, though, by Josh Rogers. We did allude to it, obviously, being the case, but naturally now we will hear from them very shortly, though, Lewis.
So right here again, I'm Morgan with the legend himself, Kevin Siggy. Siggy, that last race was absolutely massive. You might have not taken the first spot there, but at least you were able to secure more points. So almost 1 race away from entering finalist mode. How do you feel after this one?
Yeah, I feel a little bit worse than before. I would say I think Spa was much better than what I anticipated. But so far the pace has not been that great in qualifying. I mean, it's okay for top 4, but still not enough to get pole. I mean, Sebi's done an incredible job and won 3 races in a row. So, I mean, it says enough. The car's got potential, and I hope I can bring some of it back later on.
You've been very consistent this tournament, and you participated there last year as well when it was under Esports World Cup last year with Gamers 8. How did you prepare differently for this year? What different did you do in order to be that consistent and that good? What's your secret for this year?
I mean, considering we got 2 more tracks, and we had to learn, I think, also 2 more. There was a lot of prep going into it, a lot of qualifying prep and a lot of race prep together as a team. But it's been nothing different, the same kind of stuff, just boring driving and qualifying, really. There's nothing else to do in this game, I'm afraid. But yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that we did, nothing else different. Maybe a little bit more hours to do, but we didn't really have enough time anyway.
Okay, so nothing different, just the same boring driving, Siggy says. So how do you keep up your passion, and for the team championship at least, how do you think Team Redline is going to perform? I think when I was with Sebastian, he said that you guys are looking at Kawanda most of the time because they won last year, so they're your biggest enemy. But in the individual championship from finals today in solos, who was the player you expected the most to be performing well?
I mean, Sebi, it is a given. I mean, it is Sebi after all. I mean, he showed that the last races he can do it. But also I can a little bit, although just being a little bit more behind. But I mean, Dara also, I kind of expected him, even though his car is not the best, but we can see that he's doing really good qualifying laps. But it's just those people really. Maybe I think maybe Banneker was the one that should have been doing pole positions, but unfortunately, I guess he might be having a couple of issues. But in practice, he's been looking very strong. But so far, not as impressive as Sebi, for example. So that's the only ones.
A lot of shout-outs being given here from Siggy to Sebi. I love how they give these nicknames to each other. And now, that was it with Siggy. Best of luck to the next races. And I enjoyed this interview with you as much. And we're going to be going off to a very quick break again before we go to right out of studio.
Would you rather always set the perfect one-shot quali lap or never be in a collision again?
Always set one-shot quali lap.
No, you have to go for quali, right? Yeah.
Always the perfectionist. See, everybody.
Quali.
Perfect
quali.
Perfect quali every time. Yep.
Perfect quali every time. Yeah, good thinking.
Perfect one-shot quali lap.
But yes,
quali.
Perfect lap.
Yeah, quali. Easy.
Perfect one-shot quali.
Yeah. It's better for the ego.
The flex, should we say? Fantastic. Would you rather have unlimited track cuts, but everyone can jumpstart by 2 seconds, or be able to jumpstart by 2 seconds, but everyone else gets unlimited track cuts?
It depends what you mean by, like, can I go straight to the chicane at Monza, for example? I mean, you know.
Well, yeah, think Monza. You can straight
I'd definitely
then...
rather just be able to have a shorter racetrack than everyone else.
Yeah.
Just make it one big oval. It's fine.
Track cuts.
Track cuts.
Think
of Spa final chicane. What you could do with that?
Straight line that, yeah.
Straight through bus stop.
You need a significantly longer head start.
They tightened that barrier up though, haven't they, at Spa? So it might be a little tricky. It could easily. It could work in your favour. It could go dramatically wrong.
I was thinking more the chicane, to be honest. You could fly across that.
Yeah, we've had a few. The VDOL chicane, or the Volvo chicane, as it's called.
Jumpstart.
Jumpstart. Interesting.
Probably jumpstart, yeah.
It depends on how much you can cut.
Yeah.
It really depends on the track, but
Yeah.
I would
If
say
you get-
usually it's jumpstart, I think.
Yeah, but if you get the Paul Ricard, for example, then obviously the track cuts.
Yeah, there's lots of runoff. You can just shoot on through, can't you? There's no one can stop you at that point. Yeah. And you can imagine Monza at the chicanes as well.
Oh, that would be nice layout to life.
Unlimited track cuts. Like, apply for every track, or just in general?
It'd be well, every, I presume. But yeah, I'd imagine with Monza it's somewhat of an advantage, right? To get
First
the
option for me, yeah. First option.
Yeah, it depends what it means though, because like at Monza, like you can just take like the turn one.
Well, like Daytona, so turn one you just skip the whole track. Yeah.
It's like one big oval, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Welcome back to ESL R1, the Esports World Cup, sponsored by Aramco. And we have been out in Fiji for the 4th race. And it's 3 out of 3, except 1, because there's been a 4th race for Sebastian Job. It has been an incredible comeback, hasn't it?
Yes, Sebastian Job has been on top form. He is the driver to beat in this championship. He has set the standard, but also on that point, I think it says a lot about the importance of the spring season.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, he was so far behind that he's had to bring out this performance. He's not made it easy for himself. He basically needs to win almost 5 in a row to win this championship. And with as it stands, both him and Ziggy can get into finalist mode at the end of the next race. So he's got himself in prime position, but he's had to really work hard for it, whereas Ziggy has been able to do, obviously sit back just a little bit and be in that sort of 3rd, 4th place. So I think going into the next race, it'd be very interesting if Job can get that next race win, because he basically needs a race win again, and that will sort of put him in the front foot, whereas if he lets Ziggy take the win, then he will need another race, and therefore Ziggy will have one race extra to win.
So we have to get to 170 points and then you have to win a race. So where are we at with that? Have we done the maths? Let's have a look at the race results just quickly, as Sebastian Job has absolutely dominated again after taking pole position. McCormick was 2nd, Rogers was 3rd. Siggy, we've been talking about, needs to win to be back in with a chance here. Still leading the way, I think, at the moment. But it is Sebastian Job who is on his coattails at the moment, trying to win this whole thing. And so where are we at with 170 points then? What do we need to get, and where does it leave us in the in the competition at the moment, Cameron?
So Ziggy's on 156, so he only needs 14 points, which would a 4th position or above would be enough at the next race. With Sebastian Job, he's on 146, so yeah, basically he needs a race win. 2nd place wouldn't be enough. So if both of them get in, if Job wins and then Ziggy is in the top 4, we'll then go into race 6 at Monza, and we will have one of them the opportunity to win that race. But of course, we need to see how it unfolded at Fuji so that we can obviously work out how we got to this position. And this was an important one. So this was Rogers and Ziggy. Of course, Rogers still trying to keep himself in contention. He's back behind him on 132 points. But this was an important battle, Zach, wasn't it? Because if he didn't get past Ziggy here, then that would be points lost.
Yeah, exactly. Rogers has always been on the back foot, and to be fair, has been one of the most impressive racing drivers of this competition. We saw there, of course, him sending the move to the inside. He's tried so many different things, and that move into turn 1, the outside line, obviously wasn't working. We said before he couldn't set up the switchback because of the threat from Benneker behind. He was trying so many different things to find a way through. We know the Porsche is slightly lacking on that straight line speed, at least relative to the BMW. Rogers trying to launch the move to the inside to get that run to the line. His racecraft has definitely gone levels above because he's had to do that to stay in this competition. He had the advantage, of course, of winning the spring season, but coming into this, it's clear that he's on the back foot and struggling to work his way into finalist mode. But mathematically and realistically, I'd say he still has a chance.
Yeah, he does. Because it's a match point system, once he gets into finalist mode, it doesn't really matter how many points he accumulates, unless we do get to that maximum of 9 races. So Rogers, it's just he's going to need 1 extra race. That's the problem. He needs... yeah, Ziggy's going to have that match point possibility. But you see there as well, I think that's Luke Bennett not happy with his race as well. So very difficult to see. Toman also not happy, but there are a few guys happy, as you see there with Sebastian Job.
Job's very happy. Let's have a look at the championship standings, shall we? Well, like we said, it is Kevin Siggy still leading the way, but Sebastian Job has overtaken Rogers there as well. I mean, incredible work from him. I would say anyone below the top 4 is really going to have to fight to get into this battle now. And it's a good time to mention Joshua Rogers, actually, because he had a good start. He started P9 in Fiji and managed to get himself up to P4, finishing actually in a podium position place, in 3rd place. Not quite enough, though, to keep Sebastian Job from taking that 2nd place. But we could still see a bit of a turnaround here, couldn't we, from Josh Rogers?
Absolutely. I mean, naturally, in qualifying, you're by yourself on the track. You've got no slipstream, you've got no help. That is then when the problems of the Porsche being straight line speed are really going to be exaggerated, because that long pit straight that we've got, and also the difficulty of the final sector, every driver, when you ask them what the difficulties of Range Sport, it is that final corner at Fuji, final sector, I should say, at Fuji, because you've got combined G. And what I mean by that is you're braking, so the car's going to the front, it's being loaded up at the front, and you're trying to turn, so everything's leaning to the side as well. And that's then when you sort of heat up the tyres a bit too much. You're pushing for the entire quali lap, trying to chase lap time, putting temperature into the tyres, pushing them really hard, getting to that final sector where you are demanding the most of the car, and then you've got no grip. So Josh Rogers may be struggling a little bit with that coming into the race, and it's just switch on. And he just absolutely sends it. That first lap did him a lot of favours to get up that pack, getting into 4th place, and then from then on just settled in, made the right decisions, sent it, of course, a couple of times, maybe a little bit too aggressive, but a driver in his position, Cam, you can understand that he needs to do that.
Oh, absolutely. But I think sorting out the quali would help, because he struggled in a good few of the qualifying sessions. I say P9 there. He was last back in race 1 as well. So he really needs to improve that and make sure that he doesn't have to do those big lunges on lap 1, because that's a lot of risk.
That is a lot of risk. Don't forget as well, we were talking about our predictions earlier. You can get involved by putting your predictions into stcplay.gg. So make sure you get your predictions in on there. We're not doing so well with our predictions at the moment. Actually, Zach is doing incredibly well at the moment, because you had Sebastian Job.
I'm a professional. No. I got lucky. But I spoke with Job earlier at the hotel and sort of just said how is he feeling. He's a little bit uncomfortable with the BMW because he prefers a car that's quite understeery and is then able to push that to the limit, whereas the BMW is almost already at the limit, so he's always a little bit uncomfortable, always has to drive a little bit under what the car's capable of. But realistically, he's still got a really fast car. and he can use that. And Job has acclimatized himself really well, like at Jeddah, where he was like, well, I'm not very quick at Jeddah, and then is very quick. So Job, at the moment, is the favourite. I had faith in him.
We're seeing at the moment practice is live, so we will head over to our casters very shortly. Just one final point. If you are in finalist mode, that makes you a target, doesn't it? And for someone like Cameron Rogers, he's the only Porsche out there. He's going to be a real target if he can get to it.
Absolutely. So well, there's potential that Job and Ziggy both get into finalist mode in this race, but if only one of them does going into Monza, then that, as you say, is going to be a very very tough situation, because everyone is going to want to stop them winning, because ultimately, if they win the race, then the championship is over. There's going to be no more racing today. So everyone is going to be, coming for them, and that's going to be a tricky situation to be in, actually. Because they're going to be diving them like mad especially into the final corner there. So they got to, look through their mirrors.
However, though, if in Hockenheim they do qualify high, they can then play the teammate card, which I think it was Sebastian Job was speaking about earlier with Morgan. That's a good thing to be involved in, having a strong teammate like Team Redline as well.
Yeah, they've got 3 cars in this final, which of course is Siggy, Job, and Luke Bennett. All of them are very quick, right? They're not there just to make up the numbers and dawdling around at the back. They are all very competitive, constantly fighting at the front. It does cause a little bit of tension. We've all been talking about it. What if Siggy and Joe both get into finalist mode? After this race, it's a real possibility. Then what happens as a team? How do Redline approach that? But right now, like we saw at Daytona, they're able to push each other, really isolate everyone else on the track, because most of them haven't really got any friends or any teammates as such. So they're all isolated out there, whereas Redline have got that front. They can have a united front, work together for the greater good. You couple that with a very strong car in the BMW, and you've got a very formidable team, which, like we know from any avenue of sim racing, Redline are the standard.
But Cam, it is a good headache to have, isn't it? We always talk about this in various other racing series. It's a good headache to have where it's like, which teammate do we pick?
Yeah, hopefully they've had some, rules of engagement and stuff, as the term that we like to hear around here, because theoretically, if they finish 1 and 2 or 2 and 1, whichever way you want to look at it, for the team, it's kind of the same benefit. So hopefully they've had the discussion of what happens if we get into that situation.
Do you think they've had that discussion?
I mean, they're both competitive, especially, I don't think Kevin will sit in second place, especially if they're P1 and 2 when they're both in finalist mode. So I think they will also be smart, because they'll know that they won't want the person in third place to come and spoil the party.
Yeah, and that third place could be any of these drivers. We've seen all of the races so far. We were talking about this just off air while we were watching the race. We're never quite sure, and the only consistent that we've seen has been Sebastian Job, which is even more testament to how strong he's been.
Consistency at this level is really difficult because, again, like what we spoke about earlier when it comes to Spa and qualifying the top 6 separated by a 10th, at this level the margins are so slim. So it's the small things that add up. Being familiar with the rig, the equipment, knowing what car you've got underneath you, and then more importantly, dealing with that pressure. Because they've all got the skill and the pace, the raw potential to win this championship. It all depends. Can they show up on the day? Can they perform? And can they execute?
And Cam, we always hear as well, this LAN environment changes it a little bit. You're in, you can chat to other people, you can speak to people that aren't your teammates. It does change the dynamic slightly, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. When you're online, it's just you in your room, at your rig. You're probably just on, a team call with maybe maximum like 5 or 6 people. Whereas here, there's got to be 50 odd people all competitive in that room right now, and I'm sure there's a bit of beef going on between some of the drivers after some of the races as well. They're generally actually pretty friendly, this group, but yeah, it's definitely different, and also for the drivers to switch on, because this is more of a situation where you have to stand up and perform. You've got to rise to the moment, whereas when you're in your own environment, maybe you feel a little less pressure in some ways, because it feels like too close to home.
Okay, and let's talk a little bit about Maximilian Benneker, because we are almost certain, Zach, that he's kind of dropped away a little bit too far now. Do we think that he can't kind of claw it back at this point? We've still got quite a few races to go. We're only on the 5th race.
Realistically, there is always a chance, right? He's not completely out of it. I mean, coming into this race, he is 4th place. He's not a million miles away, but he is still, 61 points off being in championship, finalist mode.
Yeah.
Which is still a decent, that's 2 race victories and probably an extra position on top of that, 3 race wins to be special. So for him, we're probably not going to see him in finalist mode until maybe race 7 or 8, or maybe in that final race, race 9. Spa didn't help, obviously running wide at Les Combes and having that off. Ever since, he has been sort of dawdling just off the podium as such. So Beneke is going to have a tough job of him, but he is a champion. Okay. And he has performed at the top level of sim racing for quite some time. He knows what he's doing. If there's anyone that can claw it back at this stage right now and have that pivot point, it is Maximilian Beneke.
Okay, fighting talk. Well, I think it's time to get our next race underway. It is race 5 of our competition so far. We're heading to Germany. We're off to Hockenheim, and we've got Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary standing by to bring us all the action.
Thanks very much. Looking forward to it. Another great race ahead of us. It's the Esports World Cup, it's ESL R1, and it's the Drivers' Championship here on Thursday afternoon. This is the location that will not be settling it, not yet anyway. The sunset bleeding down nicely on the circuit. It's a great, fast circuit. It's that sort of balance between lots of corners, lots of challenge, but also quite a lot of straights as well with overtaking opportunity. Kaki Oliveira is the first driver out there on the circuit at the moment. He is beginning this qualifying session. Hopefully he'll return to some of that qualifying form that got him up the order in the first place. Since race 1, he's not really been around where he needed to.
Yeah, okay, first sector from him as well, 19.9. That's all right. We're looking for a 19.8 in that first sector, but fair enough. I will say again, do remember this circuit. Remember the form on this circuit, because it might be needed later on. This is the host for what could potentially be the 9th race here in the Drivers' Championship of the Esports World Cup. If we need 9 races, it will all come down to this, and that 9th race will be the final one as he comes into the final sector.
He's doing okay so far as well. As you say, we're looking for a 19 in that first sector, maybe a little bit lower than that, but it was okay. 45.5 is pretty good too, and so Kaki Oliveira might well be setting a time that's pretty difficult to beat. Over the line he now goes, and it is a 35.7. Not sure whether he just fell off towards the end of that lap or not, but I would be surprised if that time is pole.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's go over then to Dara McCormack, who, of course, took 2 victories as an overall round back in the spring season last year. The first one was at Spa. The second one was right here at the Hockenheim ring. Can he do something very similar today? First and second sectors are pretty decent, to be perfectly honest. Should put him ahead of Kaki Oliveira as he crosses the line. Dara McCormack crossed the line with a 35.5, so we'll move up to the top of the standings.
That is good news for him. Kevin Siggy on the screen at the moment, still the championship leader. Took that after the opening race of the day all the way back at Spa. Feels like a lifetime ago. At the moment, Kevin Siggy holds just 11 points over Sebastian Joe, but needs a top 4 to get into finalist mode at the end of this race. Out of the final corner goes Kevin Siggy now. He's happy today, isn't he? Pleased with himself on that lap time as well. Over the line he goes. Oh, maybe not. Spoke too soon. It's a 35.5 for him.
He's 3,000 a second behind Dara McCormack. I'd say relatively happy in Kevin Siggy's senses. He was just knocked off the podium, so he's not on 4 consecutive podiums, but I don't think the wheel's taken an absolute battering today, so at least there's that. That's normally a positive for Kevin Siggy. Thomas Talu, I argued, has been a little bit disappointing. Ignore that car that was sat there. That's just a driver getting ready for their lap. This driver cannot see them. Out through the final corner. First sector is okay. A couple of tenths off where we want. Second sector is pretty mediocre. It should be behind Kaki Oliveira as Thomas Talu will cross the line. I will shut my mouth because he'll go to third. Never mind.
He's struggled a little bit today, hasn't he? Only 4 points in the 4 races so far, but that's a good start for him. Marcel Cinchik also struggled a little bit. It kind of feels like ever since he won the spring season back in Munich over a year ago, he's never quite reached the same form again. Although, you know, it's still there. He just shows flashes of it almost every event that we're at. Out of the final corner he goes now. Is he pleased with this or not? Not delighted. Over the line it is. Oh, he should have been a bit more delighted. 35.4.
That's a pretty handy lap time from the spring season champion. Of course, remember that R8G, which is the team that Vitality is, they are the full season teams champion. So they have shown consistency, but not that race win killing instinct that we normally see from the likes of Josh Rogers or Max Beneke or even Dara McCormack and Kevin Siggy to a certain degree. Speaking of one of those, Max Beneke out through the final corner. Middle sector is pretty middle when it comes to the timesheets. Across the line he's going to go, and the 71 will find its way up into 4th position, but a couple of tenths off of the pole.
Yeah, I think the middle sector is where it ran away from him, and maybe where it's running away from Johan Hart as well, the former iRacing Rallycross world champion of quite a few years ago, into 26 years of age now, plenty of experience behind him. Told me after the last chance to qualify he's getting too old for this. I said, no, you're not.
What are you talking about? Jamie Fluke. What are you talking about, mate?
Ooh, sore subject. Out the final corner he goes, and sounds maybe not delighted, over the line for the Frenchman, and it is only 7th place.
I can feel Jamie Fluke has definitely heard that in the arena, so I'll steer clear of that on my next page. Oh yeah, no, I've heard. Kevin Ellis Jr. will be the next one to come through. First sector, again, pretty decent. The second sector's okay. Should be around the Tattler Benneker kind of region as he'll come through the final corner. Should be ahead of his teammate Johan Art as he works his way through the final corner. Not particularly pleased with it. I do remember the Merc struggling a little bit in the final sector. What's he going to do as he hits the beam? Heads up to second. Heads up to pole. Sorry, never mind. All right. He's a good actor, isn't he?
Yeah, well, either that or he's surprised as we are by that time. Fantastic. Kevin Ellis Jr. on pole position as things stand. He has dropped a few places in these last few races, now down to 7th in the point standings. He's on 99 as things stand, but at the moment, the top of the tree. Here's Yuri Toman. Not a good first sector, I'm afraid. I said you need to be in the 19s, and he wasn't there. I'm afraid he's been struggling today, and over the line he will go. I think it will be 9th. It is indeed 36-0.
Here comes the 4-man, though, at the moment. 3 victories on the bounce. 1 victory away from being in finalist mode. Kevin Siggy needs 4th place to get into finalist mode. Sebastian Job needs a victory. The pair of those can obviously grab those results because those don't contradict with each other. But let's see what happens from Sebastian Job into the final corner. Needs a solid final sector to end what has been a pretty decent lap time for him if he is going to beat Kevin Ellis Jr. as he heads up towards the line. 35.457 to beat as he hits the stripe. He crosses the line, and it's a 444 up towards the top.
He is outrageous. This is an unbelievable run for Sebastian Job, who might be about to take his 4th pole position in a row. Outstanding from him. Here's his teammate, Luke Bennett, not too far away from the times of Seb Job himself, actually, but whether it'll be enough for pole or at least even a front row for Luke Bennett, not entirely sure. 6th place currently in the standings, which is roughly where he was when we started the afternoon. He will move up in this qualifying session 2, wait for it, 4th place, not too far away from his teammate.
And one final lap time to come in, which is Joshua Rogers. The only reason I don't want Sebastian Job to go into finalist mode and then win is because then one of my children's correct, and that of course would be Zach Sweeney. He's the one that's predicted a victory coming in from Sebastian Job, and I can't allow that. That's fine. Josh Rogers then into the final corner. It's not been a great lap for him, but let's see where it ends up. Could be pretty mid-table. I don't know, to be fair, it could end up anywhere with this Porsche at the moment. You just never really know. As he comes across the line, the final lap time in qualifying, 10th place. That is a yikes indeed. A well-earned yikes.
Yeah, sorry, Josh. I'm not trying to be insulting. There is Sebastian Job, who has taken another pole position, and it's not becoming a surprise at this point, is it? 4th in a row as he looks for a 4th race win in a row. I can hardly remember a driver so dominant and getting so many consistent race victories, consecutive race victories time after time after time. Certainly something we've never seen at a LAN event like this.
I don't know if 4 in a row's ever been done.
I don't think so.
No, me neither. I'd have to really go back through the stats and check, because I know 3 in a row's been done.
Definitely.
Because Sebastian Job's done 3 in a row to take an entire round.
Rogers.
And 3 in a row has done, Josh Rogers and, of course, James Baldwin in the spring season major.
Here are the qualifying results from that session. It's just 13 thousandths between Sebastian Job and Kevin Ellis Jr. Marcel Cinchik right up there, showing some of those signs of form again for Team Vitality, with Luke Bennett alongside him. Then you get those 35.5s. Darren McCormack and Kevin Siggy are next. Max Benneker currently 7th ahead of Thomas Tattler. They both did a 35.6. Then the 35.7s of Kaki Oliveira, Josh Rogers and Johan Art, and then Yuri Toman, who definitely made a mistake during that lap, unfortunately for him. What you're seeing at the moment on the screen is warm-up. So while that's going on, we'll preview this race. What are the implications of this race, I hear you ask? I feel like we should go over that one more time. Kevin Siggy is 13 points away from finalist mode. To boil that down even simpler, he needs 4th place or better to get into finalist mode at the end of this race. Sebastian Job needs to win this race if he wants to be in finalist mode, and the form he's on at the moment, who would bet against that? And Josh Rogers and those all behind, not too far away, but they do need at least one more race after this one before they can even get into finalist mode. To put that into context even further, Kevin Siggy has not finished below 4th today. He would have to take his worst result of today so far to not be in finalist mode at the end.
And I've looked through the stats. Luke Bennett is another one to chuck, and he's actually done 3 as well on the bounce. Josh Rogers has done it a few times. I cannot find anyone who's ever done 4 until...
I really don't think it's happened.
I also don't think it's happened. So we could be making history here today in the 223rd race of ESL R1.
It's not quite as snappy, is it, as 250 that we're going to get later in the week.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that a little bit more on Sunday.
222 was all right, but yeah, 2... Yeah.
Although, depends how short the finalist modes are, of course. We are not yet there. We don't know, of course, how many races we're going to have today. This is race 5. 9 races is the absolute maximum we can have, by the way. If there is no finalist mode winner through the regular way, after 9 races, then the driver with the most points will take the win instead. Yeah. Is that likely? I'm not feeling it at the moment. Kevin Siggy and Sebastian Job are getting very close to winning almost every race.
Yeah, I was going to say this. I said 9 races earlier on. I'm a little bit less convinced now.
Yeah.
I will say it is a 99th race from Marcel Cinchik. Next one's 100 for him as well.
Well, very nice. We're getting all the milestones today here at the Hockenheim Ring. As I say, it is race 5 here of ESL R1's debut at the Esports World Cup. And Sebastian Job is on pole for the 4th time in a row. Can he take a record-breaking 4th win in a row? We've never seen consecutive winning done on a scale like this before, but Sebastian Job could be about to make history here at the Hockenheim Ring. Race 5 of the afternoon is about to get underway. The lights go out, and we are racing again as Max Benneker is the one who's making the moves first off. He looked up the inside initially. He slots back in with everybody else afterwards. Sebastian Job leads Kevin Ellis Jr., followed by Luke Bennett and Marcel Cinchik, who battle side by side into the first at the end of the first sector.
Just remember again, as Dara McCormack slightly gets into the rear end of Marcel Cinchik, a victory here will put Sebastian Job into finalist mode. Next circuit is Monza as well. Wasn't that a circuit he did the triple on?
Can't remember.
I think so. We'll have to double check. I don't have that one written down. He's done some impressive things around Monza as well. Here comes the defensive line from Max Benneker as well as he tries to fend off Thomas Tyler. He's squeezed him back over. What was that move back over? And it's chaos.
It's chaos, carnage. Darren McCormack's around. Josh Rogers is trying to make up the most places out of all of this as Max Benneker tries to get back to 5th position. We'll have to see that one again because there was so much going on there. It was 4 wide into the hairpin. Here we go again into at turn 6. They're all just about making their way through. Max Benneker comes out on top. He's 5th ahead of Josh Rogers, allowing the front 4 to get away.
And this is important as well. Look at the gap between Max Benneker and Marcel Cinchik. The reason why I say that is 1.5 seconds, or 1.3 seconds really. Kevin Siggy needs 4th place to get into finalist mode. He's currently in 7th, and even if he gets up to the front of this train, there is too large of a gap realistically between himself and Cinchik. That could be potential problems for him to grab himself a finalist mode entry.
And could you imagine Luke Bennett, his teammate, could be the man to prevent Sebastian Job from getting finalist mode at the end of this? That's a storyline that could play out over the course of the next 9 laps. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Marcel Cinchik are also there. Through the opening corner they go. Max Benneker leading the train. Darren McCormack, the only driver not a part of a train at the moment. He was spun around at the hairpin. We'll need to see it again, as I say, but it didn't look like there was a lot he could have done about it.
It does seem as though he was in the middle. Again, we'll have to take a good look at it. It did seem as though there was a lot of I'm coming through, no, I'm coming through, no, I'm coming through, no, I'm coming through. And Josh Rogers has once again snuck his way up the field into 6th place as he closes up to the rear end of Max Benneker. Someone was at fault there. I don't want to be that guy, but it did seem as though at least one part of that was Max Benneker was moving straight back over in the braking zone as well.
We'll have
there was a little bit of that.
It did look like that, yeah. Thomas Tassler, of course, lost out a lot from that. He was attacking the top 5 positions on the way in there. Oh, dear. I think Josh Rogers a bit unsighted, went straight over the grass there and had to just back out of that one on the way down the hill there. Well, not really a hill, is it? But down to the braking zone. Sorry, into turn number 8. Through into the final sector they now go. Couple of seconds behind. This is what we're looking forward to. This is the replay. Pick the bands out of this one.
Yes, we needed to look back from that. So Dara McCormack has nothing he could do. He actually just gets punched from Siggy, who also could do nothing there.
Yeah, he was being pushed by Benneker.
Siggy got pushed by Benneker. Benneker moved. Rogers was firing it down the inside. He's the one that made it 4 wide in that. Beneke did move back over, like he did squeeze to the inside, but whether that was what instigated the incident, I do not know.
I think Beneke getting into the back of Siggy was the bit that pushed Dara around, actually.
100%, no, 100%.
But so, you know, he might land himself in trouble from 2 angles, actually. We'll see on that front at the end of the day, or the end of the race, excuse me. But yeah, that's not, I'm afraid, great. I mean, the one positive we can take as a neutral, or as neutrals, only one driver actually spun around, so we've actually still got a very good race on here with almost everybody involved. It's only Darren McCormack, unfortunately, who's fallen by the wayside, and even he is not that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, he's too far behind to really go and grab anything as we ride on board with the very, very loud Porsche of Joshua Rogers, right up into the slipstream once more of Max Beneke, and deep onto the brakes. A little bit too deep goes the likes of Luke Bennett as well, but once again it is Sebastian Jobe who needs a victory here to grab himself the finalist mode. Will be the first driver to enter finalist mode, which does mean that he would take over the points lead.
Yes, it would, and that would be our second points lead change of the day. Right the way back from race 1 was our first one. We haven't seen one for a little while, but it would indeed be an exchange between teammates. On board we go with Marcel Cinchik, who is currently 9th place in the points alongside his Team Vitality teammate Yuri Toman. I've got to admit, this is not a great start for Team Vitality thinking about the next 3 days, because the Audi they weren't that positive about the Audi when I was chatting to them earlier, and they themselves haven't seemed to be on red-hot form today so far.
But the Audi is, technically speaking, the only other car that's won today.
What do you mean?
Well, it won the last chance qualifier. Oh. So, I mean, other than that, it's been Team Redline all the way. No, you're absolutely right. There are a few concerns there for Vitality, but their consistency and stuff when it comes to the Teams Championship, the difference between them and quite a few other squads. I mean, look, when you look at the likes of Vitality and Redline and stuff, you know, Commander, well, they're basically Typhoon. They've got strong drivers as a quartet that work well together. Right, that's the important bit with something like Vitality. So we'll have to wait and see. Then again, when you do look at the likes of Redline, of Porsche Commander, of Williams and stuff, they also have a quartet of very strong drivers, as does pretty much everyone. So it's a moot point.
We'll talk a bit about teams tomorrow, but Williams have actually got one of those teams who drive endurance races together and everything, and they'll be very, very, very familiar with one another.
And do you know what the fun fact about that team is?
Go on.
Everyone's name starts with D.
Yeah, I did notice.
It's weird,
I was writing some notes down there.
I think it's a requirement.
Yeah, that's why Kuba Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski don't drive for them anymore.
They were sacked because they didn't start with. That's interesting.
It's I'm not saying it's true, but you know it might be. So we'll investigate that later. On board with Kevin Siggy. Now let's get serious for a second. 7th place for Kevin Siggy at the moment is not enough. That's plain and simple. He'd be 7 points away from finalist mode if the race were to end right now. We talk all the time about drivers who just fall short. And I said earlier, it would have to be his worst result of the day so far. And at the moment, he's having his worst result of the day so far.
Indeed. Well, out through the final turn, it is still going to be the lead for Sebastian Jobe. Looking back from Kevin Ellis Jr., Luke Bennett sat behind. Bit of a slide going into T1. Marcel Cinchik's on the hunt in the background. And remember, for Marcel Cinchik as well, this is where he took his first and only victory in a round, of course. And that was what pushed him into the spring season major, and obviously where he went on to take victory. And it was a victory here which turned things around for him.
I think it was round 8, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Gave him that momentum going into Munich, which maybe in hindsight helped him. Although we didn't know him we didn't know it at the time. Here's Luke Bennett getting relatively close to Kevin Ellis Jr., although not that close, really. Sebastian Jobe is looking very good here for another race win. As I said before, winning on a scale we've never seen before in ESL R1. Never had 4 in a row. So some candidates for 3 in a row. Even at LAN events, actually, the likes of James Baldwin and Darren McCormack did a lot of stringing together of wins. Although I'm not sure Darren quite got to 3.
He did 2 on the bounce, but never 3.
James did 3, I think, in a row after that.
Correct.
So we have seen this in LAN before. However, Sebastian Jobe is about to break a record across online and LAN events. This could be quite something indeed if he can hold on for these last 5 laps. And wow, I can scarcely believe it, really. 4 in a row is rocketing him up right the way through the standings, right from 7th, let's not forget, where he started the day.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, like you say, it's crazy to enter unknown territory here at such a high event, such a prestigious event. but Sebastian Jobe is the kind of driver who rises to it. Do remember in Gamers 8 last year, though, okay, this is the fun bit from last year, how we did it with the Drivers' Champions. Effectively, we took all 48 drivers, split them off into 12 different groups, and basically the top 3 from each group then ended up going through into the final day. Sebastian Jobe, shockingly, was not one of them. He did not get into the final, although I will say one thing about him. He's taken the lead, or he could be taking the lead of the points here. He is also now the leader, once again, of the highest percentage of victories. He has taken that one back from Josh Rogers.
They do often
flip-flop
a little bit between the two of them. Did you know, by the way, Luke Bennett also didn't make the... Well, of course you did know.
Yeah, I did.
He did. So
I've got it on a spreadsheet right here.
Exactly, yeah. Two different drivers you'd expect to see in the final last year didn't make it, but it was a very harsh start to the event last year. And we immediately got rid of 36 drivers and said, see you later, you're not part of the Drivers' Championship anymore. This, of course, has been set by the regular season. The top 9 in points from those 3 Drivers' Championship rounds were immediately locked in to this Drivers' Championship final. And then, as we said before, the 3 winners, or the top 3 from the last chance race we had before our broadcast here this afternoon, was able to go through and join the other 9. Those, of course, being Johan Tumas Tatala and Keke Oliveira, who are both, or all, out there on the circuit with everybody else at the moment. We'll get the full complement of 48 tomorrow. Out of the final corner again, 4 laps to go. Not a lot of pressure here for the race leader.
No, Sebastian Jobe's been able to pull out 0.7 of a second. At the moment, he's looking for his 27th victory in ESL R1, would mean that he's won 36.5% of the races that he's done in ESL. That is, honestly, that is absolutely crazy. He has the highest number of top 6s of everyone. And the reason why we say top 6s is normally throughout the season, obviously it's halfway in the field, but normally throughout the season, you want to be in the top 6 to move into the next race. That's normally how we play it. So top 6 is kind of like the important bit. So for him to have the highest percentage of that, shows how consistent he's been, and then to have the highest percentage of race victories as well. Obviously, it's not the highest amount of race victories. He still needs to take 10 more to go ahead of Josh Rogers in that stat. He's got 27, Josh Rogers has 36.
Outrageous, that is. And I don't want to say this is sort of a coming of age for Sebastian Jobe, because he's successful, and we know that, but he is 24 years of age now. He's been winning for a long time, but it feels to me as if this is very much one of the most mature, consistently dominant, just destructive drives we've ever seen from Sebastian Jobe. Even though, as I say, we've seen success from him before. He's got 2 iRacing World titles in the last half decade. He's maturing clearly on the circuit. He's getting quicker, which is a scary thought for everybody else. And at the moment, he is cruising. 3 laps to go, 0.8 of a second, 0.9 of a second.
And the second of those iRacing World Champions, of course, the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup this year. To say he was dominant in it would be a slight understatement. He was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, for a season that normally has a close finale, it actually wasn't very close.
It was not close at all. He was absolutely phenomenal. And like you say, pulling out that kind of margin out 1 second. He is obviously at the point, again, this victory will give him finalist mode. That's why we talk about it so highly. Kevin Siggy needs to gain a 3 place, needs to get up to 4th position. He's only really, though, 1.5 seconds away. There is Siggy. He's only 1.5 seconds away from finalist mode himself. There's a lot of work and a lot of effort between him and that. And I will tell you, Josh Rogers will fight him hard to stop him from going through.
First of all, Josh Rogers needs the positions himself, because as things stand, he can't even get into the finalist mode next race if he stays where he is. But also, Kevin Siggy will be prevented by Josh Rogers if the Australian has anything to say about it. Round the outside for the Slovenian. Does he have the purchase off the corner, though? He's up over the curb, sliding about a bit. Don't think the exit was quite good enough, but he will remain there. And if he can get down the inside, down at turn number 8, it could be Kevin Siggy's 6th place to get. Here he goes, on the brakes again, up over the curb, sliding again. But Josh Rogers hangs on, round the outside, into the final sector they'll go. Siggy's first attack ends in failure.
No, but again, to be fair, those two were doing the same thing in the previous race where they were battling time and time again, and it never really worked out. But this time you got a little bit more in favour that potentially Josh Rogers might have to settle for the position behind Kevin Siggy. He'll be very desperate to get his way through. Like I say, at the moment, Kevin Siggy is not entering finalist mode. It would be his worst result as a day of as you've said. Josh Rogers, if he wants to get into finalist mode in the next race, well, he's got to do a lot of work because he's got to work his way all the way up the order because he's scoring 140 points, so he needs 5 more. So we need to gain 2 more spots. So he also needs 4th. But the fact that there's 1.5 seconds now between Benneker and Rogers, it ain't happening for either of them.
Well, also, they can't both have it at the moment.
There is that.
Yeah, you're right. That most previous battle has opened the gap to Max Benneker. That really is going to be the sticking point for Kevin Siggy, who is going to have his worst result of the day so far. But to say that that might be just 7th place is quite ridiculous, really. He may well be looking for this 6th position to finish in the top half all over again. There's Sebastian Job, and there's Luke Bennett. He's got past Kevin Ayres Jr. As meanwhile, Max Benneker's going down the inside. The champion here 1 year ago. He was having a look. He didn't quite go for it fully. He didn't commit, but he did show himself in the mirrors.
All 3 champions of ESL R1 then running in 4th, 5th and 6th position. It does look, though, as that we are going to be getting a 4th different champion of ESL R1. At the moment, it's looking like it might be Kevin Siggy or Sebastian Job, and my bet at the moment would be more towards Sebastian Job to take the Esports World Cup here and become a champion in ESL R1. That would be very impressive indeed for him. But there is a look at Max Benneker, the Gamers 8 champion of last year. He's not making any progress. He currently sits 4th in the points, but he's on 109. Remember, he needs to get to 170. That is so far down the road.
It is a long, long way away, but if you can keep preventing finalist mode drivers from winning, then you can keep getting it. But the problem is with this 9-race limit, you have to get there soonish because you're not going to win on points. You're going to have to be in finalist mode and you're going to have to win. I don't think anybody other than Kevin Siggy or Sebastian Job are going to win on points if we have no winner after 9 rounds. Into the final lap we go on race 5 of the Esports World Cup ESL R1 action here on day 1. It is Max Benneker you're currently riding on board with. Marcel Chinchik just up ahead in the Team Vitality Audi, and just up ahead of everybody, Sebastian Job stroking it home for another victory.
Yeah, indeed. He's doing a phenomenal job at the moment and is looking to dominate once more. The likelihood that this is going to turn into his 27th victory seems pretty much spot on and locked in, because let's be honest, even if Luke Bennett gets to him, surely Bennett's not going to go on the attack. I think he'd be pretty unpopular in that team if you were the one to deny your teammate finalist mode. Especially, that would be even worse. Could you imagine if he did that and then Sebastian Job went on to win the next race? Ooh. I think there would be some serious heat within the in the Red Line camp, who actually do get along quite well as they head through the Mercedes Arena section. It's just another perfect drive as history is being made here.
It's an exhibition of driving from Sebastian Job, doing the job to perfection again. Into the final corner, or final sector, excuse me, they go. Luke Bennett can't catch. Kevin Ayres Jr. has fallen away a little bit and he's coming under pressure from Marcel Chinchik and Max Benneker, but none of that's going to matter. We're going to have a driver in finalist mode, and it's a driver who hasn't led the points all day long. His name is Sebastian Job, dominating in ESL R1 on a scale we've never seen before. A 4th consecutive race win for the very first time, and Sebastian Job gets there again. Race 5 at Hockenheim goes to him. Another display of destruction from the Team Redline driver, who is now in prime position to take this Drivers' Championship.
Shake of the head from Luke Bennett as well. There's Kevin Ayres Jr. who's dropped down to 3rd. I think he might be a little bit disappointed with that, as he's going to have a little bit of a breather and potentially jump out of the rig just for a second. They'll get ready for the 6th race. There is Sebastian Job, 4 victories today, points leader, and the first driver into finalist mode.
Absolutely astonishing. Sebastian Job is going to get out of his rig and feel very happy with that indeed. Kevin Siggy not quite there in time, not quite there yet. He'll be 7 points away. Now going into this next race, that will mean he'll require a 6th place finish in this next race to get into finalist mode. But of course, they'll all have to prevent Sebastian Job from winning. This is quite astonishing.
Certainly so. Well, thank you very much. Of course, we'll go for a little bit of a breather before we jump in to the 6th race of the evening.
Would you rather have tyres that are in perfect condition until the last lap, where they all of a sudden completely break, or have completely worn out tyres for the first lap, but perfect tyres for the rest of the race? Physics, eat your heart out.
I can fall away last lap.
Yeah. First one.
Just one.
The first one.
It's all about the first lap.
Yeah, there we are. Bit of sense coming in from some of these professionals here.
You have to, I guess, well, if you have bad tires for the first lap, you last, and then you can't make it up, right? So you go for bad tires at the end.
Strong.
Yeah.
Start strong, finish a little side. Yeah, smart thinking.
First lap.
First lap.
First lap.
Easy. That'd be a fun challenge to try to hold on for the first lap.
Yeah.
Would you rather race on Monza forever or Hockenheim ring forever?
Hockenheim.
Hockenheim.
Yeah, okay,
I don't want
Slightly,
to
I
do
think.
that turn one ever again. Like the less turn ones, I'm happy.
Have you got warm memories of turn 1, Thomas?
I have memories, not warm ones.
Not warm ones. Goodness me.
Monza.
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 Really, Marco? Monza? I thought you liked Hockenheim.
Yeah, you're right, to be honest.
You're a winner around Hockenheim, right, Mark?
Yeah, yeah.
Monza.
Yeah, we've already done the Hockenheim ring for everyone, so
yeah.
Yeah, Monza.
Monza this time. We'll change it up.
Hockenheim without a 1, I can take that.
Monza. If I didn't have to do another lap at Hockenheim in my life, I'd be pretty happy.
Hey, Dane, you have warm memories of Hockenheim, right?
I can't think of any good moments at Hockenheim. Oh wait,
we had some good results.
Wait, I've had some good. Oh yeah, Hockenheim. I'm fine with Hockenheim. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Next up, would you rather race on Spa forever or Nürburgring?
Spa.
Yeah, unless you can do the whole Nordschleife, then I would say Nürburgring, but otherwise Spa.
Matty likes a challenge. He'd rather take on the green hell than race on Spa forever. Incredible.
Spa.
Yeah, it's got to be Spa.
Nürburgring, I reckon.
Spa, I think. Yeah, Spa.
Oh, right down the middle between the four of you. Incredible. Or the Nürburgring.
Spa. Oh my god.
Spa. Oh, there you are. Resounding.
It's a running joke for me now that all we do is race Nürburgring in GT3 cars. Although, I mean, Spa is very common as well, but it's a much better track, in my opinion.
Spa.
Spa, yeah.
So easy.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup ESL R1. We're here to look at some fascinating races that we've had here. Arjuna alongside me, as well as Zach. I mean, one word, or maybe I should say one name, Sebastian Job. He has been incredible. Oh, I mean, Arjuna, you've come to join us again. How impressed have you been, and how impressive is this performance?
He was the man on the outside looking in many ways, looking at the point situation. But, you know, for a iRacing world champion who in 2023 didn't compete in all of the ESL R1 rounds, broke in late in the spring season, should have won his very first race, except for a jump start. I think this is the Seb that has been threatening to dominate pole positions and now wins 4 in a row. Can he do 5? Can he become our champion?
Can he, Zach? That's the question.
His dominance defined this championship. I mean, he's won 80% of the races today, all but one, which in fairness, he was on the back foot. He's still finished P4. He has done exactly what he needed to do, which is show up, win races, take a crown. That is what he's got an opportunity to do in Monza. Historically, he's got an opportunity to do so. This carnage, though, very much helped. Hockenheim lap 1 was the big standout.
And it really instigated by a self-inflicted mistake from Dara McCormack, right? Going deep into the braking zone, clipping the back of the Vitality entry from Marcel Cinchik, and then all that chaos behind. You can see the red line car getting pushed by Benneker, almost 4 wide off the corner as well. Typical lap 1 stuff at the Hockenheim ring, if we're being honest. But then, of course, you know, the moves that started to develop as the field started to stretch out as well. Joe breaking away at the front and very much making sure that not only has he dominated so far, but that momentum is being built up as well. There are a couple of red line cars that could help him out now. Let's not forget that could be important.
That spin was really interesting, actually, because it helped Rogers out, who then moved up to P6. However, it did not help Siggy out at all. He dropped down to P7 after that hit. I was going to say contact, but in my head I was going to say conflict, and it very confused my head. But that was so important, isn't it, moving forward now? It really has handed it to Sebastian Job. Here is the race results from Hockenheim. It was Sebastian Job who led the way from pole position, Luke Bennett second, and then Ellis Jr. was third. Chinchik was fourth, and we've spoken about him a lot, haven't we, Maximilian? And he's still just in that very fine place of 5th place, which unfortunately has kind of pushed him out of anything. So unfortunate for Bennica. Rogers sitting 6th at the moment, Siggy down is 7th. And that is the tricky one, isn't it? It's Sebastian Job's to give away at the moment, isn't it? He's going to go into this next race. We're in Monza, a track they've already raced at today. Actually, no, he wouldn't have raced in it today, but they have raced it before. It's a track we all know very well. It's promising. If he gets pole position here and a win.
Exactly. Everything, all the ingredients are there for Job to run away with this. Crucially, the pivot in this championship was Siggy not getting into finalist mode after Hockenheim. All he needed was a P5, which he has done every race up until this point, which is the worst time for it to have happened, but the most crucial, because now Job is isolated in finalist mode. He's the only one now that can seal the deal. Siggy, even if he wins this race, it's great. Still got to do it again.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at the Drivers' Championship and see where it leads us, because I'm pretty sure it's getting a bit tight at the top.
And I think one thing to keep in mind now as well, right, knowing that Siggy is not in finalist mode, Sebastian Job reaching that crucial 170-point marker is, like I was saying, if you are Redline, you need to factor in the fact you don't want this to extend much longer, right? You have a chance to wrap the championship up in the next race. I'm not saying Siggy and Bennett aren't going to push, but they could very well be called into play, much like Yuyovsky was in the spring season in 2023, helping Marcel Chinchik win the championship. Oh, this is going to be a fun one at Monza.
Yeah, it is indeed. Team Redline, of course, a very strong team out there. And we will see them in action in the Teams Championship, of course, tomorrow, which gets underway. But we've got a Drivers' Championship to wrap up first. And it looks like Sebastian Job is going to get it done. Is there anyone at this point, I know we talked to Zach briefly about it, that he could be a target at this point?
It is very much like you've got a bullseye on your back, right? Because everyone here is vying for 25,000 USD of prize money. They all want it.
Yeah.
A couple of them still realistically have a chance to go and get it, and Job is the only person between them and having a chance. So right now, he has got 11 drivers out there that are saying, you are not winning this race. Categorically, that's not happening.
9.
Yeah, but that's true, Redline. That's
9.
true. Siggy, though, might. Because, again, it's the good of the team versus the good of the driver. I don't know what Siggy's mind is going to go into this. I was speaking to a couple of the drivers from different teams as to say sort of, what would you do in that situation? If there was a conflict of interest where you had the good of the team versus the good of yourself, at the end of the day is the Drivers' Championship, not as the Team's Championship. But a lot of them said, you race, you give an extra cars width, you do not be that guy that ruins it for the team.
Well, at the moment, Zach, you are leading the way as well in the predictions. You can get involved as well with stcplay.gg. Put your predictions in. We haven't got long left, so make sure you get your predictions in. Zach has predicted Sebastian Job, and I think that would be a pretty good one to go for at the moment. However, anything can happen in sim racing. We've seen it so much, haven't we, Arjuna, that sim racing can swing so quickly. Sebastian Job might have a bad race. He might be, and also we were talking about the fact that he could be a bit of a target now. If he doesn't have one of his team red lines behind him, looking after him, basically, he could be an absolute target to be knocked off and at the back.
As soon as he punched the throttle at the Hockenheim ring, I told the person I was sitting next to in the arena, he's just won that race. He timed it perfectly, got the lead. If he grabs pole position, a 5th pole position in a row, how could you look past him? It would be very difficult, even with those hungry people starting to look down and trying to make sure they make his job as tough. Make Job's job as difficult as possible. Say that one 5 times fast. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is Redline are strong.
Yeah.
All 3 of their drivers, you talk about Siggy being P5s, except that last race, Bennett P2 in that last one, and we know how quick he can be. Start thinking forward. Start thinking to tomorrow and the Team Championship as well, because they're in a great position right now for the Drivers' Championship. The Esports World Cup could be all about these Redline drivers.
Indeed, it is. So we will next be heading, of course, to Monza. It's a track that we all enjoy, isn't it, Zach?
It very much is. Obviously, you've got the Rettifilo chicane, and as we know, what happens at the Rettifilo chicane stays at the Rettifilo chicane, especially on lap number 1. It is the pinch point, and infamous in sim racing for being that type of corner, especially in a race that carries this much weight.
And maybe you want to go straight and try and avoid some of that chaos. We've seen, for example, Moritz Lohner came in like a wrecking ball. Maybe you want to be the Gluten Dodger and get out of that trouble in the early stages, right? So keep that in mind. You know, you say it stays at the Rettifilo. Let's be honest, the anger carries forward.
True. That is true, because racing drivers and frustration is not a recipe that mixes very well. They hold grudges, as I'm sure a lot of people who have raced anywhere competitively, you hold on to that. You get a sort of an impression of a driver and you stick with that for pretty much forever, essentially. So an air of caution is going to need to be taken naturally, but still aggression and wanting to win, that natural instinct is going to come out.
Well, practice is underway, so qualifying will be taking part very shortly. We will get over to our casters and bring you every moment of qualifying, and then very shortly as well, the race where we could see a championship wrapped up and decided. We're not sure yet, but let's have a look at some of the results so far. So as you mentioned, in race 1, it was Spa, and it was Siggy who got pole position and won. And then from then on, you don't need to change the name, because it was Sebastian Job who got pole position in Jeddah, he won. He got pole position in Daytona, he won. He got pole position in Fiji, he won. He got pole position in Hockenheim, and he won. I mean, unfortunately, actually, it's not, because it's very easy. It's just one name. But Arjuna, you can't take this away from him, really, because even if you didn't think, maybe you thought Josh Rogers should have won it because he was so dominating in the last round, but this speaks for itself. The domination that we've seen from Sebastian Job has been unprecedented.
Yeah, and you throw the spring season out and the form book right out of the window, because the update to the game about 3-4 weeks ago, very much going back to 2023 and a lot of the driving mechanics that the drivers are focusing on. They only really had, what, a week and a half after the BOP process was done to then really learn their car once again and try and understand the nuances. And these are such stressful times, right? Especially qualifying. We've touched on how important the one-lap qualifying is. You only get one chance to get it right. We know that running off the track and getting a slowdown penalty can really compromise your race. And so that mindset from Job has been the most impressive thing, right? I called Josh Rogers the king of qualifying. Not anymore, apparently.
He's had his crown taken away from him. And we've spoken a lot about Sebastian Job, but what can Kevin Siggy do from here? It's his teammate, so there is also those, you know, intra-team battles that we've got going on, but also to respect your teammate and to make sure that the other, I mean, you're going to say racing drivers are racing drivers, I'm sure, and they're going to fight for themselves, but what can Kevin Siggy do? I
mean, Redline themselves, I think you spoke about this earlier, they are very much a family team, right? They have their community streams, they all get together, they all have a lot of fun. There is a very strong relationship between each and every single one of the drivers. Of course, from an outside looking in perspective at the very least. But you know, what I sort of get out of that is that, you know, they're very well knit, the chemistry is there, they all get on well. And that definitely translates into the racetrack. Because like I said, when we were speaking about racing drivers and those grudges, that goes the other way in terms of, oh, I'll give him an extra little bit of space. I'll break a little bit earlier. I won't be as aggressive, especially when it's your teammate, especially when you've got the good of the team and probably the team Redline management breathing down your neck to say, if you take each other out and ruin this for us, it's going to look badly on you. So you don't want to be that guy.
And I do not foresee any situation in which Kevin Siggy or Luke Bennett, if Sebastian Job grabs pole, are going to make the job too difficult. If they have to make a move because there are people behind that are lurking, sure, they will do what they need to do. But like you say, this is one of those teams that in the last 12 months, 24 months, we know that over the last 20 years, they've been one of the most dominant names in all of sim racing. But I think Lewis and myself have had a debate about whether Coanda, Redline, Williams, Apex, who's the best team in sim racing. I think everyone at this point is probably pretty aligned that it is Redline, and part of that is their cohesion.
Let's talk a little bit about Monza then. That's the track up next. It is a track, actually, that you kind of need your teammates as well, isn't it, Arjuna?
Yeah, we talk slipstream, right? You remember go back to Daytona when Redline, the Redline Express passed Dara McCormack like he was standing still. Like, I'm going to be really intrigued as to how qualifying goes here, because that will set the rhythm and the mindset for the rest of the race. Job on pole, we know what's going to probably look like. Job down in 6th position, though. Can you imagine what that would be like? Maybe he doesn't want to, but I would.
Zach, how about you? What are we looking forward to from a track like Monza?
Just carnage, right? Because everyone is going to be well knit together. Everyone's going to be kept close because of the slipstream. It all depends, because like we saw at Gamers 8 when Chinchik obviously took off in front. Turn 1 at Monza can go one of two ways.
Yeah.
Everyone emerges nose to tail, or everyone emerges 5 seconds apart because of the carnage that happens. It can be one extreme or the other.
Okay, well, you've heard from the experts. Let's go over to our casters, because they could be crowning a champion in the next few moments. So let's head over to George Morgan and Ewan O'Leary. It's time for Monza.
Thank you ever so much, Claire Cottingham. Thank you ever so much, everybody there at home. She's absolutely right. We could yet be crowning a champion very, very soon. And we head to the third world's purpose-built circuit, of course, set north of Milan. And on top of that, too, it was built in the Royal Villa of Monza. And now we're back here once again. 3 was a dream, 4 for more. 5 would be sublime for Sebastian Job to take the title, and there's every chance, Ewan O'Leary, that could be the case.
Yeah, the momentum is very much with him at the moment. It's very hard to look past a driver who's just won the last 4 races on the belt. It's very hard to say he's not going to win today in this next race. So he surely has to be the favourite now. And what's impressed me most actually about this is that he has gone pole to win on all of those occasions. He's got pole every time. So that is the thing that's very hard to achieve in this series with things so close. That is almost more impressive than the race victories themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about Sebastian Job's CV. I mean, it's absolutely tremendous when we look at it on paper. Extraordinary, in fact. We now watch Max Benneker, who also has an illustrious CV in his own right. Coupled along with his sim racing career, he's also a sim racing coach. So, when you think of that phrase, those who can't do teach, this guy can do both. He is absolutely exceptional. Yeah, 34.9 in the first sector. I mean, Benneker, such a relentless force in sim racing.
He certainly is. 30 years of age now, but so much experience behind him. Not least on this simulator. Here 1 year ago, he was the Drivers' Champion at Gamers 8. He was the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Deutschland Champion, also here on Rennsport. Since the last time we were here in Riyadh, he knows his way around Rennsport, that is for sure, as he makes his way up towards the line right now. He's doing well on this lap, I've got to say. You're looking at a high 34 in your first sector, a low 35.2 in the second. That's exactly where Max Benneker is at the moment.
Yeah, 34.9 in Sector 1, 35.248 in Sector 2. What will Sector 3 bring for one Max Benneker, the German, across the line at 1:45.453 to kick us off. Next up, though, Johan Harth.
Yep, got into the last chance qualifier at this very venue, of course. He crashed wildly on the way down towards turn number 1 and still finished 3rd. It was an unbelievable race, and he will surely have fond memories no matter what happens at the end of race 6 here. Out of the final corner for Johan now, currently 11th in the standings, really looking at protecting 11th, staying ahead of Thomas Tattler and using this as practice for tomorrow. Over the line for the Frenchman, he will set a 45.7.
Yeah, we celebrated a centenary year here at Monza 2 years ago. When we talk about centenaries, that's exactly the points that Joshua Rogers started with when we commenced this run in the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship. Unfortunately, though, it's gone a little awry. The results have not corresponded with what has happened on the run-up to Saudi Arabia, the run-up to the Esports World Cup. But this time now, looking to dig deep to try and extract something to topple Max Benneker and Johan Harth. And unfortunately, again, qualifying pace denying him at every turn, Ewan.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and Josh Rogers' face said 1,000 words there. He is not pleased with the way this afternoon has gone. Marcel Chinchik won't be delighted either. He slipped to 8th place, only ahead of his teammate of those who started the day inside the top 9, and they're still a very, very, very long way away, 4 races away from getting this title and starting to get to the stage where it might be impossible. Here he goes, Marcel Chinchik over the line. That's a good time, 45.5 for him.
There was a time we called Marcel Chinchik the master of Monza, and he's dug back into that once again and has at least got himself closer to Max Benneker, as we now ride on board. Is one Vitality. Can they see two drivers now escalate their positions to the front here in this order with just over 4 minutes and 45 to go? Here comes Toman up towards line 146.054. That is not ideal whatsoever. And again, Toman's concerns continue to humble him.
They certainly do. The first 146 that we've seen today. Here's Kaiki Oliveira, in this session I should say. Kaiki Oliveira makes his way into the Parabolica now, as it used to be called. The lap time currently looking decent, especially in the first sector, but just tailing off a little bit in the second. And that little rock back of the head maybe suggesting he could have done a little bit more with this lap time. Over he goes, third place in that qualifying session, just a position or so behind where he qualified in the last chance qualifier.
It's a fantastic qualifying lap there for Kaiki Oliveira, and now with Kevin Siggy, the man who holds the record now that will never be broken. Of course, obviously the fact that he, of course, was the first race winner in ESL R1 at the Esports World Cup. No one can take that away from him. He did it at Spa, his favourite track. A racer since the age of 12, a 37.8 in that middle sector is certainly putting him in the picture. Let's see what this final straight does. He looks pensive there in the seat. Looking there though, not too good. 6 with a 148.079.
Not sure where he would have got that, but that must be a slowdown for a 48.0.
penalty.
Yeah, I don't know where it would have been, but it was somewhere, and it's held him back quite dramatically. Kevin Ayres Jr. put in a good performance at the Hockenheim ring, was on the podium for the first time today, the first time since race 1, and now he goes over the line again, and slightly bemused at that lap time. By the looks of things, he is going to go 6th with a 45.8.
Yeah, also purse lips there on the face of Sebastian Job. Has already gone consecutive in terms of pole efforts. 34.856 in the first sector with a 35.355 in sector 2. Kerber Alboreto to come, and Sebastian Job bidding to make it a fantastic 5 victories, but can he achieve pole position first and foremost? Grimacing on the face coming through Alboreto, coming across the line. Ooh. Third fastest though, 145.610, just behind Marcel Chinchik.
We have a right race on here.
We do have one.
Oh, goodness me.
And he needs this for the title.
He certainly does, and that is going to make it very, very interesting indeed. Luke Bennett, his teammate, right in behind him. The next driver to cross the line. 34.9 in the first sector is around where you want to be. 38.4, not really. In the middle sector, not at all, in fact. I have a feeling he and Kevin Siggy have made the same mistake throughout the middle sector, because they've both had a slowdown penalty. Team Redline on the ropes slightly in this qualifying session for race 6.
Yeah, they both had 38s in that middle sector, obviously akin to that slowdown penalty. Dara McCormack up next, who has had a very tricky time, got spun back at Hockenheim ring in our previous race and was sent to the back of the field after an issue at the hairpin coming out of the Parabolica curve, this time tackling Monza's version of the Parabolica. He'll be hoping for better. A 34.913 in sector 1. Sector 2, 35.2. Oh, places in first fastest there for Dara McCormack. An instant response to what was a treacherous and turbulent run at Hockenheim. He's turned it around here, Ewan.
That's exactly what he needed to do. He needs to finish in the top 2 if he wants to remain in contention, albeit a pretty unlikely chance at winning this whole thing at the moment. Here comes Tumas Tattila, though, out of the final corner as well. He is around about to where he needs to be, actually, and so this could put him right in the mix for the first time in a little while. Tattila goes 6th place. He's clearly good on form here at Monza, because, of course, this is exactly where he won to get into this Drivers' Championship final.
Well, take note, folks. Sebastian Job is not on pole. This time, it's Dara McCormack, who obviously fed up after all the issues he sustained back at Hockenheim. He has now brought it back and has shoved his Williams to the forefront. How about that? And incredible to see Marcel Chinchik back, the master of Monza, returning to a position he's probably more used to. I wouldn't say necessarily a position he would like to get used to. Obviously, top spot is the place where all the drivers like to be. But maybe a little chink in the armour on Sebastian Job.
Very possibly. It's that pressure, isn't it, once you get into finalist mode more than anything else? Not least the fact, as the guys have talked about over there, the ganging up on you that you get when you're in finalist mode on your own, but also the fact that, yeah, there is a lot of pressure on when you're in this position. There are the qualifying results.
Yep, Dara McCormack, your fastest driver, 145.446. places him on top. Max Benneker in second place, 1:45.453, with Marcel Chinchik in third place, 1:45.557. Sebastian Job was pushed down to fourth after McCormack's fastest lap, 1:45.618, but could still yet go on to take the crown. Winning this race would secure that at the end of the race. Kike Oliveira in fifth. We then have Thomas Tatler in sixth. Johan Hart, Rogers, Ellis Jr., Siggy, Bennett and Toman once again towards the rear. It has not been ideal for Vitality, has not been ideal for one Yuri Toman. But as we now watch the drivers just getting themselves ready, getting themselves into the mix, practice in full flow. What are they thinking, Ewan?
Oh, goodness me, we've got to stop Sebastian Job from winning, I think is the main thought.
It's the
here.
only mission.
It's the only mission. But I'm not really, I'm sort of half joking. You know, it's going to be the thought of many drivers here. I think the interesting thing for me is the fact that Kevin Siggy is way down at the moment. It's not a given he gets in finalist mode even after this race, by the way. He needs to finish in the top half, 6th or better, to be in finalist mode. That's going to be a pretty tall order, depending on how the opening lap goes, depending on how the race actually unfolds. So he's got to be wary. And all the other drivers behind, Josh Rogers downwards, are going to be trying to finish in the top 2 or so. You've definitely got to start being on the podium. Because of this 9-race limit, you've actually got to be in finalist mode by race 9, because I don't think anybody other than Sebastian Job is going to win on points if we have no winner after 9 races.
No, I think that's a very fair assumption. Obviously, anything can happen over the course of the next, so, well, whatever laps we do have in front of us, obviously still plenty of more racing to come. If it isn't settled at Monza, we will be going back-to-back at the Temple of Speed here over the next 2 races, so still lots on the table. And Monza, from what we saw in the second chance race that we saw earlier on, what a feisty affair, Ewan.
Fantastic race. One of the best races I've actually seen for ESL.
We didn't commentate it.
Oh, no, so disappointing. But there you go. You win some, you lose some. It was absolutely wonderful. Unfortunately, involving most of the drivers who aren't here. And they all crashed into each other at the end and got knocked out. So it didn't matter in the end. But wow, what a fantastic race. If we get a flavour of that in race 6 here, we are in for something very special indeed.
Yeah, absolutely right. Ewan O'Leary, wherever you are in the world, if you tuned in, I'm sure you've got your eyes peeled on this one. Will it be Sebastian Job who will take and lift aloft the driver's crown? There he is on the right of picture. Will it be the man representing Team Redline who will etch his name on the halls of history and become a driver's champion in ESL R1? He came close in the fall season. The commitment he has to sim racing is unbelievable, but he has got 3 cars that lie in wait. McCormack, Benneker and Chinchik, 3 names that you will not love to dice with. It's going to be a rude awakening. It's going to be a fond affair as now they put pedal to the metal. And it is go, 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 and not wasting any time at all. Sebastian Job trying to work his way through the middle of them all, trying to part the Red Sea in front of him. But still it's McCormack who holds the lead. Benneker with Chinchik side by side. McCormack and Benneker there, first and second. Should I say Chinchik having to cut the escape with McCormack, and I think he's had to give way some time, Ewan.
I think he will do. Darren McCormack might well have to as well. Marcel Chinchik slots back in behind Max Benneker, who's coming here for the lead, very possibly. Into the second chicane. Tatler and Job go side by side into the second chicane. This is important if he wants to clean this up in race 6. He has to get it done now, but he can't. Oh, he's in the gravel, and he's going to drop down the order further now.
Sebastian Job, I tell you what, getting the treatment in return from all the drivers around him. He's just been overtaken by Johan Hart coming through the first Lesbo. The second one will come next, and there's a queue of cars waiting in the wings, looking to take him down a peg or 2. And Kike Oliveira will be the next one in the sister BMW. We then have Joshua Rogers in Porsche Coanda, who of course has had a really tough day at the office. Thomas Tatler, the first to break past Sebastian Job in the initial stint, coming through sector 1 as they now come through Ascari this time. Job looking to try and haunt the rear wing on Johan Hart's car, but this time Johan Hart getting the upper hand, the Frenchman. Job looks a little stressed.
He does look a little bit stressed. It's almost as if the 5 ahead of him have gone, no, you don't, young man. We're going to take this to at least another race, please, because at the moment he's the only in finalist mode. A reminder, he has to win here to take the title as a whole. That's what finalist mode is all about. At the moment, he's not going to do it from 6th position, and he might already be resigning himself to the fact that he won't do it in this race. The other thing he has to do here is just pad his points lead a little bit so that he can be sure if this goes the distance and there's no winner after 9 races, I reiterate, he should be the points winner, but as long as he keeps that ticking over, as long as he keeps scoring points, he should be okay for that. That's what he'll aim to do now for the remainder of this race.
Well, Luck of the Irish so far out on top. McCormack's been in this position before. Remember Daytona? I'll tell you what, it all unravelled down the home straight where 2 red line cars would get the upper hand. This time it might be the turn of Max Benneker, who now makes the move around Curva Grande. Does have a look down the inside, but I think that's more just sending the warning shots out there to Dara McCormack, just letting him know that he is there. Doesn't want to necessarily commit too early because Marcel Cinchik will be on hand to pick up any possible advantage free of charge. Then further back, Thomas Tatler, 1 second off the top. But with only 5/10 to find on Marcel Cinchik in front of him. Sebastian Job then down in 5th place. But that gap seems to be starting to curtail out now. 9/10 of the realm between Job and Tatler. Job's got to be concerned about that.
He's got to just try and reel that in as much as he can, and I think he will have the chance to do that now that Johanna is focusing behind him, trying to defend from those drivers behind him, allowing Sebastian Job to focus on his own driving and catching these 4. However, given the fact these 4 are working together, it could be quite difficult. The slipstream here at Monza, so crucial. You can help one another really well if you want to. If there's good cooperation here between Dara McCormack and Max Benneker especially, then we are going to see Sebastian Job really struggle to get onto the back of these 4 and really fight for this win.
Well, the one bit of respite that, of course, Sebastian Job does have is that Joshua Rogers and Kevin Siggy aren't really in proximity to be in finalist mode just yet. So, obviously, given the fact that the points are stacked the way they are, Max Benneker getting closer now to Dara McCormack. This time will look for that move up the inside. And cool, calm, and collected, Benneker leads here at Monza, and now McCormack down in 2nd, licking his wounds ever so slightly, but only for now. He'll have his chance, I'm sure, as he makes his way around the Curva Grande.
Just to reiterate, by the way, if you want to be in finalist mode by race 9, which is something you're going to have to achieve if your name's not Sebastian Job, you need to be on 120 points at the end of this race, and Max Benneker and Dara McCormack both will need to finish in these kind of positions to achieve that. Further behind, Sebastian Job just overtook Thomas Tatler in a move, I've got to say, that looked very nice between the 2, if I can put it that way.
Well, it was a very hard 4-10 from Tatler in the first place to take that place away from Job, but Job has done very well to bring that back in as we just see Dara McCormack fighting the wheel coming through Lesmo 2, and now the Seraglio straight will be burning and roaring here as a BMW M4 coasts down, or should I say cascades downwards in towards Ascari chicane. McCormack back on the rear of the Beamer belonging to Max Benneker. Marcel Cinchik having probably his best race so far in the Esports World Cup. 3rd place there on the timing tower. Sebastian Job trying to rein that in. Now that gap has come down between Job and Cinchik. It is now 1.2 as opposed to the gap that was very nearly 2 seconds. Let's take a look at a replay.
Let's have a look at what happened on lap 1. That was Cinchik going over the curves because of pressure from Benneker, but then had to just give up the time. I think he could have made that corner, to be honest. It's sort of self-punishing, isn't it, because of the slowdown? So there won't need to be a penalty, I wouldn't have thought, applied by race control, but I do think he could have made more of an effort to make the corner.
Yeah, I think Job is hoping now, as we move back and pan our eyes towards the battle up at the front, that Benneker and McCormack Cinchik start squabbling here just to allow Job to rein in that delta gap. And I think this is something that Benneker and McCormack, as well as Cinchik, are very wary of, because they all need to try and get into finalist mode. Any unnecessary squabbling is obviously only going to go in Sebastian Job's favour at this stage, as we now watch them make their way down out of Curva Grande, down into the Rogier chicane once more, as we now ride on board with Marcel Cinchik. He's won several races at this very track. As I said before, Master of Monza, 3rd place at this stage, though not quite the Master's position of old. But as we can see him in the top right, the Hungarian, who has a warm family around him who support his every move. It was his brother who got him into sim racing after buying that wheel that only went 90 degrees left and right back in 2008. He's come a long way since then, and now part of Team Vitality, representing the likes of Roman Grosjean, who said to him the first words he uttered to Marcel Cinchik after winning that spring season title: we push, we keep pushing. It does not stop, and that's exactly the mentality you need to have, and that, dare I say, is the mentality that Sebastian Job has.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in 4th place at the moment, just tagging along everybody with him. But yeah, remarkable story for Marcel Czincik. Certainly our first ever ESL R1 champion back in Munich just over a year ago. Although this race feels very different to that one. Race 8 that evening, it was a lights to flag victory pretty much after Moritz Lerner bombed himself down the inside of absolutely everybody. And Czincik was able to come away with the win as the top 2 get close again. Close, but not threatening, I would say, as they make their way down into the first chicane again.
Yeah, Job is getting closer and closer again. He was nigh on 1.4 seconds away from Beneke up at the top. Beneke still leads. McCormack in second. Czincik, the gap between he and Job. Remember where it was before, folks. It's now only a mere 1.1. It is starting to shrink even further, and Job really putting in the legwork now. And one thing that can be said for him is the gap between he and Tatler has also advanced somewhat. It's 2.4 now between Tatler and Beneke, though if you look at the gaps now between Job and Tatler, you're talking 0.7 of a second. So the great work being put in place here by Sebastian Job is definitely certainly paying off here at this point, and he's still got some room to breathe because we're only on lap 6 of 10.
He has got some time, but I do think if these 3 continue to work together like this, there's just no way he can catch. He hasn't got any slipstream from anybody. He's not being pushed by Thomas Tatler, who frankly can't stay with him by the looks of things. And when there's 3 ahead of you working together and you just by yourself on your own trying to catch up, I don't really see how this is going to work for Sebastian Job. As Marcel Czincik goes off, he's hit the curb through Ascari. It's a chicane that the Audis do not enjoy, and Marcel Czincik himself was telling me about how much they have to be careful through there, probably more than any other manufacturer. That might change the game as he makes that slight mistake on lap 6.
Those immobile obstacles, the race curbs through Ascari, ever so treacherous, and they've punished Marcel Czincik to a degree. The one thing that can be said is that he hasn't lost a huge degree of time, but still Job is going to persevere, and dare I say, he has broken to within a second of Marcel Czincik. So if it keeps on like this, he will have that slipstream. He will be able to join the runners up at the front, and Czincik is somewhat exposed, and Tatler has also rejoined this front end fight.
Yeah, that might just have reconnected the groups here. Further behind, by the way, the battle for 6th place is still very fierce, and Kevin Siggy is trying to work his way through all of them. He's just got past Kaiki Oliveira, who at one stage was looking for 6th place, and now he's falling backwards and is in 10th position. Nothing doing for the leaders here. They'll continue to follow one another for the moment. We're still just over 3 laps to go, but the reason I bring up Kevin Siggy, he still needs 6th place in this race to be in finalist mode at the end.
Yeah, but he's not far away from it. 3 places away from it, to be precise, but he's got his own teammate Luke Bennett in between him, as well as Josh Rogers, Johan Harth. That is a trifecta of tricky drivers to get past as we now ride on board here with Joshua Rogers, who, like I said, on the tail of Johan Harth now, also trying to ascend up the places now as they come down Serralio. Very soon Ascari will grace them with its presence very shortly, as now they'll run nose to tail. Rogers not plumbing for the move through Ascari. Very wise thinking. We saw moves like that for the second chance race. Johan Harth almost going sideways, coming through the midway part of the Ascari chicane.
They do that. So quite often it's the line, really. It's the way they do it. It's not a way I would enjoy driving, I must admit, but they clearly get some time out of it. That's on the way down towards the final corner now as we focus back on Job, who at the moment is doing a bit too little too late here. 3 laps to go now for Job to get there. And a reminder again, he needs to win this race to win the title. At the moment, he's nearly 2 seconds away from Max Beneke, who is still leading this race.
Yeah, Beneke still in control and in charge. McCormack has refused to pull the plug just yet. We do have some battling further back. I think Rogers and Luke Bennett have been going at it right at the back, and also I think you can add Johan Harth into the mix too, so a 3-wide scrap coming in towards turn 1. I think Rogers actually got the upper hand because he's ahead of Johan Harth here at this stage. A fantastic effort from Rogers, who has had his obstacles in front of him. Obviously a very different set of circumstances from the rounds leading up to the Esports World Cup, but has got to try and dig deep for something. Obviously came into this with that 100 points. He's just lost out again because Johan Harth is now peaking into 6th. In fact, I think they're running side by side right now as we ride on board here with Max Beneke.
Yeah, and Bennett's there as well, and Kevin Siggy as well, as he tries to make his way forward into 6th position. But there is Beneke leading the race again. He's already won on 5 occasions in 2024 in ESL R1 in decent form. And as we said time and again, he is the reigning champion. As we do go back to this battle, this is lively, isn't it? This is just a couple of laps away from the finish. And all of the other drivers outside the top 5 are fighting for 6th at the moment.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr. not having an easy run. It has to be said, down in 12th place. Bear in mind, we have got another trip to Monza coming up should Job not take the title here in this very race. It means we will go to a second race here at Monza. Though at this stage, it would mean that Kevin Siggy won't be in finalist mode, and it will essentially feed Sebastian Job another opportunity, Ewan.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And at the moment, there's no other driver who's really one race away. I mentioned earlier on, you need to be on 120 points at the end of this race to be in the running still for this one and not in finalist mode at the moment. Max Benneker at the moment is achieving that, so's Darren McCormack, but Kevin Ellis Jr. isn't because he's down in 12th position. Here goes Ellis Jr.'s teammate, Johan Hart, out on the outside line through into 6th position. And look at Josh Rogers just getting freight trained there.
Yeah. Fortunately getting done twice over at this stage. Luke Bennett and Johan Hart. Johan Hart now up to 6th, Bennett 7th. Rogers now down to 8th place with Kevin Siggy on his tail, 4 tenths between them. Max Benneker losing out to Dara McCormack up at the front as well. So that gap has now sprung out to nearly over a 10th on the penultimate lap of the race. McCormack plumbed for the lead and has got it, and has got Benneker now breathing down his neck. Now, you do have to wonder whether McCormack has timed that in the right way, because we will be on the final lap come the next time around, and if Benneker gets the run down the long home straight, essentially it places him in pole position.
Yeah, he's either timed it perfectly or whatever the opposite of perfect
Well, is it going to be Daytona all over again?
Exactly, yeah. He'll have bad memories from that, of course, when 2 of the red line drivers, Sebastian Job and Kevin Siggy, bump drafted their way past Darren McCormack on the very final lap. Well, it's no teammates involved here because Max Benneker is a lone driver in this drivers' final. However, he could still draft past him on the very final lap. We'll wait and see, but that wasn't a very good Ascari chicane. That could give Dara the breathing space to hold on.
It could well do. 4 tenths now the difference between McCormack and Benneker. Chinchik now 1.2 behind McCormack. The gap between Chinchik and Benneker is standing at around 9 tenths, 9 to 8 tenths of a second. Sebastian Job 1.7 off the top and trying to close up to the back of Chinchik, which is proving easier said than done, but no changes for now. And I still think haunting Benneker, that run through Ascari is setting him back a little bit. I don't think he's going to have an easy move heading in towards turn 1, and he might be forced to relent here as they make their way through towards turns 1 and 2.
Nothing doing in towards turn 1 this time round. I don't think he was close enough, to be honest, and so he will have to try somewhere else. Second chicane, I don't think he's close enough there really either. I think it's going to have to come into either Ascari, which is not a normal place to do it, or the final corner, where we did see some last chance moves in the last chance qualifier as well. Here we go though, second chicane, Benneker's going for it.
Well, we didn't think he would, but he did. A fantastic move from Max Benneker. Oozing brilliance here from the veteran, 30 years of age. Of course, he still got it. Various championships that he's won in the past. He's now looking to be on the cusp of taking a victory around the Temple of Speed at a very momentous time. And it could yet force the hand of, obviously, several other drivers around to try and pick their game up in order to try and enter finalist mode. Benneker now bringing his best. Here comes McCormack coming in towards the Serralio straight, through towards Ascari. The Williams on the attack. Benneker says no.
Not for the moment. Darren McCormack needs the Ascari of his life here, but I don't think he's quite had it. It will be final corner or nothing, and indeed it will be nothing. Both of these two have done enough to stay in contention for finalist mode at the end. They're going to finish 1-2 here, though.
Well, he started his sim racing journey back in 2011, but as far as he's concerned, the true journey began in 2015 at 20 years of age. Max Benneker coming out of Kerber Alboreto. He's going to be a victor for the first time at the Esports World Cup here at the Temple of Speed. It's Max Benneker who takes victory with Darren McCormack in second, Marcel Chinchik third. It was for naught for Sebastian Job. He finishes in fourth.
Benneker is still alive in this championship. 4th place now in the points, moving on up after his first win of the evening. He'll be very pleased indeed. He'll realise there's more work to do as Darren McCormack denied at the last hurdle for a second race today.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that. Darren McCormack getting punished immediately after Daytona. And same thing happened again. Chinchik, I think gracious in the manner that finished. Obviously, there was nothing really more he could have done, finishing third in that instance. Obviously, tricky business for him. But a great job for Max Benneker and a big one for Mouse as well. He's the sole driver for that team.
Absolutely, it's always difficult when you're on your own. Only Redline really have got 3 drivers on their team to really help them. Has it helped Sebastian Job here? You would say so at Daytona, for example.
Yeah, well, this won't be the last time we take a trip to Monza. We'll be back at it again soon, but first of all, a quick break.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a KitKat.
Any minute now, you're going to see on your screen, you're going to have a screen share of an image or a first portion of track. As you can see, the first one now in front of you. It is, yeah, you're on the right lines, but what's the name of the corner?
Oh, wow. We don't deal with corner. Unless it's
is
Spa or Monza, you don't deal with corner
Is
names.
it Nordcurve?
I can tell you that it is Nordcurve.
You nerd.
Well done.
Mate,
well
come
done.
on.
Get in there. I tell you what, not many people get these right, so you should be proud of that. That's good. Good start.
That could be a good question.
This is a corner where you get a cut every single time.
Yeah.
You're not wrong, Yuri. You're not wrong, Yuri.
Did anyone get this right?
There has been a right answer, yes.
And what if you cannot? What if I absolutely don't know this corner? Like skip.
It's I can tell. Do you want the answer, guys? With it, that help? Yeah. It's Nordcurve.
No.
Never would have guessed.
Okay.
So, guys, what are your thoughts? What's the name of this corner?
Turn one.
Turn one.
I will say you're half right, but I need the actual corner name.
No
Hello?
idea.
No idea?
No.
Shall I tell you?
Yes.
It's Nordcurve.
Okay.
Nordcurve.
Turn one, Hockenheim.
Turn one, Hockenheim.
The
You're
name?
technically right, but we need a name.
Name.
Yeah. And no Googling. I'm watching you, Dennis.
What?
No clue.
Dennis, you should know. You should know.
No idea.
No idea.
No ideas at all.
No idea.
A Hockenheim ring. Shocking. It's Nordcurve, guys. Nordcurve.
Oh,
I would have known.
Yeah.
I would have known Sachs curve, but this one.
How about this one?
Oh, it's probably corner number 10 on the track, but it's 5.
It's the 50th corner in the track, but they call it turn 5. What it feels like.
Well, is it A, B, C, D? Or
Does it have an asterisk beside it?
I don't-
5 exclamation point.
Yeah, we going with turn 10, are we? Or?
Turn 5.
Yeah.
Turn 5. Turn 5. Coming out of the S's, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that because there isn't actually a specific bend to it. So we'll go with turn 5 on that one. We've got another one for you.
Whoa.
How about this one?
What could be? It's like I have. Is it like an American name?
I can tell you it's not.
It's not. Oh. Okay.
It's actually simpler than you think it is, to be
Is
honest.
it named after some driver?
No.
No.
No. Well, like I should.
It can be probably something easy like. I have no clue. Absolutely.
Do you want me to give you the answer?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I can tell you that there is no name. It's turn 5. How about this one?
We definitely don't
It's
know.
road Atlanta.
You've identified the track, Mikhail. That's good. That's a good start. But what about the corner? What is the corner?
So it was the bus stop. So, Michael, maybe do you know what number of the corner is it?
No, I think it's like 6th corner.
You are so close. It's turn 5, Mikhail. That's the name of the corner. You were close. Turn 5, though, however. God, how about this one?
Turn 5, Road Atlanta.
That is spot on. Well done, Dara.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup ESL R1, sponsored by Aramco. Again, I've got Cameron Roger alongside me and Arjuna Kankapati. My name is Claire Cottingham. Thank you for joining us. We've had so many races already, so if you're stuck with us, I'm really happy to see you because we might be crowning a champion. However, the last race in Monza, we didn't crown a champion. Sebastian Job, who managed to get himself over 170 points. Cam didn't quite manage to do the job. What happened? Why did he stall?
I think it was down to that qualifying. I mean, he had 4 races in a row where he was basically on pole position, got to the front in turn 1 and then just ran away with it. However, this time around, unfortunately, he was back down in sort of P4 in qualifying and then wasn't able to get through. Of course, there's a couple of things going on ahead that probably lacked his stunted his progress as well. So that just shows you how qualifying is so important in this series.
And Arjuna, let's have a look at the highlights because the start was pretty chaotic, wasn't it? And I don't think that helped Sebastian Job at all. So let's quickly see what happened.
Yeah, and I think the interesting thing was, like we were saying before the race, the qualifying would set the tempo and everyone was aggressive down to turn 1. Seb was being aggressive as well, and no one wanted to give him the room. Saw Dara McCormack, Marcel Chinchik take the shortcut. The gluten dodgers effectively down through that turn 1. But this was a really bold move from Tumas Tatalu. And Claire, you and I were watching this and going, ooh, ooh.
Yeah.
And then we saw Seb off into the gravel. We saw the number 90 Apex Racing machine of Kevin Ellis Jr. fire it on through as well. And so it was just one of those situations where Job got trapped in the back of the field. And as much as there was some chaos and carnage around, Luke Bennett, Kevin Siggy, Sebastian Job weren't up the front for the first time today. Red line outside of the top 5 for the most part.
I mean, that's the only good thing at the moment that Job can have is that Siggy also finished 9th. So in his 99th race, he finished 9th. So in his 100th race, which is coming up again in Monza, we could see him get over that 170 point and be able to start fighting for this championship alongside Sebastian Job.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a very, very interesting that we saw Ziggy not get into that. So this gives Job another opportunity. And just look how the slipstream was working there as well, down in towards turn 1. And we're back, obviously, to Monza again. So I wonder if that race is going to be, sort of the history of that is going to come into this next race, or is it so close that the qualifying order would be something completely different again?
Do you think it's going to be different, though? Do you think it was track specific, or do you think maybe, Arjuna, there was something else going on? A bit of, maybe his head got in the way sort of thing. We do see this with drivers, and maybe this time it could be quite different.
We're 6 races in at this point, so you've got to also factor in, fatigue starts to play a little bit of a factor. We just had a little bit of a break, though, fortunately for the drivers to deal with as well. I think what I am expecting here is the fact that Max Benneker, very important to keep this in mind, a race win puts him to 169 points. So he is still, even if he gets a race victory in this race at Monza, outside of that finalist equation. We go to Jeddah after this. If there are 2 redline drivers who are both in finalist mode, that's when things start to get more interesting.
Okay, we should also say in our last chat that we had, I don't think it was you, Cam, I think it was Zach Sweeney that we were talking to. We did say that Max Benneker was maybe out of it now, and I feel like we should maybe apologise a little bit because he went and smashed Monza and was pretty impressive, wasn't he?
Yeah, that just shows you how the point system works. With 25 points for a win, you can really boost yourself up. And yeah, he probably has stunted his progress a little bit today. I mean, just looking back at some of the previous results, he really did fall outside of the top 10 many times. Sorry, top 8, I should say, many times. So he has hindered his progress. As you say, because it's 169, that means he still needs another race after this to even get into finalist mode. But if he goes and wins the race, then that obviously stops them from achieving it themselves.
And sorry, Claire, Beneke really struggled with qualifying at the start, right? And that first race had that incident up towards Le Con. We could tell he had that intensity, the aggressiveness that we really expect sometimes from our championship contenders, right? And so on the back foot, he's finally fought his way back to the front. I would not be shocked if he does the double.
I think McCormack also, to move it on to another driver who has maybe had a bit of a struggle to start coming into this Esports World Cup, he really impressed as well in Monza. He's had a couple of collisions throughout the couple of races we've had. However, this one in Monza, he kept it clean.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, he's on pretty good form. Of course, the previous race, race 5, he didn't do so good. But yeah, second place there. Then he had a couple of podiums in the races before that. So 3 of the last 4, he's been on the podium. He's really coming in strong later on in this championship. So I wonder if that's maybe the track suiting him. Maybe he's just getting a bit more comfortable as well. And I do think the fact we're at Monza again 2 races in a row is going to help that, because he'll take that confidence with him.
And the one thing I heard from a lot of the drivers is the worst car the Mercedes drivers thought they had the worst car at Monza, to which I will just say, Dara McCormack finished second. That car's not that slow here, even if it's got a differential made of cheese.
Hey, look, I'm sorry.
That's what one of the drivers told me.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. We can only go with what the drivers tell us. I'm just wondering what kind of cheese, but let's not go into
Brie,
that.
Gouda, halloumi.
Is that but is it melting or is it not? Anyway, we're going too much
Fondue
into cheese
style.
now. Definitely melted cheese. So here we are. We've got practice underway, of course, ahead of Monza again. Is this going to be a hindrance, though, Cam, would you say, for Sebastian Job, who didn't qualify well here? Or do you think this is actually a chance for him to redeem himself around a track that he struggled in?
Yeah, I mean, look at last race. I mean, he was a 10th and a half off the pole position as well. So after being so strong and having big gaps in that qualifying in the previous rounds, I think that's probably something that he's just really going to focus on, is trying to nail that lap. But when it's a one-shot quali, I mean, it is a bit of a lottery, and you can only use up your luck as such so many times. So at some point, it's going to come bite you, and maybe this is, this is the point of the competition where it's going to do that.
But Azuna, he got 4 pole positions in a row. I mean, there's a case of luck, and there's a case of really being on it. I'm just so surprised that he qualified 4th for Monza, and then essentially finished 4th just because of the nature of how the race played out.
Again, I think maybe there is just that element as well, as he's been on that limit, right? He's been so perfect for so long. Have one mistake. It's now at 10 minutes, let's not forget, to reset, to go and have a chat with Jeffrey Rietveld, Luke Bennett, Kevin Siggy, the drivers, Andre Kunchman as well, their team manager, helping to strategize on all of that stuff. So maybe it's a chance for that mental reset to get back into that groove that saw him get to the pole position so many times. And I think a track like Monza, the one thing you've got to remember is you're trying to be so perfect over the curbs. It's a very bumpy track, curbs and the surface included, and so one small mistake can cost you a couple of tenths and put you down towards the back.
That's a really good point, Azuna. They've had a 10-minute break. We've got out after Sims after 3 races. It could just be a mental thing that he's actually just, needs to take a break away from the sim. How important is a break?
Hugely, especially in this format where it is race after race and you're going to a different track as well.
Yeah.
So it's, well, not this is the first time we've had back-to-backs, but before that, when you go into a different track, you basically have to open up a different pocket in your brain of knowledge, and that is very fatiguing over time.
It is. Well, let's see how they're going to fare, because we're going to Monza again. It's time for Italy. And let's head over to our casters. We've got George Morgan and, of course, Lewis McGlade.
Thank you very much, Claire Cottingham. As always, we're now heading back to the Temple of Speed for yet another time. And last time it went the way of Maximilian Beneke, once again putting Sebastian Job's attempts at taking the driver's crown, putting it on the back burner at least for now. He'll have his chance here though, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly so. Obviously, we're going to jump straight into the game. Kevin Ellis Jr., Johan Arth rather, is the first driver that we're on board with here. Like you say, Sebastian Job wins this race. He wins the whole thing. Kevin Siggy can get into finalist mode by scoring 4 points. That's all he needs in order to move his way into finalist mode. So I think it's 8th. It didn't need 8th or better, and Kevin Siggy will be in finalist mode. Let's be honest. It's probably likely to do it. That said, he was 9th in the previous race at Monza.
He's got every chance. I would say, Lightning, I mean, I don't want to say it, it doesn't always strike twice. It can, but at the same time, given the fact that we've got 12 drivers on this grid that are, very likely to be going full send at this point, it's literally everything or nothing. you can bet your bottom dollar that the results are probably going to change.
Certainly so. Well, first qualifying lap around here at Monza, and is Johan Hart on board with. First sector is a 35.1. We're more aiming towards the 34.8s as we head down the Seraglio straight up towards Ascari, of course, where we'll get the second sector split, looking for a 35.2. Let's see what it is as we head onto the brakes. 35.4, not looking so good for Johan Hart, and I think he might be slipping a bit far clear of the 45.3 benchmark they're aiming for. Might be around a 0.7 or 0.8.
Yeah, it certainly seems a bit outside the window of what could be classified as a decent time here at this stage, though the second sector just a little bit too far out. The first sector isn't much better either, but now making his way up towards the line. Just see what time Johan Hart can put together. The Frenchman, shake of the head, clearly not happy in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. And we'll wait now for that time to update. 1:45.898.
See, I'm good, mate. I said it was going to be a 45.7 or 8.
Well predicted,
I mean, it was by 2,000 a second. It was just a 45.8. Next up, then it will be Marcel Chinchik, who heads into the final corner. Of course, won the spring season championship round here, and I will tell you, he's looking pretty quick. First and second sectors are decent, looking like it's going to be close to the 45.3 that we were expecting. Straight across the line, 45.4. Decent lap time.
He's in the shop window here, Lewis. Max Benneker, though, might be one to head in a little further. 35.2 in that middle sector is where he really needs to be. 34.9 is not out of the question either. We generally like to see them, you know, in the 34.8s. If you're doing a 34.8 of the first sector, then it means you're on task. You are on the line for a potential top-end time. But this time, he's got to try and usurp Marcel Chinchik. A final third sector of brilliance would be sensational,
wow.
And it is. It's a 1:45.393 and goes nearly a tenth faster than Chinchik.
And importantly, that was faster than the previous pole time. Dara McCormack said a 45.445. Benneker said a 4.53. So he's gone faster than the previous qualifying session, which of course was around here as well. Josh Rogers, the next one to work his way through, and he qualified down in 8th position with an 8.11. First sector though is again a couple of tenths off where we'd expect. Second sector is right on the money. Let's see what Josh Rogers can do as he hits the beam. It's a 6.01, so it is most certainly faster. That would have put him in 4th place in the previous race.
Yeah, the first sector was not inviting at all. Sector 1, though, for Dara McCormack, 34.9, again, putting him in the window for a potential successful lap. 35.2 in that middle sector is pretty much in the dance floor, but needs to find something juicy in the third sector in order to maximise. He's got Benneker at the top of the tree to beat. 1:45.3, remember, fastest time we have seen at Monza so far. Here comes McCormack, and again, just slapping that leg at once more. 1:45.530, only enough for third.
I was thinking it was going to be P2, but no, it wasn't. It wasn't even that. Kevin Ellis Jr. next one to come through, and the first sector is definitely left wanting more. Of course, 34.8 is what we're aiming for. 35.2 is certainly well away from the band. Second sector's not great. I think that Kevin Ellis Jr. might be slotting in behind Josh Rogers here. It's going to be somewhere in the 6s or 7s, I have to say, as he comes up towards the line. Let's see where Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to go. It'll be a 1:45.8. Ooh, God, it's even worse than I thought. Sorry, mate. I had higher expectations of you.
Well, he was higher than his teammates. ART currently sat 5th and 6th. The rest of the drivers in behind still yet to flood their lap times in. But I must say, Kaiki Oliveira's first sector is absolutely sensational. 34.886 with a 35.3, however, in the second sector. So does lose out a little bit in sector 2. Would have ideally wanted the 35.2, but coming up towards the line here does the Brazilian from Sao Paulo. Second fastest for the BS Plus competition driver. Preliminary, at least for now, front row.
And that would have been on pole position in the previous race by 100th of a second. Kaiki Oliveira, who finished in second position in the last chance qualifier around here, looking pretty strong once more as we head then into the final corner with Tumis Tata, the driver who won that race. Of course, he has looked pretty quick round here. Of course, a victory earlier on in the day in the last chance qualifier at this circuit. Of course, 5th in the previous one. He'll come across the line and will move his way into the back of the field. Oh, I was bigging him up quite a lot there, and a bit short of him, isn't it?
He let you down. I'll tell you who else is let down. Kevin Siggy. And has he had a bit of a moment? There seems to be something on his forehead.
He's got to slow down.
I think he might have carried an injury as well.
I think he's got a technical.
Something's happened. He's currently bleeding on his forehead, so I'm not quite sure what has happened there.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin Siggy, a serious moment. Whether he went down and maybe had some force feedback issues, maybe the wheel might have bounced back and hit him or something like that, but he's currently running very slowly, and I would say that that's him out of contention.
I think that's going to delay the day, actually, because that will probably need some form of medical, and I don't think they'll let the race go ahead whilst that's in the position. So he's going to return to pit lane. That's fine. Let's see how the rest of the qualifying works out, because we've still got Luke Bennett. He'll be the next one to come through. We can see Yuri Toman here. Bennett will be the next one, though, to come across the line, I do believe, and then we'll get Kevin Siggy. But I can see this being delayed.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, he'll have to be checked out to make sure he's okay.
How does he do that, though?
It's incredible. I mean, there has been occasions in the past where, you know, people have obviously using the rigs with the force feedback element, direct drive and all that. The wheels can respond and turn in on you. People have, you know, had momentary issues of risk because this is very much a physical style of esports. Yuri Toman, we're going to take a look at his lap, 35.0, not in the window here in Sector 1, 35.4 again, 2/10 outside. It has not been a good day for Yuri Toman, and the pain continues. He's in the 146s and obviously not happy with how that's occurred.
Bennett did go to 4th and all that. Next one is Sebastian Jobe. We'll focus on this and then we'll talk about all of that. Yeah, I'll discuss what I've just been told in just a second. It's interesting. Sebastian Jobe then will come through the final corner. First sector's looking good. Second sector's looking good. And again, he needs a victory to win the whole thing. Can he beat the 45.393 that has been set by Max Benneker? Up towards the line he's going to go. It's only good enough for 4th. Benneker is on pole.
He is. Maximilian Benneker. Take note, folks. Winner at Monza last time, on pole this time around. Sebastian Jobe could not send his car to the top late in the day and, in fact, managed to match his previous position at Monza, finishing 4th on that occasion. And obviously it gives him yet more work to do, making his way through the race. I think probably the talking point, the most bizarre moment, Kevin Siggy.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, Kike Oliveira's qualified quite well in there. And do you want to know something?
Oh, tell me.
I'm ready to join the herd. Whoa, here we go. A BS competition scarf. Oh my goodness me. Hello. I look good.
Oh,
wow. No, I will say that the note, I'm wearing this, by the way. I'm just keeping to it. I'll let you read through the qualifying results and then I'll update you with what the Siggy stuff.
We'll get down to the breaking news regarding Kevin Siggy very shortly. Let's take a look at the results, folks. Max Benneker is at the top of the tree for Mouse. 1:45.393 took him to the top. Fastest lap time we've seen at Monza all day. Kike Oliveira in second, a great lap for the BS Plus competition driver Marcel Cinchik, master of Monza, back again in the top end in third. Obviously starting second row with Sebastian Jobe, who could yet take the crown with a victory here once again. Luke Bennett in 5th, fellow Redline teammate McCormack Rogers, Ellis Jr., Harth, Tatler. Further down, of course, we've got plenty more contenders looking to take the prize. The drivers out there now out on track. Again, we'll go back. Talking point, Kevin Siggy. Tell us about it, Lewis.
Yeah, so I got a note in that qualifying session that's from Arjuna that said that Siggy's got slowed down to the last 2 qualifying sessions. You know, fair enough, is what it is.
Okay.
Then he said he got an off track and rammed his head into the wheel. I don't understand how is that your reaction? Like, oh, I'm a little bit annoyed by this. Bang, full-on headbutt. He is being treated at the moment, so obviously that is being sorted. I'm assuming he's not actually out in this practice
session.
Should
laugh, really, to be honest.
Apparently he's laughing
He's
about
laughing.
it.
That's okay,
we
then.
did say earlier, like after the first few races, how he had like a load of podiums and stuff, and I was like, oh, well, you know, his wheel's not taken a battering yet today. I was expecting more hands and fists.
I'll be honest, it makes me very concerned because I beat Kevin Siggy 3 times at Tekken in a row this week. So I'm just waiting for that one to be reserved for me.
You could receive a little bit of head damage from Kevin Siggy. I wonder what's come out worse, the wheel or his head. His head did a little bit of blood, but
well,
why would you headbutt a wheel? They're quite sharp.
That's a very good question, Lewis McGlade. But obviously, we do hope that first and foremost, Kevin's okay.
He'll be fine.
And yeah, obviously, never ideal to have that going on. Obviously, the last thing that Team Redline need at the moment, with the fact that they've got one driver who's in finalist mode looking to win the championship, and Siggy needing 4 points of the realm to move into finalist mode.
Now, I will say, obviously, with those points required for Kevin, so I'll let you have that in a second. Give me one moment. Obviously, a victory here for Sebastian Jobe will win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Next track, though, is Jeddah, where he did win quite comfortably earlier on.
Yeah.
So I think Sebastian Jobe's actually kind of probably fairly comfortable right now.
Well, he might be. The only thing is he looked a little bit rattled as we're now watching the cars make their way around Kerber Alboreto. It's Max Benneker at the front again. Seems to like it around here, does he not? He's got Kike Oliveira, 2 BMWs sharing the front row, with then an Audi belonging to Marcel Chinchik, a former successor around here at Monza alike. Sebastian Joe bidding to take the driver's crown here in ESL R1 at the Esports World Cup. We're back again, should I say, back to back here at Monza, as now we put pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go. Great start for Max Benneker. Marcel Chinchik now trying to move into second, trying to run on the coattails of Max Benneker out in front, and now breaks away, looks to go down the inside, coming through the Rettifilio chicane. In comes Luke Bennett out of absolutely nowhere, joined by Sebastian Job. 2 red line cars now, 3 and 4. They could be 2 and 4, but no, not this time. Chinchik battering back against Luke Bennett to withstand the pressure, take P2, but Benneker leads.
Yeah, Benneker from Chinchik, from Bennett, from Sebastian Job. I think Luke Bennett might jump out the way for Sebastian Job, or might try and force his way into this battle a little bit to allow Sebastian Job to make his way through. Let's wait and see. Benneker leads. The last team on planet Earth that Max Benneker will allow to win this race is Team Redline. He does not want to see Team Redline take a crown. It's one of those interesting ones, though. Despite how strong Team Redline have been, the only thing that they've won in ESL R1, realistically, is the Teams Championship in the spring season last year. They've never won a Drivers' Championship. They didn't win here at Gamers 8 last year. They didn't win the Teams Championship in the full season. And Max Benneker, who was a part of Redline in years past, that is the last team he wants to see take top honours.
Absolutely right. It's almost outlandish when we talk about former championships, and, Team Redline themselves haven't figured in any of them, should we say, necessarily. When I say that, obviously taking victories, but this time they're on the cusp of perhaps getting something monumental. They have, of course, got Sebastian Job in finalist mode. He's sat in 4th place. He isn't surrounded by a sea of cars that are looking to take his current 4th place spot away from him, but he is concerned with what's going on ahead of him. He's got teammate Luke Bennett just sat in 3rd. Further up at the top then, of course, Benneker still leads, and then 3/10 of a second back comes Marcel Chinchik, as now they burst down towards turn 1 once more. Chinchik, could he be on the attack? Runs right into the rear spoiler here of Max Benneker, and Luke Bennett, I think, smelt an opportunity because he moved to the inside. Chinchik tried to allay the challenge.
He almost looked to defend a little bit from Sebastian Job there. Don't know what Andre Kunchman is going to be thinking about that. Of course, sat there in the ear of Bennett, of Job, of Siggy as well. Yeah, he's the one basically managing Redline for all this. I'm sure Jeff Rietverd's probably having a couple of words as well as they work their way through Curva Grande. Potential switch for the race leaders. Marcel Chinchik was looking to the inside, but Max Benneker was able to fend him off as they worked their way down into the Rogier. It's still Mouse leading from Vitality from the 2 red lines, which I'm amazed haven't switched positions. Look at the slide coming in from Joshua. Rogers behind in 8th place.
Yeah, Max Benneker, of course. The Roger chicane was the scene of where he overtook Darren McCormack in our previous race to take the race lead, and therefore the race win when we crossed the start-finish line for the final time in our last outing around the Temple of Speed. Marcel Chinchik in 2nd, just within 0.3 of a second, and urging closer on the outside of the Seraglio Straight, and then heading into Ascari. The BMW, just getting a little sideways once more, but not too concerning as they now rumble over the curbs. The sleeping policeman as well on the inside, but now as they trundle down towards Kerber Alboreto, Benneker consolidating the place. Sebastian Job needs to be, I think, a little bit more concerned with what's going on behind him now, because Kike Oliveira has hunted him down. Remember, that gap was farther more outwards. It's now down to 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, indeed. It is indeed closing in, as we'll see once they hit the slipstream. I'm amazed that Sebastian Job's not been able to keep up to the back of Luke Bennett either, as we head back out onto the start-finish straight. Once again, closing back in, staring back from Marcel Chinchik, who's in 2nd position, who's closing up for the race lead. He got on the brakes earlier on in the race, going down into the Rogier. Gets on the brakes this time as well, as here comes the look from Luke Bennett. Looks to the inside, but doesn't commit to it. Kike Oliveira is also closed into the rear end of Sebastian Job. Again, the only driver at the moment in finalist mode. Sebastian Job, if this competition is to come to a close in this race, Sebastian Job needs to get past Bennett, Chinchik and Benneker and must take the victory.
Well, the Audi, Marcel Cinčić took the fastest lap as he crossed the timing line last time around. Let's take a look at the replay here. Now, this is coming into the Rettifilio. This is at the start, where, of course, we saw Job tying up. Of course, Kike Oliveira was part of this. We then, of course, had Yuri Toman in the fight too. But then up at the front, it was all happening. Beneke would take the lead advantage. Cinčić in second. We're now taking a look at Kike Oliveira's view. He had to essentially part the Red Sea here, Lewis, because he had a Team Vitality on his left and a red line on his right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say that was all a little bit messy, but that was just because of hard racing down into turn one. No one really did anything wrong there. They were all just fighting for position. It was tough. It was hard fought. The reason why, Yuri Toman cut across the inside, he had nowhere else really to go. He couldn't leave it on the inside. That would have caused a massive crash. No one really did anything wrong there down at T1. Now looking here over the shoulder of Max Beneke, the race leader, who's been leading, fair enough, but I will say Marcel Cinčić has had 2 opportunities thus far where he almost certainly could have taken over the race lead and did not take them. We've seen him be patient before, but now that he's got Luke Bennett closer and closer, I wonder how patient he can actually be.
Well, it does make you wonder. Naturally, here at Monza, it leaves very little room for patience, especially when you consider you've got some of the fastest straights in motorsport, and then akin that to the fast chicanes. Of course, at the Roger, Rettifilio being the first one that we're now visiting, and then Ascari later on as we move into Sector 3. But Beneke now making his way through. Full commitment to the curbs on the inside and out, and a little twist there from what looked to be Luke Bennett coming through as well. Sebastian Job also trying to get closer and closer, but Bennett just twisting that rear up ever so slightly, and it was just moving from side to side a little bit on the escape coming out of turn 2. But as they come out of Curva Grande and a trip through towards the Roger this time, Beneke still very much out in front, but Bennett's starting to urge ever closer now. And then you never know, there could be an opportunity here because we haven't seen a Bennett victory, and judging from the form we saw coming into the Esports World Cup, you wouldn't necessarily be surprised for him to get one. Yeah, indeed. He's had some very up and downs, but in land sometimes it just doesn't quite work out for him. We saw this back in Munich as well as we ride on board with Marcel Cinčić, the latest driver to have completed 100 races, because someone is in their 100th race right now. Obviously, Marcel Cinčić in second position is its 101st race, the 100th race for Kevin Siggy as well. It means we've had 3 drivers today pass over the century mark, which means we've got quite a few that are over. He headbutted his wheel to celebrate. What a celebration. My goodness. I think with those that have passed 100 races, 50-50 as to whether the race is going to be good, because obviously when Josh Rogers did, he won the entire round. When Marcel Cinčić did, he got a podium. And the other couple, not so great. No, tricky. So we now enter Kerber Alboreto. Beneke once again leads them down. Cinčić, who has remained within his wheel tracks right through ever since the race start, will once again proceed in second place, just in behind the mouse driver. Of course, Beneke starting, as I said, his sim racing career in 2011 for Cinčić. You could say sim racing came to light for him. Oh, look at this. Bennett up the inside, took full opportunity. Obviously knew that Cinčić wasn't going to plumb for it, so it opened up the door for him to move into second place. Great move from Bennett. Fully opportunistic, and now heads around Curva Grande in pursuit of Max Beneke. Just a single podium for Luke Bennett today. That was back at the Hockenheim ring a couple of races ago. Outside of that, he's finished 5th, 4th, 4th, 8th and 6th. Could be on, though, for a victory. He's got past Cinčić down into the first chicane. Could well be getting past Max Beneke at some point, maybe over the next lap or so. A lot of curb being taken there. Beneke's still going to hang on to the race lead. Fastest laps in the hands of Marcel Cinčić. And Sebastian Job is not really in this fight right now, unless he's conserving tyres, which I really don't think he is, because that's quite a brave call right now. I don't think Sebastian Job's in contention for this victory, George. I think we are most certainly needing another race. Do you want to know the fun fact? We're going to Jeddah. Well, it's not only that, he's still going to be the only finalist right now. Absolutely bizarre, isn't it? How many chances does he want? But up at the front, it's Max Beneke. And now with Luke Bennett in second place, the young man from Bromsgrove, who 19 years of age, only in his 3rd year of sim racing, started it all back at the age of 16. His favourite track being Brands Hatch, and this track is far apart from what Brands Hatch truly is. Of course, when you consider the elevation and the track width as well, it's pretty much the opposite really, when we consider that.
Did you say his favourite track?
His favourite track is Brands Hatch.
Good lord, get a life. Brands Hatch is pretty cool, but that's it's not there with like Bathurst or the Nordschleife or come on.
It's
Come
iconic.
on, Luke.
Give the Brands Hatch a break, Lewis McGlade. As we now watch Marcel Chinchik having a look and just swapping all over the back, incidentally, of Luke Bennett, who's been forced to defend up the inside, at the same time trying to be cautious of Benneker up at the front. Chinchik unable to plumb for a move. Job now over a second behind Marcel Chinchik. It's actually flooded out to 1.1 and he's 1.7 off the top. So Job almost certainly, should it stay like this, bear in mind, only 3 laps to go, certainly not enough time. You'd fathom anything can happen in sim racing. Ooh. But as now we see Bennett up the inside, firing a warning shot to Max Benneker.
Yeah, just having a little look, having a gander, maybe going, I still can't get over this Brands Hatch fact. I mean, that's absolutely wild. To be fair, there are certain people that may never have heard of Brands Hatch. I know Zach Sweeney's definitely one of them. Never heard of Brands Hatch, that's for sure. That's not true. Here comes a look at the move. Like you say, Marcel Chinchik was just kind of lifting out of it just a little bit and allowed Luke Bennett to come through there. Bennett was just pretty opportunistic there, just went for it and thought that now was the time. But
well, I mean, it's not like he had anything to lose because, I mean, second place, he'd still have the slipstream of Max Benneker if he gets the move done. So, in fact, as far as Luke Bennett's concerned, it's the only move he could have made, I think, in that regard. So,
absolutely.
Credit to him for it. And as a result, it's garnered him more points should it stay like this. But Chinchik is going to be very hard to shake because we all know how good he is at Monza historically.
Yeah.
We've got up at the front the Gamers 8 champion. We've got the very first spring season champion from last year, sat in 3rd place. Sebastian Job still working hard to try and close, but once again that gap is going outwards, Lewis. 1.3 now.
Yes, indeed, and we're looking at a driver who could potentially take his 18th victory, rather, in ESL R1. He's going to go for the race lead now, coming down into the opening chicane. I don't think Benneker's going to fight this too hard. You can see he's lifted out there slightly. He's happy to sit in 2nd position right now because guess what? He's got the slipstream. All that little fight he's going to do with a bit of a bump as well from Benneker. This is going to bring Sebastian Job and Kaiki Oliveira back into it. But right now, Max Benneker sat in 2nd position, the first driver to deny this red line dominance. While we still could be looking at another victory here, he's bump drafting Bennett just a touch.
But it has been successive wins for a BMW at this point. But what we can say about Benneker, he will not be too upset to lose the lead at this stage because remember, he overtook McCormack at the Rogier chicane on the final lap, heading through to the latter stages of this, at this very track at Monza in our previous race. And it was a great win for Benneker. Darren McCormack is not a very easy driver to get past. We all know how strong he truly is in that Mercedes for the Williams Esports team. But we're not seeing McCormack up at the front this time. This time, it's Luke Bennett, the young pretender to the throne, who could yet become a sensation at Team Redline. Arguably already is a sensation as Benneker swaps all over the back of the BMW M4 as they now traipse through the Ascari chicane once more, sending it over the curbs. You just see how they're sliding in and off right now, trying to find the pace. A shake of the head, though, for Benneker.
The thing is for Benneker is right now, he's a little bit worried about Sebastian Job. Luke Bennett could be slowing them down to allow Sebastian Job to rejoin this fight because Benneker's not that far away from finalist mode. In fact, actually, what is the points for finalist mode? Remind me, George?
Do you remind?
It's 170.
170, of course,
Do you know how many points Max Benneker will have if he wins this race?
Do tell us.
169. Ouch. But he is closing in. Remember, he was actually a point away from finalist mode last year as well in the full cup as well. He's going to retake over the race lead comfortably, but I think Chinchik might make this 3 wide, actually.
He could well do. Whoa! At the inside, contact made between them. Oh, my goodness. In comes Luke Bennett, late on the brakes. I think was more concerned about Marcel Chinchik, but this has automatically brought Sebastian Job back into this, who can essentially go on the full attack. Luke Bennett can't afford to make a mistake here. Side by side through Curva Grande, they will go. The Audi R8 LMS now looking to bid to retake that 2nd place that he lost to the man from Bromsgrove not too long ago. Side by side now once again into the Rogier. They're getting oh so tight. Coming through this, enter Sebastian Job. Job heading up through the inside has taken 2nd place as they come through the Lesmo. And look at Kaiki Oliveira.
And he's 1.1 seconds away from the crown. Can he do it? I don't think he's going to be able to close his way back in. It's going to be a tall order for him, but he's able to sneak his way through in a 2nd spot. Max Benneker will be a race away from finalist mode. I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity next time we enter the race arena. Of course, it will be Jeddah, a circuit where Sebastian Job proved earlier on he's so very strong. Incredible stuff, though. Incredible scenes. Chinchik down to 5th.
The tactics backfired. They did not work. The gap is 1.2 between Job and Benneker. And Benneker, given the fact that he could go successive back-to-back wins here at Monza, you're staring at Max Benneker, last year's winner here at Riyadh in Gamers 8. Sebastian Job looking to become a champion in ESL R1 for the very first time. Has not yet done it. Max Benneker's been there and done it. He was also one of the first ever winners in ESL R1 all the way back in Katowice when this all started. But now Bennett on the tail of his teammates. Surely he will not plumb for an overtake in the last-ditch effort of the day. 2 red line cars in the top 3 is obviously more than enough. Bennett reneges.
Yeah, indeed. Bennett will probably actually sit in 3rd position now. I mean, Luke Bennett's way too far behind the points. He's 6th position. He's on 129. That's actually not even remotely true. I'll hold back on the fire on that one. Luke Bennett's in 5th position on 129 points. There we go. Yeah, sure, he can close in. He can maybe get himself into finalist mode, but it would be for the final race where things are going to get a little bit awkward. I don't think he's going to go for a move on Sebastian Job here. He wants to sit behind. He wants to be fair. He might try bump drafting. The fact is that 1.1 second, 1.2 second gap, it's just not going to close down. All you've got is you've got Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, you've got the Ascari chicane, and then you've got the Parabolica. Max Benneker is far, far, far too good of a peddler to make a mistake at this point that would cost him more than a second. There is no way Max Benneker drops this, and he'll move to 169 points. 1 single point away from finalist mode. That is painful. And Kevin Siggy with 10th is still not in it. It will only be Job at Jeddah.
It will. And Job will have every chance at a track where he has already succeeded. He's the first ever winner at Jeddah in ESL R1. He's the first ever winner in, should we say, highly competitive motorsport here on Renge Sport here at Jeddah. So he's got every chance to do it twice here tonight. But one man who is going to do something twice, as in win at Monza twice, the legend, that is Max Benneker, returns once more, this time for Mouse, the sole contender for Mouse, but he is the sole man on top step of the podium, this time at the Temple of Speed again. It's Max Benneker who wins at Monza, a 2nd win in a row, and 1 step away from entering finalist mode. There is Luke Bennett. He finished in 3rd. Sebastian Job splitting the difference in 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. There you can see Luke Bennett. There you can see Sebastian Job 1 position away, and you can see that
he looks stressed.
That's beginning to frustrate. It is beginning to frustrate, and I understand it. I mean, you got to accept these drivers under a huge amount of pressure, and Sebastian Job, he's the same as everyone on that, and to come up a position short of ending this whole thing, of ending the entire competition, is tough.
It is tough, absolutely tough. A tremendous effort, though, from all drivers concerned. Unfortunately, it was not a red line victory on this occasion, but they will be back come racing when we go to Jeddah next time around. And absolutely fantastic efforts, certainly to behold by all drivers concerned. It was a huge fight, a huge scrap, but Benneker was the man in charge. But I believe we do have an interview standing by in the arena with an engineer.
It's Morgan again, and we're right here with Redsfield, which of course doesn't need an intro as a driver, as an engineer as well for Team Redline. We're gonna go straight to the point. What do you think are the best tactics that you guys have for both supporting Siggy and most of the team when it comes to Redline?
Yeah, I mean, we're focused on all drivers, right? Not just Seb. Of course, Seb is in finalist mode and has the biggest chance to win. Kevin is very, very close. He only needs 1 or 2 more points, and he's there as well. There's maximum 2 more races to go, so 2 chances for Seb to win. And yeah, otherwise you get a tiebreak, right? And it's about overall points, and Seb has a lot of points, so that should be fine for us as well. So yeah, it's all about survival right now, yeah.
Okay, so the transition from being a driver, same thing with engineer, you're still competing. You told me that right before we went to that camera. Why would you make the decision, and do you think that you're actually doing better there, or are you still going to compete for the rest of the time?
No, I'm still going to compete for the team championship. But right now, of course, I'm just trying to help my teammates the best I can. We already have like a dedicated engineer, but I'm of course also very experienced. Been driving for I think 14 years or something, so I try to help the guys as much as possible, also with like decisions in the race, when to go for a move, give them info about what the other teams are doing. Yeah,
almost one more race away. I hope you guys are feeling positive about this because we definitely are for Team Redline. Individually, have 3 people competing for the finest championship. That is pretty huge. Again, thank you so much, Ritzfield. We're going to be off to a very quick break because we're almost nearing the end of the day.
Ready, set, go.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, ESL R1. We are sponsored by Aramco, and we've just had another thrilling race, of course. We were in Monza for the second time in a row. Alongside me is Cam Rogers and, of course, Zach Sweeney. Cam Roger, rather. Don't want to get that wrong. You get to upset if I get the name wrong. Cam Roger, of course. A fantastic race there. I thought it was quite a good race. I quite enjoyed it. However, how many times do we have to ask Sebastian Job to do this? Let's have a look at the highlights because we're going to see exactly what happened. And there was a bit of carnage at the beginning, as always, into turn one.
Yeah, absolutely. So Sebastian Job, there he is on the right-hand side. You've got Kaiko Vera to the left. And once again, he didn't get pole position. Oh, what a shame, because he obviously got 4 in a row before. But also, in general, he just didn't quite have it. But look at the carnage down there at turn one. Those cars going everywhere. Everyone knows that they have to get ahead of him. Otherwise, the championship is over. And then what we saw was, of course, Luke Bennett was actually the one to really challenge. It was interesting, Zach, was actually to see it was Bennett out of the 2 red line cars rather than Job being the one challenging at the front.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, Job is a little bit cautious, as he would be. Naturally, that pressure being on him is always going to make you think twice before you do anything. Bennett, obviously, I mean, he's moving up in the Drivers' Championship. He's now within one race of being in finalist mode, so there is a chance he wins this himself. But he's got a lot less to lose relative to Job, so he can afford to be so aggressive, and that's what he was doing, leading the charge, getting ahead of Chinchik, then ahead of Beneka, and almost immediately we saw him start to park the bus.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually expecting Bennett to romp off into the distance when we saw him making this move for the lead. He seems to be having a bit of a comeback over the last 2 races. He's had a 2nd and a 3rd place, so 2 podiums, but then it just didn't quite work out. This is some tight racing as well. We saw this is how Job actually ends up getting it up into that 2nd place. Bennett wasn't able to keep that momentum going and hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and then this was such a good move. Arguably, maybe one of the moves of the day as well. Sebastian Job getting underneath through the Roger, just applying the power, and again, just setting it up, takes the first apex, flips underneath, the 2 in front run wide, he puts the power down, and through he goes into 2nd place. But unfortunately, the damage was already done. At that stage, Beneka was too far out of reach. As much as the 2 red line drivers tried to catch, 1.2 seconds in, a lap and a half is not going to happen. And Kevin Siggy as well, the other red line driver, the cause of frustration.
Yeah, that was interesting to see that replay there, actually. That was how Ziggy got the cut on his head.
He did indeed. We'll talk about that in a second, but these are the race results. It was, of course, Beneka again winning in there. And I mean, maybe he just really likes Monza, or maybe, I don't know, he suddenly decided that he wants to come join the party again. But Beneka is now on 169 points. He is 1 point away from being able to win this whole thing. If Sebastian Job, who has been already given 2 chances to wrap up this championship, isn't able to do it in Jeddah in the next one, he's going to be under some serious pressure.
Absolutely. And remember, we have a maximum of 9 races. So if Job doesn't win it in Jeddah in a few moments' time, then we are going to go to Hockenheim, and someone, of course, is going to win it. It will come down to points. So every point is going to count. And for the likes of Beneka now having those 2 wins in a row, that is really going to come very handy for him.
We saw in the highlights there Kevin Siggy getting a little bit frustrated, and you can see why he's frustrated. He came in incredibly strongly and has had 3 really tough races. I think you've got the results just in front of you. What was his results for the last 3 races?
So we're just going to contrast it to the start of the event, right? He kickstarted it off with that win in Spa, a podium then at Jeddah and Daytona, and then that's where the decline started to happen. Off the podium when we went to Fuji, 7th, 9th, 10th. It just gets worse and worse for Kevin Siggy. There is a lot of an adrenaline rush when you're driving. I mean, I know you talked about when you used to do your competitive esports racing. There is nothing like being sat at the 5 red lights ready to anticipate a race, right? The adrenaline soars through the roof. And naturally, when frustration happens and coincides with that, the adrenaline just exaggerates it even more. So you can understand a little bit of that sort of frustration leaking out. Never really banged my own head against the wheel is a bit extreme, but to each their own.
It looked painful. He was bleeding at one point, so I'm glad we got someone to have a quick check of him, and he was fine. Obviously, we just saw the pictures of Jeddah and what we can expect. We have been racing in Jeddah already in race 2, and for Sebastian Job, he will be happy because he got pole position and he was able to win. But if you remember back in Jeddah, he actually was under quite a lot of pressure, Cam, at the beginning of the race into turn 1.
Yeah, he absolutely was, and it was, of course, Beneka who came 2nd in the race then as well. So perfectly timed to come back to a track that he obviously has good form in today. It is a bit of an interesting one with all the high speed and medium speed corners. It is really a momentum based track, so making any little mistake is going to be crucial around here. But of course, Ziggy, he was up there in qualifying on that day as well, and Josh Rogers. Josh Rogers, someone we haven't mentioned for a while as well. He's really dropped off in terms of the performances in the recent races. Had 6th, 8th, 8th in the last 3 races. Of course, he had 12th back at Daytona. For someone that we were putting up in the echelons coming into this day, I think he has just dropped off. We have heard he's been struggling a little bit with the setup and everything like that today.
Yeah, of course, was leading coming into this race. Someone we haven't spoken about a lot either is Chinchik, who's obviously the ESL R1 2023 spring champion, and he suddenly awoken as well a little bit over the last couple of races. He's always been there or thereabouts, but in the last couple of races, he's been, what did he finish? Can't find it. 5th, 3rd, and then 4th as well. So we've definitely seen a very impressive comeback from Marcel Chinchik.
Yeah, I think it might be to do with potentially the Audi in some ways. That is not as competitive from the Audi teams that we've seen. However, he's shown why he's a champion, isn't he, Zach?
He is, right? I mean, that spring season back in 2023 was sensational. It was just a classic from the moment it started. That tussle, of course, with James Baldwin that he was having, that was one of those times, similar to today, where the championship goes on and on and on, and in the best way possible, because each race had its own story to tell. Chinchik, in the end, using that experience, was able to come out on top. The Audi had maybe some teething problems. Like we've touched on, they've had very limited testing to really nail the quirks. They can't change the setup, so they are fixed on what the base game setup is on Rennsport, so they can't tweak much. They may have some adjustments they can make with brake bias and things. The most important ones are traction control and ABS. Traction control for the majority of people, in fact probably unanimously, is off. ABS is that one you can tweak. So the anti-lock braking system, how much the car assists you in stopping those brakes from locking, that is something that can change. Maybe he's unlocked something in that regard to sort of find a bit more time, or he's just unlocked something. We've spoken about the tyres and how important keeping the tyres are. It's sort of in that operable temperature window. Maybe he stopped overdriving it, sliding less. Loads of different variables can come in to unlock success. And at this level, it doesn't take much to find a lot.
So equally, you say that you can unlock it. Can you lock it back up? Is that what's kind of happened to Sebastian Job at the last kind of...
Potentially, yeah, because it's all about muscle memory in sim racing, because whilst you do have the force feedback in the wheel and things like that to give you a bit of reference, a lot of it is just from practice. You know what the car's going to do in a certain situation. You know, if you're coming to a corner in sort of fourth gear and you're braking down into second, you know how the car's going to feel. You know how the rear is going to step out, or if it pushes on the front, things like that. So if any minor change to your feeling, you're really going to struggle with that, because your brain is like, oh, I don't know what's coming next.
So the battles then, Zach, who are we watching?
Job, obviously. He's still the only one in finalist mode, which is incredible, considering coming into this, he was P7 in the championship. And obviously, we've had our discussions over the week. Who's coming out on top in the drivers? Who do we favour most to take the top? And I have had faith in Job, but understandably...
He was your prediction.
Exactly. Understandably have empathised with some of the concerns that we've had in regards to, well, he's starting on the back foot. It's going to take a lot for him to not only make up the deficit, but then also get into finalist mode.
Yeah.
Whereas now he's just shown up, he's delivered. The last couple of races, he's fallen off a little bit, but Jeddah is his hunting ground. He smashed the first race that we came here to, and today, right now, for the penultimate race of the championship potentially, he wants to make it the final one.
It is indeed his hunting ground. We're going to find out what happens next. Saudi Arabia is our home. Jeddah we're heading to. Let's head to our casters. We've got Lewis McGlade and Ewan O'Leary.
Thank you indeed. Of course, we are here and ready to go. Could be in for one final race, could require two more. Again, the absolute limit for us here in ESL R1 is, of course, the 9th race. And at the moment, because of that, there's only 5 drivers now, technically, that can win this Esports World Cup. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so we've had finalist mode for a little while now. However, we've never seen it with a limit like we have here. 9 races, and as you say, that means you sort of have to be close enough to get into finalist mode by that final race. There's no point getting into it by race 9, because we're all going home. So, Sebastian Job's already there. We already know that. Kevin Siggy is 2 points away. He needs to finish 10th or better, and he's been really struggling to do that in the last couple of races for whatever reason. These last few races have not gone very well at all. Max Benneker just won that last race, of course, needs just 3 points. He needs 9th place to continue today. And Josh Rogers and Luke Bennett, who are really clinging on by a thread, both need to win. So effectively, they need to win twice, if you think about it, if they want to win overall. So that's the situation we're at. Unfortunately for Josh Rogers, he has struggled so much today, hasn't he? And that's going to be a difficulty for him to even win once, never mind twice. But Jeddah is probably one of the better circuits for the Porsche. Hockenheim, probably not bad either. Everyone's talking about the straight line speed. It shouldn't be a massive hindrance at these two.
Yeah, indeed. Again, it is, as you said, Sebastian Job, Kevin Siggy, Max Benneker, Josh Rogers and Luke Bennett, as you say. Josh Rogers and Luke Bennett requiring that victory could be a tall order. And the first person we're going to see around the Jeddah Corniche circuit will be Josh Rogers himself. Earlier on in the day, he qualified in 4th position with a 1:58.687. Currently running through the first sector. The time he's looking for is something around the 43.6s. Heading into turn 4 now, and then up and over the curb at turn 5. The car just slowing down down a little bit on that curve on the right-hand side, but now we flick it through the double left-hander. He hit the wall just slightly now up towards turn 9 where he's pushed out wide, brings it back in towards the apex. I think he's rescued that about as well as he could.
I think so, yeah. He's just pulled that back onto line when he could, but again, just a slight shake of the head there. He's not pleased with his performance with the car here today either. It's been a real struggle for him. That was a bit deep as well on the way into the left-hander. His time actually isn't that bad. It's still a 43, and I would have been very surprised to see that, to be honest, considering he did hit the wall.
Yeah, indeed. Like you say, tough stuff for Joshua Rogers. It's looking like it's a struggling lap, but still he is rolling his way around at the moment, only dropping the 3/10 in that first sector. But yeah, it is very, very impressive indeed. Let's see what he can gather up as we head towards the end of the second sector. As also, I actually maintain, as much as I struggle with it, I actually really like this corner.
Yeah, it is. It's really committed in it. You have to get so close to that wall on the left-hand side, and then you need a run on the way out of here. Again, it's not an immediate straight, but it is an important corner to get right.
This is not looking like a great lap time from Sebastian Jobe at the moment. The second is from Sebastian Jobe, from Joshua Rogers at the moment. We'll see Sebastian Jobe out there in a little bit, of course, as he works his way down to the 27th and final corner, breaks it down, brings it in, and sends it out through the final turn. Remember that Josh Rogers earlier on the day set a 58.687. It was a 58.596 from Sebastian Jobe that grabbed the pole position, heading out onto the start-finish straight here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Joshua Rogers across the line. I think this might not even break into... it's a 59.158. It's not great. I was going to say I don't think it's going to get into the 58.
I should have said it just a second or two earlier, and then you would have been right. But yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was 2 minutes, but I was like, that's crazy.
That would be mental. You do need to go for a slowdown if indeed you're going to go that slowly. Kevin Siggy just needs to get himself into finalist mode now. Surely he's been teetering on the edge of it for absolutely ages, but now it's surely the time that Kevin Siggy is going to arrive in finalist mode. He goes over the line. Surely this is going to be a good time from him. His sector times are good, and it's a 58, excuse me, 4. That's a very good time. That's exactly where you want to be in terms of pole position contention.
It actually would have been on pole earlier on in the day. It was a 58.596 earlier on. So yeah, that would have been a very strong lap time earlier on from Kevin Siggy. And do you know what would be great is if he'd scored a couple more points earlier on and he'd be in finalist mode right now. However, that 58.498 when he only needs to score a couple of points might be a little bit frustrating. Timus Tattler goes then into second position, and Big Sebby Jobe is the next one to come.
It's not great in the first sector. It's about where Josh Rogers was, so I do wonder whether he clipped the wall on the way in towards turn 4 as well. Or was it turn 6? I can't remember. It was one of them. And so that may be just holding back Sebastian Jobe again. He's been in finalist mode for ages now, but you need that one last race win to win the entire championship, and Sebastian Jobe has not been able to do that just yet. Head in his hands. He's disappointed with second place.
Indeed. Do you remember, I'm pretty sure, as we'll see Dara McCormack, the next one to come down to the final corner, I'm pretty sure Marcel Cinchik back in the spring season major, obviously a long time ago when we were in Munich, he was also in finalist mode for 4 races before he won. Now, it was 4 because he got into finalist mode at the end of the 4th race and then was in finalist mode 5 through 8 and obviously won it on 8. At this point, Sebastian Jobe, if we go into a next race, will be in finalist mode for 4 races. Dara McCormack then across the line, goes to pole position. Oh, we didn't even see that. Fantastic lap time from Dara McCormack. I was waffling.
That's what we're trying to do. 58.429. That is going to take some beating. Although I thought Kevin Siggy's lap would take some beating, and Dara McCormack has done just that. Here's Kevin Ellis Jr. out of the final corner. Started well today. I'm afraid has fallen away and won't be winning the driver's title here tonight. Over the line for the British driver. Wait for the time to pop up. It's a 58.6 from him.
Let's see Yuri Toman, then the next one to come through. First sector, a couple of tenths off. Second sector, a 10th off. So probably more in sort of like the 6, 7, 8, 0.6, 7, 8, that kind of margin. So he might drop in behind Kevin Ellis Jr., but ahead of Timus Tattler. Out through the final corner, he is going to come. Let's see what he sets as the Vitality driver hits the beam. Marcel Cinchik, his teammate's been pretty strong in the last couple of races. We'll see him in a few drivers' time. Yuri Toman crosses the line. Where does he end up? Wait for the time to come, as he'll head behind Timus Tattler. Oh, God, really bad final section, never mind.
Unfortunately, I think that's the roundabout where he ended up in the last qualifying session as well, and it's been a bit of a difficult afternoon, I'm afraid, for Yuri Toman. Here's Luke Bennett, who is one of those drivers looking to get into finalist mode here, along with Josh Rogers, needs a win. That qualifying lap reaction doesn't look like it's going to set up a win to me. His first sector time was maybe just slightly off the mark. Second sector time was good, but he doesn't look like he's very happy with his third. Over the line, it's 4th place as the 3 red lines line up in 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, exactly. And Sebastian Joe being in that 3rd spot. Dara McCormack can no longer win the event, so it's more about him just gaining a few more points and moving a little bit further up and gaining a little bit extra dollar. A little bit of a slip and slide in the final corner there from Marcel Cinchik. First sector's pretty decent, second sector's okay. Let's see what he does out towards the line. Could be around the 0.6s. Can he get ahead of Sebastian Job there? Marcel Cinchik will come across it. Might have lost a little time in the 27th and final corner as he hits the stripe, goes up to 3rd. He does get ahead of Sebastian Job.
And the remarkable thing about the development of these drivers over the course of the day, that would have been good enough for pole 2.
Exactly.
In the opening, what was it, 2nd race, wasn't it, earlier on in the day? So that is the evolution that you're seeing, and that's going to give these 12 drivers a big advantage tomorrow and for the rest of the week, you would think as well. Out of the final corner for Kaki Oliveira, he looks at the camera, puts his thumb down. Oh dear, I don't think it was a lap he's very pleased with, but quite amusing. Where's he going to actually end up here in the end? It's going to be last by the looks of that. Yes.
Oh, 202. I see. Do you know what the reason is for that? I've taken the scarf off. I've departed the herd briefly. I'll put it back on in a mo, don't worry. Johan Art now the next one to come through the final corner. Gets out close to the barrier, sends it out towards the line. The sectors are looking pretty decent from him. Let's see what Johan Art is going to do. He's had a couple of struggles in qualifying himself. Could be a 0.6 to be perfectly honest. Let's see where he ends up. He crosses the line. Where does the Apex Racing Team driver go? He's going to wait for the time, and he goes to 3rd. I did think it might have been quite good from Art, and up there he goes.
It certainly was a good finish, or excuse me, a good qualifying from him. He's not finished higher than 7th so far today, and this might be the chance for him to do so. Out of the final corner for Max Benneker now. He needs just 9th place or better to get into finalist mode for what's going to be a barnstorming final race, surely. Out over the line now for the German. Does this put him anywhere in the ballpark? If just a decent time will do, and it's 6th place, that will do.
Yes, indeed. I did say, by the way, I just want to update on something from the previous race. You can see a bit of a plaster on the forehead. It is also, you can see it's getting a little swelling. Is there a different cut? Is that because he's got a plaster that's a little bit higher up, and it does seem as though this one's a little bit lower down. I wonder if he's. He can't have headbutted it again.
It's either misplaced or indeed he has headbutted it again.
No, there's no way he headbutted it for a second time.
I'd hope not, but but goodness me, he's been through the walls today, and he'll be wearing the scar of that for the rest of the week for sure, and a bit longer. But yeah, all he needs to do is finish in 10th place or better.
Maybe I'm not the only one that's going to be wearing a cap this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Goodness me. They are, of course, in practice mode. The thing that I wanted to update was I said that Max Benneker was on 169 points. It's not quite as fun as that. He's on 167. Someone, Zach Sweeney, gave me, and Ewan, gave me the wrong numbers this morning for my spreadsheet. So it's mostly right, but now we've updated it. It's 168 points for Kevin Siggy, 167 for Max Benneker, who could win the next 2 races and win the whole thing, which would mean that he'd be the 2nd driver to win 4 on the bounce in the same day.
That would be quite extraordinary. Yeah. We definitely won't be reading that again in a hurry. No. I wouldn't have thought. So so that would be quite something to see. But he doesn't even need to do that, of course. Only needs 10th place in this race to get into 9th place into finalist mode. Yeah, this is warm-up, by the way, that's going on. It looks like a race, doesn't it, really? But it's probably good. I always think it's a good idea to practice racing. I always find it very useful as a driver to actually practice going wheel to wheel. It's indescribable how different it is to just driving on your own.
One time I had someone do that to me in a practice session. It was Jarl Tyen, who tried racing me whilst he was in a Formula 1 car and I was in a Formula 3 car. And to say he absolutely battered me off of planet Earth at turn 9 at Catalunya would be an understatement. I put a lovely message into chat. He probably has no idea, no memory of that, but I thought it was quite funny. Either way, they are battling their way around the circuit, and like you say, going 2 by 2 all over the place. Hopefully the race looks a little bit like this. To be fair, as the day goes on, everyone gets a little bit more desperate.
They certainly will, and we could have it's got the very likely situation. The maximum, by the way, I just want to reiterate, the maximum drivers we're going to have in finalist mode for this final race is 4. I know I said there are 5 drivers still in contention, but 2 of those need to win, and obviously they both can't do it at the same time. So that's just to reiterate that. We should be in for dramatic final 2 races.
Indeed. Well, we'll take a look at the results from qualifying, which have seen, of course, an excellent pole position come in from Dara McCormack, who's been close to taking victory a couple of times today and has had it robbed. So let's see if he can maybe put the Williams car up onto the top step of the podium in this one and delay the chances of ending this competition early and mean that we're going to need all 9 races. Kevin Siggy in 2nd position, Johan Art in 3rd, Marcel Chinchik, of course, they're in 4th position, Sebastian Job in 5th, and then Max Benneker in 6th, Luke Bennett and Kevin Ellis Jr. in 7th and 8th, Timus Tatler, Yuri Toman, and of course Josh Rogers and Kaiki Oliveira rounding out the grid. About to head though into the race, of course, rolling starts one more. Do you think this ends now? Or do you think we need one more?
I think we're going to need one more. Job has got too many rivals ahead of him here to surely go through and win here at Jeddah. I do think he's not going to be the only one in finalist mode at the end of this race. I think it's all going to come down to race 9, where the others are trying to prevent Job from winning, who will, of course, win on points if it goes to that situation.
Indeed, well, safety cars peeled off. Dara McCormack is in control. If Sebastian Job wins, it is all over. Victories and good point scores for other means that we could have quite a few in finalist mode heading into the final race. Let's see what happens as we race our way down to the first corner. Dara McCormack leads. There's already contact, though, as we head down to the first turn. It's not built to anything bigger as Kevin Siggy tries to muscle his way past for the race lead. Dara McCormack will hold firm around the outside of turn 2. Inside through the kink at 3 and the inside for T4 as we get heavily onto the brakes. McCormack will continue to lead from Siggy, from Chinchik, from Hart, from Benneker. Sebastian Job's got dragged to 6th.
And look at Sebastian Job there. He was just going down the inside of Max Benneker unsuccessfully, I think, although he might still be alongside. No, I don't think so. He remains 6th place. Smart from Siggy, though. He knows that only 10th place is fine for him, and so he doesn't need to get involved in a battle for the race win that could see him off the road.
Indeed. Now, of course, remember, Sebastian Job must win if he is to become the Esports World Cup champion. If he doesn't in the next race, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but he wouldn't technically need to win that race. He just needs someone that's not in finalist mode to win it. But yeah, again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Dara McCormack, though, continues to lead as we head our way around the back end of the circuit. Also, remember, a BMW has won every single race in the main part of the Drivers' Championship today. The only car that has not won today that's not a BMW is an Audi, and that was in the last chance qualifier. Everything else has been BMW.
Yeah, it's been very, very difficult to win if you're not in this BMW. It's been strong today, but you could argue that the strongest drivers and the best drivers have been driving it here today as well. That argument will rumble on surely as Sebastian Job looks at the back of Max Benneker here. In a situation is Max where he could be in finalist mode, and these two could be going toe-to-toe for a title here in the next race at the Hockenheim ring. That's what it's going to take for the Maus driver. Sebastian Job wants it done now. He looks up the inside, he doesn't get there.
That's a big look there as they went the way. Obviously, you've got Josh Rogers and Timus Tatler here. Josh Rogers, to get into finalist mode, needs a victory. I don't think that's going to happen. Same with Luke Bennett, who, of course, is even further behind. So the chances of those two working their way into finalist mode seems very unlikely. But they are battling for points. They are battling for the positions they are in the championship, which is money. Big look down the inside there from Josh Rogers as he batters the side of Timus Tatler. Look to the inside coming in from Luke Bennett as he sneaks his way past. So Luke Bennett moves up to 8th position. Josh Rogers down to 9th.
This is all single file again into the first sector. You've got to, really, before you go through here. There's no point battling side by side, especially if you're this far back. There is Luke Bennett, long way back, and as you say, needs to win here. That's not Luke Bennett, is it? That's Kevin Siggy, excuse me, just ahead of Marcel Chinchik. Then it's Johan Art, who's having his best race of the day so far. Max Benneker in 5th, followed by Sebastian Job, still in 6th place. Only 8 laps in this race, of course, and if Job wants to make his way through, he's going to have to start doing it quickly, otherwise he will run out of laps.
Yep, certainly so. Like you say, there's not long left to go realistically in this race, or even in this tournament, indeed. Sebastian Job will be closing his way in. The thing is, 1.6 seconds, whilst it is possible to overtake at the Jeddah Corniche circuit, it has proved quite difficult as we ride on board with Marcel Chinchik. Top of your screen, you can see the look out from Chinchik's point of view as we can stare at him, see the emotion. Promise you, you're not going to get much emotion from Marcel Chinchik. His emotion very rarely changes.
Although he did show a bit more emotion when he won in Munich.
A little bit. I think he was overshadowed by Mehdi a little bit, as we were all terrified by it.
Mehdi's so enthusiastic, win or lose. So, yeah, he will certainly be one to watch whatever happens at the end of the day through the final sector they go now. That's Luke Bennett very close to the back of Thomas Tattler here for 7th position. Tattler is trying to catch up with Johan Hart, really. They're battling for that 11th and 12th in the championship, and at the moment Hart is really winning that battle as the race currently runs. Out of the final corner they go. Look at Darren McCormack just weaving around.
Almost tried dumping Kevin Siggy in the wall there a little bit. That was just how it ended up, as here comes Luke Bennett to the inside of Thomas Tattler. The slipstream being given by Sebastian Job. Overtake for the race lead, though. Kevin Siggy's going for it. Darren McCormack might have to settle for 2nd position, but I think he might be able to hang on. Side by side there as Thomas Tattler goes to the high side on the outside of T2. And Luke Bennett has worked his way past. It's Redline running in 6th and 7th position in this race. It is still Darren McCormack for Williams leading, from Siggy, from Chinchik, from Hart, who's doing a great job, by the way. Then Benneker and Sebastian Job. At the moment, Siggy and Benneker will both enter finalist mode for the final race, but we will need that final race.
We will be going to 9 for the 2nd time. The 9th race in an afternoon will be used, and so this is going to go right down to the wire, the way things are going at the moment. Anyway, Sebastian Job is not doing enough to win this one. It's so weird, isn't it? Go 4 in a row without trouble in some occasions. The Hockenheim ring race especially was dominant. Lights to flag victory for Sebastian Job, but in the end, when he was in finalist mode, couldn't quite do it while he was on his own. I don't think we've ever seen anybody win from finalist mode on his own. Or was Josh on his own by the end of Sweden? I can't remember.
No, Josh, no, no. We've had 5 drivers, 3 drivers, 3 drivers.
Okay.
Is how it's been so far. It's 5 drivers obviously in the spring season. It was 3 drivers in Gamers 8, and it was 3 drivers back in Jönköping as well. So it would be the end time. But he's been in finals mode now for a long time by himself. It's crazy, isn't it?
I wouldn't say he's had chances in the races, though, to actually win. I mean, I know he finished pretty well in the last couple at Monza with teamwork. However, I wouldn't say he's really, messed up any opportunities.
Well, I think it goes back to one of the things that Claire was saying a little bit earlier. I don't know if she said it on broadcast when she was just talking to us, but she was saying that when you go into finalist mode, you become a target.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the thing, is that as soon as you're in finalist mode, like everyone else kind of pushes that extra little bit to make sure that you don't win. It's not necessarily about winning yourself. It's not necessarily about making sure that someone else is winning. It's just making sure that you're the only one in finalist mode that you don't win. And that becomes harder when there's more people in finalist mode, of course.
Here's Johan Hart and Max Benneker side by side. 4th place, and Hart now goes backwards. The Frenchman has done well to get himself in this position. It was a great qualifying lap, but Max Benneker has worked his way through. Sebastian Job couldn't find his way through as a result, though. 5 laps to go, including the one we're at the moment, and the gap between Job and the race win is getting ever larger.
Yeah, indeed. Look at how close, though, Sebastian Job is to the rear end of Johan Hart as we work our way through, but the chance of that victory, like you say, slipping through his fingers. He's certainly not going to get one. Look at it here as we head our way through. It's all coming down to qualifying, where he was so meticulous in qualifying earlier on in the day. When he took those 4 victories, they were all 4 from pole position, if I'm not mistaken. And the thing is, if you want to win that race, if you want to win this one, if you want to win at the Hockenheim ring, it must be from pole position. That's how you take control yourself. And Sebastian Job's not really giving himself. That's the thing. He's just not helped himself with the qualifying being a little bit mid-tier.
In these last 3 races, yes, but don't forget the last time we were at the Hockenheim ring, I'll bring it up again. He was absolutely supreme, and so if he does that again, I don't think any of the others really stand a chance. Darren McCormack just breaks the slipstream on the back straight there for Kevin Siggy, as Job was looking up the inside there. There is the battle for the race lead. I don't really know why Siggy's even challenging McCormack at the moment, to be honest with you. If I was him, I'd be staying behind and just banking finalist mode, and then thinking about that when we get to it in a few moments' time.
Yeah, what's the points gap between, because this is the thing, is now we might need to talk about points gap, and the points gap between Siggy and Job is probably, it's not going to come down enough. So basically what we're saying that for is that if it comes to the finalist, the final race in race 9, it can come down to points in that race. Obviously, those that are in finalist mode, if they win, they still win the whole competition. But if they still finish in, like, say, 2nd and 3rd and 4th and stuff, then it comes down to the points in the championship, at which point Siggy's not actually close enough to do it on points, at which point if someone else wins that's not in finalist mode, basically Sebastian Job wins. I've made an absolute hash brown of explaining that, and that's okay. It's fine. Basically, I'll leave that to you and George, actually.
You're gonna have to, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I'm out for the next race. No one wants me. I'm not loved.
Just
no,
what?
No, whoever made the schedule doesn't want me on the final race.
Did.
It's fine. I did make the schedule.
You watch it in the arena. I bet it would be quite good in there. That's what I would do anyway if I were you. Oh dear, as that was off the road for Kevin Siggy. Speaking of, he just decided to go a bit wide at turn 10. I'm sure he didn't mean to, but he did run that little bit wide after taking that little bit too much speed. Johan down to 7th now, and that has allowed both of the Team Redline drivers to move on forward. Luke Bennett needs to win here, though, and so does Sebastian Job. It doesn't look like Redline are going to be taking a victory with either of those drivers.
No, indeed not. As we head our way through, it's just not looked the dominant force that we were expecting. It does seem as though there might be a non-BMW victory in this race. And to be fair, I think do you know what? I think it's fairly fitting if Dara McCormack is to win, because he's been so close a couple of times today. And I won't take the commentator's curse, because I know I picked him, but I don't accept that. Luke Bennett's right on the rear end of Sebastian Job. I wonder if he will go for a move here, because he could kind of maybe do with an extra couple of points.
Exactly, yeah.
And Sebastian Job's not going to win this race, so it almost makes more sense for Luke Bennett to be ahead of Sebastian Job.
Yeah, because at the moment, Bennett would be ahead of Josh Rogers, and that would further put him ahead of Josh Rogers as things stand. So that would make a lot of sense, I think. Let's see if they actually do that as we ride aboard with Dara McCormack, aggressively weaving from side to side here to try and break the slipstream. Don't think he should be too worried about that, really. Kevin Siggy is fairly far back as things stand. Final half of the race very much on now. Just 3 laps to go, and status quo for the time being. Sebastian Job just ahead of Luke Bennett. That's by far the closest gap on the circuit. You can see them there just in the distance. Absolutely nose to tail, but they didn't decide to do what you recommended on that time.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's go through the order then, as we're only a couple of laps, 3 laps away rather, from coming across the line to crown a victor, but not a champion. McCormack from Siggy, from Chinchik, from Beneke, from Joe, Bennett, Hart, then Tattler, Rogers in 9th position, Kaiki Oliveira in 10th, then Kevin Ellis Jr. and Yuri Toman at the rear of the field. It's not been a good day. Do you know what? Without looking, what do you think Yuri Toman's highest finish is today?
Probably like 8th.
7th.
Okay. Oh,
and that was in the last race.
Wow. That's it's not been a good day for him, has it? I mean, he's nearly being caught by Kaiki Oliveira here. He needs to get a move on.
Yeah.
That gap is only 8 points. He's losing 2 of those right now. So there's little fights everywhere, really, isn't there? I know we're all talking about finalist mode and whatever, but there's a lot of money on the line here, especially incrementally in between positions. And so some of those really can change in these last 2 races.
For a driver who has such a good top 6 percentage, it is crazy to think that of all of the races that we've done today, that he has been outside of the top 10 in 3 of them, and has not been in the top 6 in any of them. Honestly, it's baffling. It just maybe he just hasn't settled with the rig. He does have an odd seating position inside the rig anyway. He sort of sits a little bit closer when he hasn't been able to get comfortable, which can be a big deal, especially when you're at these kind of speeds. Thomas Tattler on the rear end then of Johan Hart, who is defending like his life depends on it for 7th position at the moment. And to be fair, you know, he needs to defend from Thomas Tattler, because a pair of those are fighting over those points paying positions and the extra money. I think it's like $500, isn't it, between 11th and 12th in the standings?
11th and 12th it is, yeah, and 10th and 11th. So that's what they're fighting for there. Johan Hart trying to defend from Thomas Tattler, and that was pretty aggressive, but he has made it work in the end. Josh Rogers trying to take advantage and can't quite. Johan, unfortunately, is right back where he has had his best finish of the day so far, both at Daytona and one of the Monza rounds.
I don't know about you, but I'd push someone off the road for $500. So we'll see what Johan Hart and Thomas Tattler ends up squabbling over as they head their way through turn 10, up and over the curb, on the race down towards 13. You see the track limits as they depart turn 10. They can really use quite a lot of it as they go through like the 11-12 sequence. Back up to Dara McCormack, race leader, half a second clear, 1 lap left to go. If you're Siggy, do you at least have a look? Do you at least go for something? Or do you just sit there and go, look, I'm going to be in finalist mode. That's the important bit ticked off.
And also, he's going to be 8 points ahead of Max Beneke. So even if he doesn't win, he's got that little bit of a gap over second place. So that's looking good for him at the moment too. I would stay where he is. Of course, a win here would give him those extra 5 points, but I just don't think the risk versus reward is worth it. Not only because he could drop right to the back and not be in finalist mode again, but second of all, you might drop behind Max Benneker. You might lose out on second place in the standings if you go for a move for the win.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, like you say, sometimes risk versus reward, and what is the reward for it? Like you say, realistically, in this occasion, it's just not really that much. If you're Kevin Siggy, you sit there, and I mean, look, he's a smart driver. He's got a lot going on in his head. Maybe some of that's leaked out a little bit after the headbutt, but you know, we'll have to wait and see on that one. At the moment, he's sat comfortably in that second position with no threat from behind. The gap, though, is 0.3 of a second as we begin the final lap here at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Obviously, we're going to see this circuit quite a lot over the coming 3 days. It's fantastic to have it here in Rennsport. It's weird to see GT3s going around it, but you know what? I don't hate it.
No, absolutely.
I was a little concerned when I first heard about it in GT World Challenge, but I'm quite liking it now.
It might be all right. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how a longer race goes around there. But that's not what we're going to see here, because we're all about sprint racing, of course. But it certainly will be a new challenge at a spectacular circuit, modelled so well here in Rennsport, of course. As we look through the first sector for the final time. It's been status quo here for a while now in the latter portion of this race. We're already really, I'm sure the drivers aren't, but we're already looking forward, getting excited about the final race before the penultimate one has even finished.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, this is the thing, is I don't think too much is going to change here in the penultimate race, and if you're bored about that, don't worry. Just, if you're going to step aside and have a little breather before our final race, I'd recommend doing so now. Go and get yourself some snacks, get yourself ready on the sofa, because I guarantee this final race is going to be an absolute barnstormer. A three-way fight for victory between Sebastian Job, Kevin Siggy and Max Benneker, because Siggy and Benneker will both enter finalist mode. They will be on their absolute limit at the Hockenheim ring, which is a struggle to overtake at the best of times, don't get me wrong, but I guarantee the racing around there is going to be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is. And whenever there's a final on the line like this, or a title on the line like this, it's always going to be absolutely barnstorming. So can't wait for it. And this race has certainly played an important role in setting up the stall for that as well. Darren McCormack looks like he's going to take the victory here. His third victory of 2024, avenging those second places that he's had already, and at that other podium as well, where he finished in third at Daytona.
Yeah, indeed. Out through the final corner is going to come then. It has been a long time since we've seen him take victory. Of course, it was right at the start of the championship here in 2024. But finally, Dara McCormack is back to the top step of the podium. Even saw the word out of his mouth then. Finally. That is what matters. His third victory this season, you're absolutely right. He's had a lot of podiums between now and then, that's for sure. But finally, it is the top step. A brilliant drive and a brilliant victory. But importantly, Kevin Siggy and Max Benneker are in finalist mode.
They certainly are. So Sebastian Job, Kevin Siggy and Max Benneker are all able to win the title here in race 9. So we now know the name of the race winner, or at least it's one of 3. So we are looking forward very much to that. One last thing on Darren McCormack before we go. That race win has put him right in the conversation for 4th place.
Certainly has done. Well, we're going to have a breather. Don't go anywhere, though. The final race of the ESL R1, the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship, will be coming up after this.
Ready, set, go.
Hello, welcome back, and we are going to be starting to look at race 8. Can you believe we got to race 8? We still have another race to go to crown this driver champion. Now, Arjuna and Zach alongside me, you guys have been watching the racing incredibly. Well, you've been scrutinising it with every single part of your knowledge, haven't you? And Arjuna, Sebastian Job has been given quite a few times to wrap this up. I don't mean to put pressure on him, but you can really see, we saw after he didn't get pole position, how much it meant to him. His head was in his hands. He's really starting to, and I don't want to say the cracks are starting to show, but fatigue is starting to set in maybe.
It's a long day. It's a very long day here for the first day of 4. Let's not forget, this is just the Drivers' Championship. Teams take the focus tomorrow. But I think the one thing that we've kind of taken is that qualifying has really set the tone. Kind of what we were saying, right? When Joe made it into finalist mode. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from the race at the Jeddah Corniche circuit. Of course, bowled around the outside from Kevin Siggy at turn 1 to try and challenge Dara McCormack. Further back, Job and Bennica. This was what I was keeping my eyes on, Zach, down in towards turn number 3.
Yeah, definitely got very, very busy. Bennica, of course, was then making moves further forward. Ellis Jr. was at first on his list. Leo and Harth as well, very much in contention. And again, Jeddah really lends itself to some fantastic racing. Bennica loved that move the first time we were at Jeddah. He replicated it with a bit more success here for the second race, and an important one at that, because this was the race he was able to get himself into championship, well, finalist mode.
And I think one thing that we weren't sure about, right, was we have tracks like Monza, Daytona, Spa with long straights, lots of slipstream. Jeddah's maybe had some of the best racing across both races that we've had today. Josh Rogers with that great battle with Kevin Siggy earlier. Tumas Tatila, you know, we saw him run wide in a fight with Josh Rogers, and you could tell at this point that Rogers is feeling a bit desperate. He came into this Drivers' Championship as the #1 seed, hasn't been able to crack finalist mode.
He has had a lot of expectations on his shoulders, and as a driver, naturally, that is going to build up, and especially in a car that notoriously has maybe been slightly off the pace. It just got so busy so quickly, and the level of competition, it can be overwhelming for a driver, especially one like Rogers, Sebastian Job as well, who quickly cemented himself as a favourite, Luke Bennett. The frustration is getting in. A lot of unhappy drivers. Part of that maybe is to do with fatigue. A lot of it is to do with the fact they all want that 25k.
And for the first time, Claire, in that last race, Dara McCormack said, finally we have a non-BMW that's on the top step of the podium as well.
That's true. McCormack has been a real interest to watch throughout the whole tournament so far, but especially here in Saudi Arabia. He's had a bit of up and downs, but as you saw, he just released his, finally. It meant so much to him, didn't it?
And he's got such a great story as well, right? For those that don't know Dara McCormack, he started on Forza with a controller just before COVID. And people will say you need a steering wheel to prove that you're good in sim racing. No. He managed to convince Williams Esports that he had the ability, he had the talent. And so Williams actually got him set up with his first ever rig. They helped him get the wheel, the pedals, the monitor, the computer, everything.
That's amazing.
And instantly, He delivered, and since then he's only been getting better, and it's great to see the smile on his face once again.
No, it really is. Now, Zach, talk to me about your prediction, because I feel that your prediction was going really well, and maybe now is starting to slip away from you. Who was your prediction?
Sebastian Job.
Sebastian Job, who has been given a couple of chances so far to win the Drivers' Championship and so far hasn't been able to do it. Still has another chance as we go into the final race, of course. But if you want to get involved, do make sure you just click the link, www.stcplay.gg, and you can get your predictions in as well. You've still got time because we're on to race 9. Can you believe that we've got all the way to race 9? Hockenheim, again, is going to be the track. First, though, Zach, just to explain to me now what's going on. We've got 2 more finalists into finalist mode rather that are going to come and fight Sebastian for this championship. Just talk me through how that's gone.
The day, and with so much tension, Sebastian Job, of course, he is required to deliver. Like, after getting into finalist mode so early on and having so many chances, I thought it was wrapped up at the first race at Monza. I think you did as well. There was a chance we were like, sweet, we're done for the day. Like, and I think some of the drivers did as well. And then it was a poor qualifying. And then it was a poor turn 1.
Yeah.
And then it's just spiraled into that. It's very easy for when you're on form to go from one thing to the next. But then when you're off form, to then it just have a steady decline. So it swings and roundabouts.
And remember what happened the last time? We saw those great track pans at the Hockenheim ring. You remember the last time we were here?
Yeah.
Sebastian Job pole. And then Sebastian Job, as soon as he punched the throttle at the start, no looking back. These one-shot qualifying sessions are so pressure built, right? You think about Formula 1, you get 3 15-odd minute sessions, right, to build up to get to your fastest lap. Here, it's go out and get it perfect, or in Kevin Siggy's case, headbutt your wheel when you get it wrong.
Yeah, we need to work out what's going on there because he's got 2 bumps now. I don't know if he's got
2
more
headbutts.
He had a plaster on one, and then anyway, we'll find out exactly. I'm sure Morgan is down there to find out exactly what's going on. No, but it is really interesting because we kind of. For us, we're not racing out there, so we're not really taking in how much it kind of means to the drivers. But for Sebastian Job, he will be heartbroken at this point, won't he, Zach? Because he's had such a good run, and like we say, just fallen off it just slightly, and it's not a nice thing for a driver to go through.
It isn't, and that mental game. I mean, a lot of drivers, sim racers in particular, actually consult with sports psychologists.
Yeah.
I think a couple of our teams actually do have that sort of mental assistance, especially coming into an event as big as this.
Yeah.
You would be surprised as to how much toll that can take. In the real world and in the sim world as well, I mean, as a driver, you start doubting yourself. And with anything, the moment doubts start to creep in, that's then when they become real. You've got to have that self-confidence so that you can go out there and deliver. If you go into a qualifying lap and say, I'm going to mess this up, you're going to mess it up. If you go into there and say, I'm the top man, I'm going to go into this, I'm going to get pole, your likelihood of doing it is much higher.
All the BMW teams had a great boot camp, however you want to call it, with Formula Medicine, physical boot camp. They went and did yoga on the beach, which some enjoyed more than others.
I love a bit of yoga.
On the beach as well, right?
As long as it's not raining. But
Good point, yeah. A great way to build up some of that fitness, right? And the other part of it, like you say, some of these teams are working with mental coaches, and so BS Competition have brought Tyler from Mind Frame Performance to help them. Williams also work with the same group to really dial in, because so much of sim racing, we talk about muscle memory, right? And really being kind of a robot at the end of the day and repeating your movements. You can't do that in these land situations when the pedals might be a little bit different to what you're used to. You've got the lights, you might get a cameraman suddenly in your eye line. So how do you adapt to that situation, and how do you perform at the highest level possible?
Zach, that's such an important point, because land racing, in how we're doing it in the arena, is completely different for these drivers. Like you say, camera people just walking past, or just in general, the lights being on you. You often see drivers saying, oh, well, there's a light on me, and there's nothing anyone can do because the light is built up to the top. So you're just going to have to deal with it, and there's so much more to deal with, so we just don't know.
Exactly. I mean, at home, right, you're in your own space, you're comfortable, you're by yourself, you haven't got a crowd, you haven't got 50 to 100 people surrounding you, harsh lights, the commentary coming through the PAs and stuff as well. And also, you're right, the equipment. A lot of teams will have the same wheelbase, the same pedals, even the same monitor and sound systems to make it feel as familiar as possible. But at home, you get into a comfortable position and you stay there. You do not mess around with the settings every 5 minutes. You get into a LAN event, you've got, say, half an hour's practice. You're spending that half an hour adjusting the seat a little bit. How far away do I want the pedals? How comfortable can I be? Everything makes a difference at this level because of the margins are so slim.
Cars are out, obviously, for practice at the moment. As you can see, they're out on track. We will get qualifying underway very shortly. That's actually someone we haven't spoken about for a while. We haven't spoken about Josh Rogers. He's really kind of fallen off the competitiveness to the end of the races, hasn't he?
It kind of lines up, though, with a lot of the pre-tournament expectations that we did kind of have. Not just about Porsche, but I think in some ways Porsche Coanda as well, where we knew the car maybe not as strong as it's been in previous LAN events, but maybe also some of the other Porsche teams, G2, FaZe, having the opportunity to put the pressure on in that team championship to be the best of the Porsches. And so it's going to be interesting heading into tomorrow. I think one thing that we have kind of touched on, right, is the fact that Redline of 3 teammates in this respective Drivers' Championship. Rogers is by himself, so he doesn't have any help. He doesn't have anyone to talk about how the track's been going, what he maybe needs to improve. He's all by himself on an island right now.
He is indeed, and he's going around at the moment all by himself as well. For practice ahead of our final race, where either way we will have a champion crowned. And now we've got 3 drivers it could be, which, Zach, it just really makes us excited. But it's got to be some sort of tension building within the arena. How do the drivers really get focused for this race?
You just have to switch, flick a switch, right? I was speaking to Guy Smith, the 2003 Le Mans winner in the Bentley Speed 8 a couple of months ago, and I just sort of said, well, how do you deal with that pressure? He was like, well, as soon as the visor comes down, I'm there to do a job. And that's what you have to do. All those doubts, all those bad thoughts go to the back of your mind, and you focus on the track ahead of you. The race is only going to be in front of you. Doesn't matter what's happened in the last 8 races. That's irrelevant. Are you in a position to win? Go and do it.
And the equation's pretty simple as well, right? For Sebastian Job, he's the only driver that can win this championship without winning the race. If Beneke or Siggy do not win, it's as simple as that. Job is our champion. And so that, again, it goes back to qualifying now. If Siggy or Beneke aren't inside of the top 6, will they be more aggressive into turn 1? Are they going to then be ratcheting up the intensity from there? And if one of those 3 drivers is up front with no one behind, how much calmer can they be?
This is the thing. This is where we're going to start seeing some real maybe tactics coming in, because of course if Kevin Siggy, who's now fighting for a championship alongside his Team Redline teammate, where do the team lie with that? It's going to have to be straight racing on track. The winner who crosses the line is the winner, but that's not always the case, is it? Especially with this.
There are always a little bit of maybe team tactics at play. It's something we've touched on with something that we've been trying to ask. I tried to ask some of the other drivers. Obviously didn't go direct to Redline because I knew I weren't maybe going to get much out of them. But sort of said to other teams, if that was you in that situation, what would you do? What is your mindset going into it? I think I've said before, it's just a case of whoever's in front, right? Maybe you assist them because at the end of the day, it is for the good of the team. There may be some sort of agreement with prize money or things, something along those lines behind the scenes that they could get into. But the bottom line is, they are here as drivers to win the Drivers' Championship. Tomorrow and through to Sunday is for the Teams' Championship, and that's really where we'll start to see the team dynamic play into a factor. But coming into this one, both Siggy and Job have a chance to win. Both of them want to go and execute, but they have the threat of Beneke. So if Siggy and Job get too caught up in their own selfish little battle, Beneke can come through and take the victory. You do not want to be that Redline driver that costs both of you the chance of winning.
That's a really good point.
I'm assuming, like you say, that conversation has already happened. Yeah. And I'm guessing somewhere on the Redline Twitch channel, you've got Max Verstappen, Luke Crane, and long-neck Josh Thompson just wondering, speculating what is going to happen. They already kind of have a sense, and I think it's going to be fascinating. I'm really intrigued about this qualifying session. Hockenheim being one of the tracks that, of course, ESL R1 has visited many times before. It's not an unknown. Unlike Fuji, unlike Jeddah, which, first time we've seen them here in the Esports World Cup, raced on Rennsport in action. So, yeah, this qualifying session, I want it to get underway now. Please, can we go?
Well, like we said, Job was very, very impressive around Hockenheim in round 5 when we were out there, and that was just off the back of Fuji, like you say, so a track that he also dominated at, but it was a track that they, like you say, they know very well, Zach. Pole position, though, was incredibly important in that race, and it's going to be really important now.
Into the Spitzker hairpin, turn 6, just after that parabolica, where we saw the pinch point in the first race that we came to Hockenheim, all of that carnage that ensued behind. very much can happen again. In fact, I'd probably say it will happen again, especially with the tensions that are coming into this race. The champion will be crowned this race. That is going to spark something going into a very problematic point on the track.
Okay.
And watch for Dara McCormack.
Oh, there's so many to watch out for. Well, I'm excited. We have now looked it through and seen what we think is going to happen, but let's find out exactly what's going to happen. Who is going to be crowned our driver champion? Let's head over to George Morgan and Ewan O'Leary.
Here we are then, race 9 in the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship in ESL R1. This is it. This is the last race. Sebastian Jobe, Max Benecke or Kevin Siggy will be the drivers' champion at the end of this race. It's going to be something special. Hockenheim was the second circuit we ever visited in ESL R1, and once again it's playing host to what should be another dramatic race.
And it's the second time we've come here tonight. Obviously earlier on it was the turn of Sebastian Jobe to take victory on that occasion in that successive race wins that he took. Unfortunately, it didn't lead to the championship being won at a premature stage. Instead, we've taken it all the way. We're either going to crown a champion that is in finalist mode. Names most notably figuring in this is Siggy, Benecke, and of course Sebastian Jobe. But then, of course, if they don't win, then it goes down to points, Ewan.
Exactly, and there's 26 points between Sebastian Jobe and Kevin Siggy, with only 25 for a win. Kevin Siggy can't catch, and 20 for second, which is the important number. Siggy can't catch Jobe, and neither can anybody else. So Jobe would be the points champion if indeed we
one
reach
hand
that.
on the title.
Well, you could say that, yeah. But
half a hand.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. As the guys over there were saying, though, it does very much depend on qualifying here. If Jobe gets at the front, he can very much manoeuvre himself to block everybody from winning, if you like, defend very harshly. If not, then we could be in a very different situation. We're on board with one of the Vitality drivers. I don't know which one it was, but Marcel Chinchig it was. 35.9 from him. I don't think he was particularly pleased with that.
No, I don't think at all. We could be seeing, I think, something a lot stronger. Number 22 from Team Redline now making his way on the circuit. This is Sebastian Jobe, of course, the first driver to enter finalist mode so far, and it's a 20.009 so far. Not horrendous, 2/10 of the realm out of the window, but now making his way up towards the line. 45.5 in the middle sector isn't bad. It's right on the nose at 45.5, but has gone fastest. Ooh. No surprise, 135.493, and surpasses Chinchik by, of the realm, near enough 5 to 4/10 of a second.
Yeah, good second half of the lap there. Didn't start great, but certainly ended well. Here is Max Benecke, another one of those finalist mode drivers who can win the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship here this evening. Out of the final corner, he was good in the first and second sector. This could be something good enough for pole position. Over the line for Max Benecke, a nod of the head, a pole position provisionally for Max Benecke. And interestingly, that would have been good enough back in race 5 for pole.
Smack bang, 0.08 of a second between Benecke and Jobe here in this, well, at this moment in time. Joshua Rogers coming up next, who has had a really tough day at the office. In fact, it's been a tough day for Porsche Coanda as a whole. 20.015 in the first sector, not beyond the realm. 45.712, however, in the middle sector is not ideal. Coming through across the start-finish line, and he is over or nearly 4/10 away from Sebastian Jobe in second place.
And here is Kevin Siggy, a 35.5 from him in that first race we saw back in race 5. As things stand, he's right there or thereabouts. Both of his rivals have done 35.4s, putting the pressure on the Slovenian here, who's teetered on the edge of finalist mode for ages. But now it's time for his moment here. Over the line for Kevin Siggy, and he goes to pole! A 35.3 from Kevin Siggy. That is exactly what you want to see in terms of pole position time. It could be the front row for him.
Provisional pole for Kevin Siggy, and that is 3 of our drivers in finalist mode, 1, 2 and 3 at the top of the timing tower. Kevin Ellis Jr. with a sensational 99 in the first sector, maybe a 10th off where he needs to be, but it's not bad. 45.6 in the middle sector, a couple of tenths away. Coming across line though in sector 3, around P4, I would say. Yes, Kevin Ellis Jr. will move up to 4th place, a 135.617.
Well done, that was a good guess.
Thank you.
Toman makes his way into the final corners now. 20.0 is a little bit off it in the first sector, but I do think the Audis maybe struggle through turn 1 a bit. I was speaking to them earlier about their troubles through Ascari in terms of going on the curbs. It's a similar kind of corner in terms of curbage. It's turn 1 here, so I can't imagine they do too well through there. Rest of that should be okay, though. Out over the line for Yuri Toman. He goes into 5th for the moment, quite considerably ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, he is. Chinchik must have had an issue somewhere along on his lap. Well, he would have done to certainly drop a 135.916. Certainly not, I would say, in hand with what he can deliver for Team Vitality. A 20.1 in the first sector, not ideal at all for Thomas Tackler. 45.5 in the second sector, around a 10th off where he needs to be, but coming through the final corner now, out of Sud Curve at 16, now towards the line. Where is he going to go? 6th fastest ahead of Joshua Rogers. So Team Falcons midway in the pack.
Yep, Thomas Tattler has kind of been there for most of the day, just 11 points behind Johan Hart, and that's the only position he can get from here. They're fighting for 11th and 12th. Kaki Oliveira is looking to get ahead of Yuri Toman. They're fighting for 9th place in the driver's standings, and that's pretty much all they can get, 9th or 10th for the both of them. Toman is currently in 5th place. Kaki Oliveira is not going to be 5th because he's got to slow down through, I'm going to guess, turn 1. 21.5 will put him right at the back in 9th place.
Yeah, almost 2 seconds actually off the pace in the first sector, which is not ideal. No doubt to slow down, playing its own hand in that case. 20.1 for Dara McCormack is not ideal either, around 3/10 in that first sector. Lost 45.6 in sector 2 means that he's of the realm, 2/10 off the pace, and Dara McCormack not happy at all with that lap. Crosses the line, will no doubt go higher, you'd fathom, than Josh Rogers. Does go 7th fastest to 135.845. Next up, Luke Bennett.
Now, this could be interesting. Luke Bennett's going well here, and if he gets himself amongst the top 3, it could be interesting. Let's say in race 9, don't forget, the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship has to end here. We will find a winner, and Luke Bennett might well be one of those drivers to change the outcome here as he tries to search for 4th place in the Drivers' Championship at the end of the day. Over the line for Luke Bennett now, it's 3rd place. That very much sets the cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, what he's done is he's separated his teammate from the top 2. I mean, obviously they'll still start in the second row, Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett, but still Job would still want to be in the fight with the front end. Do it in finalist mode. Do it where it counts. I mean, regardless, obviously, the championship is in his favour, but no doubt he would want to win when we move into our next race. Johan Hart now makes his way up towards the line. 20.0 in the first sector is not ideal. 45.5 is of the realm. Sector 3 not bad, but only enough for 9th fastest, just behind Dara McCormack. So it goes the way of Kevin Siggy.
There he is, the lump on his head, not phasing him, clearly. The pole time in the race 5, by the way. Oh, very good. Pole time in race 5, by the way, was a 35.4. Kevin Siggy was able to find a 35.3. That's exactly where you want to see in terms of the actual absolute best, in terms of actual LAN event pressure all on, one-shot qualifying. That's the kind of best of the best that you can see. We've just seen something very special from Kevin Siggy, but we're going to see a very special race coming up here as well. 3 of the finalist mode drivers are in the top 4 on those first 2 rows.
Like most eggs, he's cracked it. Incredible job for Kevin Siggy. Top of the shop, and will start on pole position. Has got some good company around him, including Max Benneker, who has already gone twice back-to-back at Monza, no less. Now we're heading to Hockenheim, of course, another flat circuit in the heart of the Rhine Valley, near Baden-Württemberg, of course, but has gone through many track changes in the past, synonymous, of course, with the likes of Formula 1. Many great championships have come and raced here in modern times, but nowadays we're going racing at ESL R1 at this very circuit. Always great to come here to Hockenheim Ring, and I must say that was a very stirring qualifying session, tantalising, really whets the appetite when you've got 3 of the finalist mode drivers up at the very sharp end here, Ewan, and I think this will speak volumes. We have got the results coming up very shortly as well, folks, so do stay tuned, but incredible to see this lineup we have here.
Yeah, let's have a look at those qualifying results now. Kevin Siggy on the pole position, the only driver to get a 35.3. Max Benneker in amongst all the team red lines. It's Bennett and Job sharing row 2, with Kevin Ayres Jr. and Yuri Toman inside the top 6. Then Thomas Tattler and Dara McCormack next, followed by Johan and Josh Rogers, Marcel Chinchik and Kaki Oliveira, the only driver to get a slowdown. Yeah, if you remember being here 1 year ago and to that Gamers 8 tournament we had in 2023, we saw a somewhat similar situation. Top 3, or 3 drivers in finalist mode. It wasn't race 9, admittedly, it was race 6. However, 3 in finalist mode, in the top 3, having a battle between themselves. Max Benneker was one of them, and so it feels like history is repeating itself.
It does feel like that, it has to be said, and it could be the case that he could go back-to-back at Riyadh with ESL R1 championship wins. I mean, to go from Gamers 8 to then taking the Esports World Cup, I mean, that's got to play in some part to a triple crown of sorts, doesn't it? I would imagine, at least a double crown, I think, at this stage. But to do that would be absolutely sensational. You would not write off Max Benneker to do that, certainly based off what we saw last season. We saw the raw emotion when we were in the arena at Riyadh last year, and we're back in the arena again, and this time, once more, showing that prowess at Monza as well, of all places, back-to-back, just stamping his authority. He's been in this game now for a very, very long time, since 2011, no less, and now all that experience, that pace, the drive, everything that he has got underneath him is here at the forefront. But first and foremost, he needs to break down an absolutely impenetrable Sebastian Job and Kevin Siggy.
Wow, this is going to be something special between those three. Don't forget about Luke Bennett as well. He's got some very good speed and can very much play a role.
Will he play the team game?
Who did he play the team game for? He's got 2 horses in this race. So it's very difficult to know what to do. If I was him, I would come in the pit lane now and just forget about it, because I'd be scared. But anyway, he wants to race, and so do we. Out of the final corner, the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship will be decided here. Race 9 on day 1 here in Riyadh, as the drivers come up towards the line again for the 9th time today. The lights go out and we're racing again at the front of the field. Kevin Siggy converts pole position into a turn 1 lead with Max Benneker in 2nd place. Can he hold on to that position ahead of Luke Bennett and Sebastian Job, who go side by side into that first braking zone of the race?
Yeah, they do. 2 red line drivers, line astern. It's Sebastian Job and Luke Bennett. Does one of them, though, give up the place? Job, of course, on the line to become champion, and he'll want to do it the right way with a victory. Will Bennett allow him to go on his pursuit? As you can see, they're still side by side coming through Curva Parabolica, and look at this run from Kevin Ellis Jr., who's not alone. He's got Yuri Toman also in behind as well. A little tap in the back of Bennett's car. Sebastian Job still in 3rd place, but also Kevin Ellis Jr. moving ahead of Toman. He's up to 5th.
I think the best idea here for Bennett now would be to defend from Kevin Ellis Jr. and just let the front 3 decide it between themselves. Trust Siggy and Job to do the job and win it, bring it home for Team Redline, who, don't forget, have never had a driver win an individual championship before. They didn't win the team's championship here in Riyadh last year either. This is would be uncharted territory for them. Certainly uncharted territory for Kevin Siggy, who's never been as close as this.
No, not at all. A former single-seater champion, Kevin Siggy, has been synonymous with sim racing now for such a long time. It all started when he was 12 years of age. He's now 25. Now nearly over half of his life has been spent behind the wheel of a simulator. He has got Max Benneker, who too has had a lengthy term behind the wheel of simulators alike. All of these drivers are synonymous with victory, success in sim racing. Benneker himself competing with Team Redline many moons ago, and he has got 2 of them joining him in finalist mode and currently sit either side of him in this standing that we're seeing as we now go racing here at Hockenheim. Siggy now exits coming out of the 1st sector through towards Curva Parabolica once more. Benneker is currently sat 0.6 of a second in behind with Sebastian Job, who has gone on a record run of Porsche Carrera Cup victories and also has gone on to become a sim driver for the Red Bull team. An absolute sensation where it comes to simulator racing. Now here, back again for Team Redline, this time after a stellar season with G2 last year since announcing his arrival in ESL R1, and now once again he is on the cusp of greater success.
Interesting decision to make here immediately for Sebastian Job. Does he attack Max Benneker to help his teammate, or does he stick him behind for his own interest? We may have just got our answer on the way down in towards turn number 8. That was a little bit of a move from Sebastian Job, possibly to help his teammate, possibly to help himself, but I just feel if you're going to fight for second, you will allow the leader to get away.
Well, you would have thought so. Siggy, though, in this stage, I mean, if Job can't afford for it to stay like this, because Siggy will take the title as it stands. Regardless of whether you have more points, it will not help you come the end of this race. Siggy is in charge, Benneker in 2nd, and waiting for his own opportunity in a very big moment. A tap on the head that Sebastian Joe gives himself, just saying, wake up, Sebi, wake up. Coming out to the final bend, very nearly oversteering the car, and it could have been Spin City.
Oh, it's falling away from him from 4 consecutive victories. It's all of a sudden feeling a very long time ago for Sebastian Job, who made a very uncharacteristic error on the way out of turn 16, the final corner. Just got caught up on that curb, slid about a bit and saved it, thankfully, but it was very close to seeing his title chances end there and then. It's a good job he's got Luke Bennett behind him, because otherwise he would have been under attack in towards the hairpin. He won't be under attack again. It's the dream scenario really for Job if he was to be in third. I mean, I'm sure he'd rather be in the lead, but the fact Bennett's behind him is such a relief, surely.
Well, he doesn't want his vulnerability to show now. I mean, what a time to do it when you're in the final race to decide the Drivers' Championship. Now is not the time. Making mistakes coming out of turn 16. Let's take a look at the replay at the start. Side by side, it got a bit hectic because Kevin Ellis Jr. was trying to break through, and he did have as well a Team Vitality car up his inside. The Audi R8 LMS was trying to look for an opportunity coming out towards the Parabolica. The 2 red line drivers were side by side through the entirety of the first sector pretty much as well. We saw Job and Bennett pretty much manacled through the first few corners.
That was what we were saying. Yeah, in towards turn 2, there was quite some diving going on down there in towards those corners. There is the face of Sebastian Job. Goodness, what must be going through his head at the moment? I can't imagine it. To break a record like that, consecutive victories, not only just in at all, on a LAN event as well, unbelievable, and now it's slipping away from him.
And you can see him mouthing words to himself. I think he's getting, that frustration is starting to fester inside his head right now. And you speak about the fact that these drivers have got to maintain composure, as we now see Johan Hart in the distance having bringing the fight now to Josh Rogers. Managed to get past Josh Rogers as well. Really having a tough day at the office is the Porsche Coanda driver. Coming here, how can you go from winning 3 rounds in succession leading up to the Esports World Cup for it all to fall apart at the crucial moment?
It's unbelievable, really is. Down in towards the hairpin goes Darren McCormack as he tries to get through on Yuri Toman. He's in a fight with Luke Bennett and Josh Rogers for the 4th placed championship standing here today. At the moment, Bennett would be vaulting over McCormack if things were to stay as they are right now. That's why McCormack is looking so keenly on the back of Yuri Toman here on lap 4. Down in towards turn 8 they go now. Up on the brakes, and we're getting into a Hockenheim situation again. We were doing the race that Sebastian Job dominated from start to finish. There wasn't all that much change, so what can these guys even do from this situation to rip this away from Kevin Siggy?
Well, Job needs to do something different because he doesn't want the status quo to remain as it is, because Kevin Siggy's going to win the title. Could go Benneke's way, and we've seen what Benneke can do. Look what he did to Darren McCormack back at Monza to take victory on that occasion. If he does that now to Kevin Siggy, that will, of course, advance his charge to becoming champion. But like you were saying, obviously, what do the other guys need to do? Luke Bennett, of course, though, is going to be the stopgap in between Job and Kevin Ellis Jr. So as far as Kevin's concerned, it's going to be so tricky to get past Luke Bennett because he's going to be doing the Team Redline favours.
This is quite a tense situation. I can feel it from here. We're not even in the arena, and I can feel the tension that is coming from it just next door.
Cut it with a knife.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It is all on the line here. It's the 9th race of the Esports World Cup Drivers' Championship, and it will end here. Finalist mode days where there is no limit on the amount of races are over. We are now at a 9-race limit, and that has forced the hand of these finalist mode drivers, who in fairness have turned up anyway, and all 3 of them are in the podium positions as things stand. But there is the driver in the top right who can really change this. Max Benneke can catch Kevin Siggy and bring this race to life if indeed he has the speed to do so. And around this circuit, we know it's not that difficult to catch or indeed overtake.
No, we're beyond the halfway point now in this race, halfway through lap 5 of 10. Sebastian Job still nursing a gap of 7/10. It's fairly equal between Benneke's 2 opponents. Of course, the one in front, Kevin Siggy, around 7/10 away. Sebastian Job around the same. In fact, it's starting to drop within 7/10 of a second now as they swing through the ending stage of this lap. Of course, Sachs curve, and then coming through towards Sud curve out of turn 15 and 16. Still Siggy in control and holds the fastest lap of the race. Doesn't even need the slipstream to make that happen. I mean, what this would mean to him to win this title. If we look back 12 months ago, we saw his anger and frustration there on show at Gamers 8. But now, a very different set of affairs. Maybe the bump on the head has done him a favour.
Give him a knock into life. Yeah, maybe. It's a good theory. He's certainly doing well for the moment. And one other interesting thing, actually, by the way, so many unique things about this, but actually one other thing I think that just maybe says more about the way this event has unfolded compared to some of the others. If Kevin Siggy or Max Benneker were to win this, then that would be the first time the driver with not the most points has won.
Yeah.
Normally, finalist mode gives that chance to drivers who don't have quite as many points to win, because if this was a regular championship, Sebastian Jobe would be home and dry by this stage. But he's not, because a race win can change the game. However, in the first 3 events, Marcel Chinchik, Max Benneker and Josh Rogers all had the most points anyway. So actually, it didn't change the overall champion. This would change the game. This would allow someone without the most points to win the title as a whole. And I think that's a really unique and a interesting thing about this format we've never seen before.
Yeah, and it raises questions about how clinical drivers are as well, because when we look at Sebastian Jobe, the amount of opportunity he had prior to any of the other drivers becoming part of finalist mode, you know, we haven't seen anyone else being able to be, well, no one else has been in quite the same position as Sebastian Jobe, because he's had so many races where he has had the opportunity to take the championship. Kevin Siggy has only had it for what? Well, is it? I think it's just this race now. And now he has an opportunity to do it in one race, which I'm sure is something Sebastian Jobe would have loved to have done a long time ago.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had plenty of chances to do so. It was at this circuit where he got into finalist mode for the very first time for race 6. He's been in finalist mode now for a 4th race. That's the tied most of anybody's ever achieved. Marcel Chinchik also had that in Munich back for the spring major. So, yeah, it was a tied most for Jobe, excuse me. Siggy and Benneker, only the one. I'm not sure if we've had only the one before. Maybe we have, but I need to stop going on statistics that I'm not really sure of the details of. But anyway, he's certainly only had one this time round, and he is currently delivering. However, that gap there just looked a bit smaller to me. Look at the timing screen. It's now half a second. Is Benneker just starting to wind this up and put that pressure on Siggy in the final 3 laps?
Just a little bit of race management, I think, on part of Max Benneker. Not too concerned about really making a very early charge. He had plenty of laps where he could sit behind. We still have 3 more to go. Siggy just nursing his car along out in front. Sebastian Jobe has actually stolen the fastest lap away from Kevin Siggy as well. Luke Bennett is dropping further and further back now, 0.5 of a second away from his teammate in 3rd place. Benneker's starting to lurch closer, and Siggy is going to be very watchful in that rear view mirror, because he knows exactly what Benneker is capable of. And if we take a look at some of Benneker's form over the past successive times, obviously in history, we've seen lots from the man representing Mouse. Of course, was a round winner back at Orchard Road in round 2 during the course of the team's championship, and since then has taken victories in Hockenheim in quarter-final action and semi-final action in the Drivers' Championship, where we went to visit during Drivers' Championship round 1. So it's not like it's alien form from Max Benneker.
On board with Yuri Toman at the moment, who's just trying to hold on from Dara McCormack. Toman trying to stay ahead of Kaki Oliveira in the Drivers' Championship, and at the moment is doing enough to achieve that with 6th position in this race. There is a look at Luke Bennett, who's just in behind Sebastian Jobe, trying to catch up to those front 2. Benneker is getting that little bit closer, though. And how must it be to be Kevin Siggy at the moment? With all that pressure on him, he's, again, never been in finalist mode before. Benneker has. He knows what it feels like. He knows what it feels like to do it here. There must be so much pressure on the Slovenian now.
No doubt. All the way from Maribor in Slovenia, as you so rightly say there, Ewan. But again, a driver who harbours a lot of experience, has spent over half of his life competing at the highest level. Still out in front by just over 0.5 of a second. Maximilian Benneker, who hails from Germany. This would be a home win for Max Benneker, should he be successful here at Hockenheim Ring. He's starting to certainly aim to feather his own nest. We're on lap 8 of 10. The next lap around will be the penultimate lap of the race, and no doubt Benneker's going to be asking the major questions of Kevin Siggy. And despite his favourite racetrack being Spa, Kevin Siggy, this is a vastly different concern with it being so flat. No elevation changes here, apart from the time where you fly over the curbs, as these drivers have done so, heading through turn 1. Can Siggy bring it home, Ewan?
He's got just 2 laps to do it. This is a very tense situation indeed, and I don't know which way this is going to go at all. Kevin Siggy is under huge pressure here from Max Benneker, who is applying that to the best of his abilities, but we know it's relatively difficult to overtake round here. It's not quite like the Nürburgring or Orchard Road that we've had in previous editions of ESL R1 competition. However, it is one of those that is a little bit tricky as well. So Max Benneker is going to have to work on this. Right up to the back of him through the hairpin that time, almost touching him, going on to this final lap in a few moments' time. This is it for the World Cup. This is what it comes down to.
Yeah, just a few reminders gifted to Kevin Siggy from Max Benneker saying, listen, I am still here, with those glowing yellow eyes now peering in the back of Kevin Siggy's rearview mirror. Max Benneker is starting to roam closer. He is within 5/10. He's closing up to 4, and they're coming in towards the Mobile 1 curve, and a trip through Sachs will then tee up a run through the final couple of bends on this circuit layout before they venture on to the final lap. Kevin Siggy, who has led all the way so far from start to finish. It's been a stellar performance from the man from Maribor, but now this time the German is starting to close up to the back of him in a bid to become champion at the very track that sits within his own homeland, to become a home race winner here on this occasion, to make it win number 3 in the Esports World Cup and settle down Kevin Siggy. But first and foremost, they've got to get through the first few corners.
I don't think that was a good run through turn 1 for Benneker. I just heard him lift off slightly through the opening corner there on the exit. This is it now. Lap 10 of 10. This is the World Cup. This is for the World Cup now for Max Benneker. Is he close enough to Kevin Siggy to rip this away from the Team Redline driver? The first Redline driver to win the Individual Drivers' Championship in ESL R1, down into the best overtaking opportunity on the lap, and it doesn't happen for him.
Well, let's just say, coming out of the hairpin, the momentum still favouring Kevin Siggy, but Benneker is still very much there. It has been a long stretch since Siggy last won a race here tonight. Of course, last time he won was at Spa in our opening race, but this time around, Benneker is going to try and ensure that he has a chance to make it victory number 3, but Siggy is doing a tremendous job of marshalling this gap, ensuring it stays above 4/10, or at worst 3.5/10, as they now fly through Mobile 1 curve for the final time. It's Siggy on top, looking to take this crown, and his first ESL R1 crown.
And the first race he's ever been in finalist mode for. It's unbelievable. Kevin Siggy won at the start of the day at Spa. Now all of a sudden he's got a chance to win here at the Hockenheim Ring and take the whole thing. Out the final corner he goes. Kevin Siggy is the Esports World Cup Drivers' Champion here at the Hockenheim Ring. He puts his hands to his head. He can't really believe it. Max Benneker couldn't quite get there in time, and Siggy has done it.
Take a bow, Kevin Siggy. The magnificence came all the way from Maribor in Slovenia, and it's taken victory for Team Redline here at Hockenheim Ring, beating back the legend that is Max Benneker. And in behind, Sebastian Job, who had endless opportunity to take it for himself. It was still, though, Redline that take all the spoils in the Drivers' Championship, and it's a first ESL R1 crown. He may have bled for it, but he's now won it. Kevin Siggy, a sensation here in the Esports World Cup.
We can absolutely use the phrase blood, sweat and tears because he has certainly used all of those here this afternoon, as Kevin Siggy have thoroughly deserved it as well. There's Max Benneker, who couldn't quite do enough. He walks over to his former team to congratulate them on the victory. Can't say I've ever seen Kevin Siggy so emotional in some ways. A remarkable victory from him. He is the Esports World Cup Drivers' Champion. Let's have some analysis from the other desk.
Thank you so much. Yes, well, what a race we saw at the end. It was a bit more quiet than we're used to. And however, it is Kevin Siggy, as we understand, who is the driver champion in the ESL R1. I mean, would we have really thought that coming into this? I don't even know if I can catch my breath. Arjuna, did we ever think there was going to be Kevin Siggy?
I think if you had said it after the midway part, people would have thought you were a bit crazy. The form that he had, though, in those first 2 races, that's the Kevin that was the champion-elect in many ways, right? Moving himself to the front. But what a final race, right? Put it on pole, never looked back. The drive of a champion. Turns out he just needs to headbutt a few more wheels once in a while.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got 2 bumps there, and I'm still wondering if it was 2 bumps of, 2 separate things, or we'll find out from Morgan, I'm sure, or we'll find out in the interview. Cam, for yourself, I mean, we say how we're shocked, but like Arjuna says, he did take pole position in the first race. He won the first race, and he was quite consistent until I think it was Hockenheim race 5, where suddenly he just dipped down to 8th and then really struggled at the lower end.
Yeah, absolutely. The first 3 races, he was on the podium. He was the one going forward. Then it was, of course, Job, who came back in the mid part. But then when the pressure came, he started to fall away. And I think he is going to look back with some sort of regret how he maybe handled the qualifying over the course, especially of those few races. But then when it came down to it, Kevin Ziggy had the opportunity in his hand, and he took it. If he bottled that qualifying in Hockenheim, it probably would have been Max who took the title. But instead, he got through lap 1 and was able to hold on to it.
Benneke's an interesting one as well, because he was really holding back the Redline Racing team behind him. He was like, absolutely not. But unfortunately for the final race, like you say, it was Siggy who managed to get pole position. And after that, Arjuna just managed to control the whole race, really.
Yeah, and we were watching and like wondering if Max was going to be able to close, right? He tried. That final lap, he got within half a second for the first time, and almost 5 laps at that point. But I think... well, again, it just goes back to that qualifying. It sets the tone for the rest of the race. We know it's difficult to really make moves at the front when drivers have that clean air to take advantage of. And I think for Benneke, he can't look back at this event with his head held down, right? He did the best that he could. He wasn't necessarily the favorite to win the championship. He still made his way forward to second and brought the fight to the best BMWs that were here today. He had no teammates. He'll go into the driver team championship, I should say, knowing Yuri Kastorp and the rest of the Mouse team, Moritz Lohner and Christopher Dan Beats. There you go. I can get all 4 names off the top of my tongue. They will have confidence, I think. And now, BMWs winning all but 1 race, that's a storyline to talk about as well.
Of course, Kevin Siggy is the story that we will be talking about, and get the reaction, of course, and we will see the driver being crowned champion rather as well. We have to mention Sebastian Job, though. He had such a chance, didn't he, to win the championship, and unfortunately, just at the end, it fell away from him, didn't it, Cameron?
Yeah, and in some ways, it's possibly worse that his teammate actually won in the end, because all we saw in the pictures there was Bennett and Reveld. They were all there congratulating Kevin, but unfortunately in the background we did see Sebastian just looking quite disappointed, I think. And with how he came out, he had nothing to lose initially, but then as soon as he had something to lose, he just lost that 10th of a second in qualifying, and maybe just a little bit of confidence, and that was enough. So that's something to look back on and reflect on and try and work with maybe his team, some engineers to try and find out. And it's one of those things, it's percentage game and 1% here and there, and unfortunately, he lost that, and then that was all it was.
Arjuna, could it be down to the fact that when he came into this whole Esports World Cup this morning, it feels like it's been a couple of days, but this morning he didn't have anything to lose. He could throw everything at it, and then as soon as something became important and he started putting something on the line, it became harder.
There may be an element of that, but when you have a driver like Job that's raced at the top level, won iRacing World Championships, the Porsche Esports Super Cup, I think there's also an element of that fatigue that surely did come into play, right? It's going on just past 11 local time here. Some of the drivers fairly jet lagged as well. And so I think one thing that we have to consider is that's a streak that we may never see repeated. 4 poles and 4 wins.
It was incredible.
How much did that take out of him mentally?
Yeah.
And then did he have the energy to push for the rest of the day?
Very quickly, Kevin Siggy, he was the impressive person out there though, wasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. We were speaking about this actually during the race. Like, he's not necessarily the person who'd go out and say, oh yeah, I'm going to be the champion, but he is always there. And when it counted, he was able to turn that on. And that is so impressive, because any driver would really know what their sort of maximum level is. And he probably went slightly above that.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I believe that our champion is standing by, of course. So I think it's time for us to head over to our host, who is waiting and standing by to bring us all of the action. But we'll come back to that just shortly. Go on, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I've got something to say. People have bets, right?
Yeah.
What do you think Kevin Siggy's going to be doing tonight, outside of celebrating?
Sleeping.
No.
Snacking.
No.
Practicing.
Dyeing his hair pink.
Tying his hair pink.
We'll see if he shows
Okay.
up tomorrow with that.
Let's head over to Atik.
And here we are with our driver champion, Kevin Siggy. I'll be honest, I am happy for you because I predicted that you're gonna win. I'm the only one. And by the way, this is the only prediction that I got right in the whole EWC. So how does it feel actually winning this tournament?
Oh, thanks for the prediction. I mean, yeah, I would assume no one really predicted that I would win. But yeah, I mean, winning this is amazing. I mean, being in this country and everything, competing again in Riyadh it's amazing, and getting the win is obviously a big step in my career. Luckily, I got it to work at the end. I mean, bit of bruises a little bit because I was really annoyed at Monza. I mean, it felt like I started off very strong and then just plummeted down. But then thankfully somehow it's just like adrenaline shot up after that, and yeah, I managed to get a good lap in.
And you managed also to win this tournament, but there is still another competition with the team champion. So how's that gonna go as well?
Well, I think it's gonna go great. I mean, we've got powerhouses in the team. I think Bennett unfortunately couldn't show all of his pace today, but I am very confident that he has a lot of it. And Sebi, I mean, you've seen it the whole day. He's won 3 races in a row, and he's absolutely mental in qualifying pace. It's just a shame that we really lost a little bit of focus in the end. But overall, I think even with Jeffrey, we might smash it. I mean, there's obviously a big chance that someone else might still beat us, but I think we're confident in our abilities and we can still manage to get it.
Well, good luck then. But right now, congratulations for winning that driver champion. Congratulations again. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up one more time for our driver champion at EWC ESL R1. Kevin Siggy! And that was it for our winner. And now let's head back to our desk.
Thank you so much, Atik. Amazing view there with Kevin Siggy just holding up the trophy. You saw what it meant to him, and he's stopped bleeding now, so that's always good. He'll look good for the pictures, won't he, Arjuna?
It was really cool as well, seeing them put the totem in, right? That totem signifies the driver, right? And now that trophy has been individualized that little bit more.
Yeah.
And I believe we're going to get some crushing of the other drivers' totems to put into the waste bin, should we say that? What a cool story that is.
Well, let's take a look rather at the final results after 9 races. Let's have a look and see what that final race gave us. Of course, it was Kevin Siggy who raced for his life. He had to win that to win the championship, and that's what he did. And that's the story of the day, really, isn't it? I mean, he had the 2 other drivers that could beat him to it, but he just commanded it, and he took it, didn't he, Cam?
Yeah, and also, can we not forget Josh Rogers down the bottom there, P11. He came into the day with so much hope, but it just didn't come through. Maybe the car wasn't quite working the way that he would have wanted to, but yeah, certainly been disappointing. But for the red line cars up there, 3 out of the top 4 in that final race just signified their dominance today.
They did indeed. We'll shortly have a look at the highlights, but again, let's have a look at the highlights now, actually. Go on, talk us through it.
I mean, let's be honest, outside of the front 3 battle being pretty stale, there was a little bit further back. You had, the likes of Kaiki Oliveira, one of the Apex machines in the battle. We're looking at some of the action from the entirety of the day, let's not forget, starting at Spa-Francorchamps and winding our way through. So many different tracks, so many different races, but the BMW straight line speed on display at the top of the kennel.
Yeah, this was some great action, actually. Kaiko Oliveira always made that a double move. Then here back at Daytona as well, this is Chinchik with, I think it was Bennett at the time, was diving it down the inside. And just some lovely moves that actually were being made. Of course, there were some argy-bargy moments as well, but they can do some nice side-by-side battles. Chinchik actually was one who probably did the best he could in this situation today. He didn't quite have the pace to be leading. And then, of course, the awesome double overtake McCormack from 1st to 3rd in the last 500 meters of the race.
Yeah, the choo-choo train, the Red Line Express, powers its way to the top of the World Center of Racing, something that I think we've said our fair share of times in the past. But you could kind of tell, this was right around that middle of the day when we saw Kevin Siggy's emotions and frustrations in some ways start to take the better of him. You can now see the bump on his head, but this was that celebratory moment. All of the drivers go over to congratulate him. Look at Ibrahim Khan. Oh, that was amazing to see. And also, our tournament MVP today. And what does that mean? The most positions gained over the course of the 9 races. Siggy qualified well on occasion, but he's had to fight, and a worthy champion here at the Esports World Cup.
Not surprising, is it, Cam, to see Kevin Siggy win that as well?
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is the perfect example of how he went out and won it. So obviously, Job had those races where he won from the front, but Siggy maybe he wasn't quite the best in qualifying today, but he was able to put himself in those positions to get the points that he needed ultimately. And maybe that just shows that Job could have won it earlier, but Siggy then came back and was able to take the title.
I think that's the main thing at this point, isn't it? That Sebastian had such a chance to win it, but he kind of handed it to Kevin Siggy, who, you know, did incredibly well. Let's talk though a little bit about the KitKat play of the day sort of situation. And now you guys were picking this. This is what we decided was the play of the day. Talk us through it.
Well, I think one of the things that we were actually thinking would be one of our really cool plays was a battle involving Kevin Siggy, right? This was, though, at Spa, and we saw all of the action that was unfolding. But yeah, we just saw some amazing action over the course of the day. Again, these are just some of our highlights, but it was that move. Kevin Siggy, Josh Rogers, turn 1, Jeddah Corniche circuit, and we even remembered what lap it was, Cam.
Yeah, absolutely, and it goes way back to the second race of the day, so it was a good few hours ago now. But yeah, the move back in Jeddah was when we basically saw a massive side-by-side battle going down in towards turn 1, and then the kink of turn 3 after that. It was Josh Rogers sending it around the outside, and at the time that was when Rogers was clinching onto that hope of still being in the championship contention, but unfortunately after that it didn't work out. But in that second race he had to go for it, and he made it stick.
He did make it stick, and it is Kevin Siggy who will be taking home that incredible trophy. But we're going to be back tomorrow, of course, for the Drivers' Championship, and that's going to be over 3 days. So let's have a look at the schedule of what we've got to look forward to tomorrow, which is where we get the Drivers' Championship underway. First up, well, look at this. We've got a whole day of racing again. We start in Fiji, so make sure you join us local time at 4:10, and we're going to finish the day at 10 to 9 at Spa. Now, talk to me how this is going to work tomorrow, Cam.
Yes, so we saw 12 drivers today. All 48 drivers from all 12 teams are going to be there. It's going to be so many new names that you didn't see on your screen today. They have been split up into 4 groups of 3 teams, and there you see each group will have 2 races, and basically the winner of each group will go through automatically, and then there'll be a second chance the next day on Friday. So there's a lot more racing to come, and it's good that we're going to get all of the other drivers back involved, the ones who weren't involved today. So there'll be some new names probably getting some race wins tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got lots of new names. How many drivers is it? 42, 48? I was going to say 48, but and 12 teams. So we've got a lot of racing to do. Guys, how much have you enjoyed today? What was your favourite moments? We've obviously spoken about the KitKat moment of the day, but go on.
Kevin Siggy headbutting his steering wheel.
Okay.
I was going to say the same.
Okay, all right.
And for context, I was sitting right behind him, and I didn't see it. Jakub Maciejewski was next to me and pointed it out, and then we saw Kevin start to touch his head. We started to see the blood. But maybe that was the thing that turned around the day for him, right? So again, I've got to say that is, without a shadow of a doubt, blood, sweat and tears moment of the day.
Blood, sweat and tears, exactly. It was Kevin Siggy's day. He is our driver champion. We are going to be crowning a team champion over the next few days as well. So do make sure you join us. Guys, thank you for joining us. Please make sure you join us tomorrow from 4:10. We will be racing again. Join us then.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a KitKat.